Aloha, everybody. Welcome to Pipeline. Michael Rodriguez here on deck. Italo Ferreira as well, always rocking out. Jack Robinson, he'll actually prepare for Emrod later on today. And how about this warm-up pit from Indonesia's Rio Waida? Before the contest got called on, there's a little taste of what to expect. And even the locals love to get out there and get a couple of waves before things get started. The business end of the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons. This is the day we've been waiting for as far as the Surfline forecast is concerned, and it looks like the waves are out there. There's some big barrels on hand for the best in the world. Speaking of the best in the world, a couple of great CT standouts in their time. Megan Abubo, Dimity Stoyle. I'm Joe Turpel. Thanks for being with us. Megan, we came off yesterday where the swell definitely picked up late into the afternoon, and it looks like it's still hanging in there. Little waits in between, but there's some bombs coming through.
Yeah, Joe, we showed up this morning and the swell really sorted itself out. It looks super good out there, and morning sickness has kind of gone away. I'm excited to see the action today.
Talk about action, Dimity. With this overlapping format, I think rumors are we're going to try to actually set the quarterfinals for the men before we leave the beach today.
Yeah, that'd be amazing, and it's so exciting for viewing. We've just got non-stop surfing, 4 guys out in the water, so yeah, it's going to be a fun day.
Feels like that sandbar is still there, and it could be used as a resource for the air guys, so especially Italo coming into that first heat on his forehand on the lefts. You anticipating a lot of airs on the finishing move today?
You never know what you're going to get from Italo out there on the end section. I actually think the sand moved around overnight in a real positive way, so I think we're going to see some incredible barrels and some big finishes at the end of every wave.
Let's now make the call official this morning. We'll say good morning to Laura Enever with Chief of Sport, Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Good morning, everyone, down here on the beach. It's a nice day. We just had a little drizzle that's passed, but Jessie, the men are out in the lineup. What are we going to see today?
We're going to see a full day of competition today. So we have 2 rounds of men that we're going to run. It's the round of 32 and the round of 16, and we're going to use the overlapping format. So we'll be going right up until about 4:25 today.
Wow, absolutely amazing. And this swell, you know, it's come to life this morning, which is what we were expecting. How good is that?
Yeah, it's good. You know, we've been really tracking this one and waiting to see it. So I think that, you know, as it comes through the morning, it's going to continue to hopefully jump up as well. But we've seen a couple of really good waves this morning, and I'm sure the men are going to make it look good no matter what.
Amazing. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura. A nice call for the Chief of Sport, Jessie Miley-Dyer, as we'll go into the Surfline forecast. She was talking about today was the day we were waiting for, and it is Tuesday here locally on the island of Oahu. Looking to this northwest, delivering overhead surf the entire day, Megan.
Yeah, it looks good, and actually the swell's holding steady in through the next couple of days, and it looks like although we have some breezy trade winds, it's still going to create for some really nice conditions out at Pipeline.
Nice to see that easterly trade wind. Might get a little strong at times, but we're loving that direction. Also looking at 6 to 10 foot on the face, so probably seeing the biggest waves of the waiting period throughout the day today, Dimity.
Yeah, we've been finally, it's been on the cards, everyone's been waiting, and just to wake up and see it in the ocean is always a nice feeling.
As we check out Wednesday, which is tomorrow, 6 to 10 foot, still solid, dropping a little bit tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much, Surfline, for the official forecast of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Game on. This first heat just got started. Italo Ferreira taking on Ian Gentile. Ferreira finishing up runner-up in the world last season. And Ian Gentile, a fresh face, making his rookie debut here at Pipeline. Growing up on the island of Maui, well-traveled, patient, took some time off from surfing, which actually paid off dividends with falling in love with his sport once again. This is a great matchup, Megan. Focusing on Ian Gentile and his road to the championship tour, what are the things that he should be most proud of?
I think Ian should be really proud of the fact that although he stepped back from competitive surfing, he got himself back in the top ranks. He got himself back on the CT. And sometimes working on your mental fortitude and just your physical, not only that, but also kind of ironing out the kinks. And it really looks like Ian is ready to be on the CT tour. Sometimes you qualify and maybe your headspace isn't all there, but Ian looks ready and he looks poised to take on the CT tour this year.
So here goes Ian Gentile in the round of 32, and he gets to be compared to a world champion who might be polar opposite when it comes to personalities. You've got this guy who's hyperactive. You know, he loves a cup of coffee, or 8 at times before a game day starts. Doesn't mind a few Red Bulls just to keep his energy really fired up. What are your expectations from Italo, not only just here at Pipe, but this season? Do you think his second world title's in the cards, Dimity?
Oh yeah, he's been shadow boxing this morning with the headphones on, and yeah, getting all pumped up for this one. And yeah, he's going to be really exciting to watch this year. He's had that little taste. He got really close last year, you know, and then I think he'll just dig deep this year. He's got the fresh haircut. Always adds a few extra points.
Yeah, it's really cool. He definitely has the style points on land, and we saw that evolve, didn't we, from his rookie debut to then a little bit more jewelry up and down. You know, he loves really cool music. He likes jumping up and down before heats get started. That's what makes him one of the best entertainers in the world. Cool part about Ian is he could actually speak to Italo in Portuguese. His family originally from Brazil, but he was raised on the island of Maui. An amazing young rookie that we want to find out more about.
I'm Ian Gentile, I'm 26 years old, and I'm a 2023 rookie. Altogether, I'd say it took about 4 years of full commitment to the Challenger Series to qualify.
Inside corner, this man is finding nuggets. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Oh, Gentile just letting us know he's here to play.
Beautiful. I'm excited to start my CT career at Pipe. It's a lot of nerves, it's a lot of adrenaline, and it's a lot of excitement too. Straight into it, you know, straight into one of the heaviest events. Sometimes surfing seems like such a small little sport, and then I was just like going around at home, and like random people that I've never seen before were just like stopping and be like, "Oh, congrats, I'm so stoked for you." And I was like, "Whoa, that's so cool," you know. Sometimes it seems like nobody's watching, but yeah, that was a new experience.
It's amazing how he thought that nobody was paying attention. We're all watching you, Ian. We're watching you now. And I think that could be a difference for him now in the CT spotlight, getting more attention than he's ever received before. And now 26 years of age. He was touted to be one of the best grommets on the planet when he was about 10. There was a National Open Boys final. I remember walking down to Lower Trestles, and I was trying to watch a few heats from the next generation. All I kept hearing was like, "You missed it. This kid from Maui just got a perfect heat, 210s.
Oh, yeah.
His name's Ian Gentile." And that moment was so real. Everyone knew his name. And after a while, expectations got put on his shoulders. And I'm so happy he's able to talk about it in such a healthy way on how he got through those expectations and decided for himself where he wanted his career to go.
Yeah, Joe, he was really ahead of the times when he was younger. I remember we went to New Zealand for the World Juniors, and I was coaching the team there, and he was only 13 while the other guys on the team were about 16 years old, getting ready to embark on the QS tour. So he was definitely on the scene from a young age.
Ian Gentile hanging on to that approach off the bottom. Looked like he didn't get the rail grab, but somehow had the balance to pull up and under. He will get squished on that closeout section. But tough moment to try to find his balance there. As Dimity looked like he's signaling something there.
Yeah, maybe he creased his board or something in that late drop. It was a pretty cool style. They just managed to stay over it.
Yeah, as you can see him taking off on this one, I actually thought he was going for the no grab rail barrel, which is super difficult out there. You know, only the best do it. And you can see here, he's like, he slowed down, but he grabs his rail. So I actually do think in the beginning he was going for the no grab rail, but he was just riding that foam ball for a while, Dimity.
Yeah, he's got the best technique out here. We've seen he can definitely get barreled without grabbing his rail, and that almost got him under the lip. Yeah, just that one clamping at the end.
It's interesting how many options you have in backhand tube riding. You know, that willingness to let go and show that you've got total control without having that safety of the rail grab. You ask surfers like John about it, he'll go, actually, I just feel more comfortable standing tall. Where you're going, are you serious? Because it looks impossible. You think you'd want to just grab every time to make sure you get the exit, but those guys perfect that approach, Megan, and it's fun to see who wants to take on just letting go of the rail and trying to find their balance without the rail grab.
Yeah, Joe, and it might be because it kind of makes them feel like they're almost on their forehand because they've engaged that inside rail so well. And there's even that technique like Matt Archbold used to do, and as well as Mason Ho in this day and age, they love grabbing with the actual front arm, and that's such a unique approach in itself.
Small insider for Gentile. He'll go down. Had a one before that, as he's trying to get a little bit of work done on Italo. Typically, it's Italo who's catching more waves to start off a matchup, but this time, Gentile's the one trying to get some numbers on the board. I also think one thing John talks about is the speed he can get when he's standing tall and then driving with those big roller coaster turns inside the barrel, where if he's locked and loaded, sometimes you can't lift up that rail as much to get the travel time, Tim.
Yeah, I love watching all the guys. Nearly every guy on this tour has such a natural ability in the barrel now that when you watch them, they're actually reacting so naturally to every situation. It's not like it's second nature now. If they're grabbing rail or not grabbing rail, it's just whatever they're doing to maximize the barrel time.
Speaking of that, the Maui Brazilian Ian Gentile, there's a huge Maui population Brazilian population on Maui when I lived over there, and they have such a cool group of guys and girls that are just like family away from Brazil, and they've really they have awesome businesses, they're great coaches, and they all just stick together, and they're really positive on the North Shore of Maui over there. And Ian's got a lot of support, as you saw Yuri on the beach over there, so it's great to see them all giving each other support on tour.
You love that. Ian Gentile loving his job. He actually rented a little spot down towards Sunset Beach so he could be well prepared for this event and Sunset Beach in his rookie debut. Let's get to know this place a little bit more and where we sit in this beautiful world as we check this place out from the sky. Honolulu is the town, the most populated part of all of the Hawaiian Islands. About an hour drive out to the North Shore side, and you've heard that phrase, 7 Mile Miracle. It's incredible. And that big yard behind us, that's Sunset Beach Elementary School, where surfers like Baron Mamiya, John Florence went to school, and where Dimity was signing autographs at Surf Night the other day. When you look at the Pakulena Gulch, all that fresh water that just carved through this reef and created the Ehukai Channel and created one of the best waves in the world called Pipeline, and sucks in a lot of swell from that deep water trench beyond the outer reefs. When the swell comes in, there's a lot that it can do to refract the angle of the swell with all those outer reefs sitting outside these perfect waves. The Turtle Bay, right at the top of the island there on the north side, and a lot of local families living here, just living their days based on the ocean. Sandbar days are fun for local families. They stop everything they're doing. It's good for the kids, it's good for the grown-ups, and they spend their days in the water all day long. So lucky to be here for the start of the season. Stop number 1 here at Pipeline. I think Pipeline can tell you all the stories just by watching a wave break. And I feel like when you watch this place, when it's firing, time just disappears. It's easy to get lost in a mind surf when you're just checking the waves out here, Megan.
Yeah, every morning with your morning coffee, strolling the coast here on the North Shore. The North Shore is a community of people that their lifestyle is centered around surfing. It's so unique, like other surf towns in the world, but I mean, we just have 7 miles of literally the best surf in the world. So that makes it even more extra special.
It's really cool just to see people that maybe the world hasn't heard of, and they're contenders just spending their days in the water, and you're like, wait, who's that? And just someone who's born and raised on this stretch, and underground heroes are a great story of this stretch.
I think we have the best waiters, servers, bellmen, valet surfers in the world. Seriously.
I'm going to back that call 100%. With now 29 minutes on the clock. Remember, overlapping format that we have in place. Italo Ferreira still hasn't had a wave yet, which I'm a bit baffled by. But backup equipment right there. Timmy Patterson is an incredible shaper. And he has a lot of great models that he builds for Italo over the years. So Italo has been really trusting Timmy's boards through his world title and also through all the big events that he's won really since 2018. And that relationship is just proving to be a solid one for him once again in 2023, Dim.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Italo's boards, the way they're actually so different to a lot of the more traditional guys on tour. And here goes Ian Gentile.
Ian's just still hunting a clamping section on the inside of pipe, and he'll have a similar score. So he's not really getting any room number-wise over Italo. And we'll see if that patient effort is going to pay off. Remember, overlapping format, so you really do have 40 minutes to wait for 2 waves. As we'll dive more into the format once Jordy Smith and Nat Young get started at the 20-minute mark. But for Italo, I'm actually really surprised. He's going into this completely different than how he normally approaches it. He's going to be very selective, and he's going to wait for a certain type of wave.
Yeah, he's been working with Shane Dorian, who's just an expert out here for a little while now, and maybe, you know, a couple years under his belt out here, he's approaching things differently. And as you mentioned earlier, Joe, Ian's scoreline's not big. I think him playing it safe is really smart and wise today, because we saw some great waves when we were observing the surf this morning. So he's noted that, and you know, I think he's just waiting for a bomb.
It's cool when you see someone take on different personalities. Tommy Whitaker, longtime championship tour athlete, now super coach. I remember when he was spending a lot of time with Sebastian Zietz, a man who won the Triple Crown and many other big moments in his career. Seabass is very busy, doesn't like sitting still, a bit of a seagull, will work a lineup inside out, work his way into form and win a lot of heats. Polar opposite of Tommy, he'd sit and sometimes catch 2 waves and beat people on tour, just because he knew where he was. He could drop anchor. He knew he could fire. He didn't need a warm-up. But he didn't make him do his approach. He wanted to promote his personality and say, hey, get active. That's you. Be you in a heat. And so I'm enjoying Italo now, maybe changing gears and playing a little bit of a different formula this morning.
Yeah, that's right. And generally as a surfer, when the first heat's not ideal. I knew that I never liked it, because to follow up a free surf where there's about 50 surfers in the lineup, all catching a bunch of waves, and it's really hard to focus on, you know, backing that up with only 2 in the lineup. Sometimes it can feel really slow. So, but with this overlapping format, first heat is always a blessing, because you literally get a 40-minute heat with non-stop priority. So it's the one advantage of this format.
It's certainly funny when you talk to surfers. Some people don't like that morning heat. You know, Kelly's one of them. He's like, he likes his wake-up routine, wants to really set his eyes on the lineup, see what's been working and not working for the rest of the field. There are surfers like Taj Burrow that said, well, if I'm in the afternoon, I overamp. I see too much surfing and I want to get out there. It's up to the personality of the athlete. As we see Italo take his first wave of the morning and just bit off a little bit too much with his stalling technique. And so after that long wait, he'll end up with a similar score to Gentile. Now Ian's going to hold priority. 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think you could see him paddling around a little bit, so he was getting a little antsy. And so here we see him take off on this wave. He's dragging his back arm. He's actually nicely positioned in there, but the wave just clamped here from the channel view right here. You can see him. He's on that foam ball, but it almost looks like he kind of got caught up high in the lip. And to have that mentality, to note what you were saying earlier, Joe, to stay calm and to be able to anchor in and, you know, only catch 2 waves, that takes a real special competitor, because you can tend to get nervous. And so say you start the heat off with like a 7, and then to stay patient and to not just like go for another 3 or 4, or just to really stay patient and to give yourself that opportunity to catch one more solid scoring wave where you can come out on top in the end. That takes a special kind of competitor to take that discipline. And we see Italo here.
Free to roam, blowing the whole board out the back and doing what he does best. Entertaining us with 2 variations above the lip as he'll run out of room on the inside shelf. But now he's free. You know, he's
back.
Pulled the anchor up, and now he's on the move. This will be dangerous for Ian Gentile.
Yeah, so he's finally got a move on now. I guess he must have been waiting for a set. And
yeah, we see him right here. And that's that wild card of Italo Ferreira right there. He just can bust out airs like that, make them, and stamp it with another one on the end closeout section.
Pretty exciting from this angle. So thinking the last maneuver is incomplete, and that one was completely radical the way he laid back and recovered, Megan.
Yeah, that was insane. And if you saw his knees, the way they were just bent over, buckled down, that's scary. See, that's what makes Italo so scary. And that applies to any type of situation, any kind of lineup. I mean, we're at Pipeline, and he just did 2 airs on like a pretty mediocre-sized wave. You know, the judges are up there scratching their heads like, oh man, first heat of the morning, what are we going to do here?
Here we go. Seeing sets that are gigantic, where there'll be big barrels, but also smaller waves with the aerial antics of Italo Ferreira. Still 23 minutes to go, and heat 1 of the round at 32. We'll be right back.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Round of 32 continues. Heat number 1 with 21 minutes on the clock. We'll see Maui's Ian Gentile straighten out on the takeoff, then pull in down the line and not quite getting barreled there. So he's still on the hunt for a decent number against a world champ named Italo. Bottom drops out. Italo just trying to get under that lip line, and no Italo on the exit. What an aggressive, risky takeoff. Almost controlled it. And with that fall, this heat will remain in the small number zone there with 20 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, but definitely our most exciting moment, seeing the biggest wave so far in this matchup.
Yeah, Joe, they're taking little bites out of the pie. You know, they're chipping away. You know, we just saw an exchange, a flurry, even though they didn't make the waves. It's still good to see consistent waves rolling through the lineup right now.
You can see how that ledged out on Italo, and he tried to pull up and under. And for Ian Gentile, he had to go straight first and then was unable to pull in, Dimity.
Yeah, this was it was a hard one to read, and he just didn't quite get under it. But this next one, there we go. See, his late drop pulls under there. Just had a little too much speed. Gets under for a second, and he'll be out. He'll be looking for something. But this I saw over my shoulder, and oh my goodness, getting the lip completely crunching him at the bottom there. But it's nice to see the boys finally getting some sets. And
wow, the fact that he actually made that drop under the lip like that was pretty crazy.
He was so late.
Yeah, and he was like behind the peak completely.
Yeah.
And then to get a lip like that, how heavy it is in Pipeline, and you still go, okay, shake it off. I'm still in a heat. Italo's so good at that. You think of his last couple of appearances at Pipeline, he's come out wounded. He doesn't mind hitting the reef. He doesn't mind going for airs when it's just going dry underneath himself. And we've seen that warrior element in Italo really change since he really started focusing on a crazy fitness program.
Yeah, and he really charges. I think you can be as fit as anyone, but then you also have to want it real deep in your soul to want to surf these types of conditions and this type of waves, because it is dangerous, as you mentioned, Joe. So you not only have to have that physicality, ability on your board, also fitness level, but just to have that little extra edge to want to hook yourself over the ledge.
Brand new heat just getting started in this overlapping format. Jordy Smith representing South Africa, Nat Young representing the United States. Where has the time gone? Jordy Smith and Nat Young are in the top 3 oldest competitors on tour. Kelly, almost 51. Then it goes to Jordy, then to Nat Young. 2 veterans that have had completely different types of careers. Smith, always touted to be a world champ, and Nat Young still on his comeback story. As we've got Italo with a big ramp, he'll exit out. And if he's not hitting an air section, he knows there's probably something pretty deadly on the inside. Just to get you guys caught up, his punt on his second effort on the wave you saw before break was incomplete. So judges threw down a 2.5 for what he did so far. And back to the overlapping heat story. So Italo, Ferreira, and Ian Gentile are the priority heat. Jordy Smith and Nat Young can take waves, but they've got to give the priority to Italo and Ian for the next 20 minutes. And then each heat has priority within itself. Jordy Smith, Nat Young trying to establish that at the moment.
Yeah, this is a really good matchup. These two surfers know each other pretty well. Really very unique, different styles, but both, like, I love they both bring such a power game to the competitive arena, and they're just always on rail. Both backside, front side, everything. They're just super talented. And these guys spend a lot of time competing against each other, and I think traveling as well, being teammates.
Solid heat just getting started in heat number 2 as the priority heat is Italo and Ian Gentile. A little motion in the ocean right now. They're just repositioning and no takers, and we've got a great opportunity to talk to longtime head judge, our rules and scoring expert, Richie Porta. Richie, good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Morning, Joe. Morning, ladies. How are we?
Fantastic. Always great to check in with you in the morning. And I think this is a great time to really dive into this overlapping format. First of all, why does the championship tour use it? And then secondly, how do the judges take it on?
Yeah, it's used because swells don't last for a very long time. And as we've seen this week, you really have to find the swell. So they want to use the overlapping to get through as many heats as possible. And we see on the screen there, we've got the priority judge, the famous Ian Ratso Buchanan, up the end. Now, he's calling the shots on who has priority. As you just said, the red heat at the moment has the ultimate priority. The black heat, they have to get the scraps or the leftovers. Here goes Italo on this one. There you go, there's finally a wave that's made. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with this score, because that's the first real barrel that we've had. And then you've got the judges that, back in the olden days, feels like the olden days, we used to have 2 separate panels one judging each heat, and they were only 3-man panels. Now that's the worst scenario you can have, because a 3-man panel, one judge, there we go, he's white. This is it. So this is in the black heat. This is Nat Young. He's utilising what's there to get a start, get his feet on the wax, sort of get himself up and going, because he has to give way to both Ian and Italo throughout this first 20 minutes. Back to these guys in the panel, guys and girls. Now, head judge Bratamo with KP devised the format ages ago, or a few years ago to be honest, where these judges will watch both heats at the same time, and so you've got the full panel scoring. Now, at the moment, you see them all turning to the left. Head judge Bratamo just said, let's have a look at Italo's barrel, because that's our first barrel. So they're going to watch with the judges replay, they always watch the front-on angle first. They're not interested in down the beach angles. This is the angle they would have looked at. Then they'll have a look from the camera that's on the ski, or the water photographer that's shooting into the barrel, because they love to see what's going on inside the barrel. Especially these days, the surfers are that good at riding the foam ball that they want to see how deep they're getting. So notice they're still watching. They've already put their scores down. They're just checking to make sure what they saw with their eyes is what they see on the TV, and then they type their scores in. You said before, Joe, that the red heat has that ultimate priority. There you go. So Italy gets that 5.33, and that's their benchmark now for the day. So they've got a barrel. The 2.5 for the air is out the door, even though it's his backup score. But they're not going to stay for very long on a 2.5. The judges are always chasing the barrels of pipe, the bits that are left over, a little bonus cherry on the pie if it's a backup score that nothing else happens now. for the rest of their. Are you still there, Joe?
I'm still there, Rich. I was just paying attention. That
Oh,
was
sorry, because my screen just went weird. Okay, yeah. So the sorry, you know how good I am at this technical gear. Yeah, so the judges judge everything now, and then they just rotate through like a normal panel, which is a way better system than what we used to use with those 3 judge panels, because with the 3 judges, one judge has way too much power, as in his score may be that high that it sways the end average of the score, and you used to get some results that are a little bit tighter than what they needed to. So now the judges have to work a bit harder, but they love it. Then they've brought up on 4-person heats, so they can do this in their sleep, because every judge starts in the junior ranks and the amateurs with those 4 people heats. It's only when you get to the end of the professional events, as in further down the line, you end up with the 2-man heats. And on the CT, obviously, we know it's 3 and 2-person heats. And when we do the overlapping, it's 4. So the judges are fine with it. The priority judge, he's got his work cut out for him, and the replay operator, they have their work cut out for them, because they're watching a lot of television today, just to make sure.
Wow, epic breakdown, Rich. Thanks so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy all the action today as we set up the quarterfinals.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Richie Porter, a longtime head judge, as he gave a solid breakdown. And actually, I think the biggest note he made was the change from the 3-person panel now to a 5-judge panel where you drop the high and the low. And that reminded me of a heat where the 3 judges were on, Ethan Ewing versus John Florence, John's 2nd world title year. 2 judges had Ethan winning that heat, and then 1 judge, had John winning. But then all scores were counted, and the average maybe wasn't really the outcome of what the panel felt overarching. Now you've got 5 judges on, drop the high and the low. It's a great system there. And especially for a day like at Pipeline with a lot of lulls today, they can keep tabs on all the best moments in the priority and the non-priority matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely more fair, and just having 5 judges and 5 different opinions is, it's worked out for the best.
It certainly has. As we'll dive into the story of Jordy and Nat Young, as you're saying, Megan, they've had a lot of moments together over the years. It's actually even, 2 wins apiece. Jordy has been solid against Nat in the past, even 18.1 combined total, 9.43 as a high mark, but Nat's answered back with 2 wins himself. So this will settle the score for now. Whoever gets out of this seed and moves on to the round of 16. Jordy looking for a big win at the CT level. He's been focusing on his time at Pipeline. Nat hasn't had a lot of crazy results, actually round-wise, getting into the final series, but he's had 9+ rides out here in the past, which makes this heat incredible. Goofy versus regular, a couple of veterans going head-to-head.
Yeah, and they're both really consistent surfers. So one of the notable mentions on that statistic sheet would be when they come head-to-head against each other, they're consistently scoring basically 2 sevens at the very minimum. As you know, when you look at their average heat score, as with the judging, the average of something like makes a big deal, because then we're really seeing the consistency of each surfer. So I love how we have all these statistics to be able to go off of, and kind of, although we're judging at live, we can kind of go, who's going to be my favorite with your fantasy picks and whatnot. But they have so much experience behind each other, competing with one another, that we see those head-to-head matchups, and that average heat score is really important.
Yeah,
it's interesting with some competitors, Dimity, how they really live on those past results. If someone's got you a few times, how that can burn the fire to try to change things around. Did you ever feel that when you had a competitor that you really wanted to get back after a tough loss?
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, I feel like those 2 guys definitely match up against each other so often. Sometimes you'll surf on tour and you literally never match up with a certain surfer ever, just the way the draw and the seeding works. And for me, I never beat Steph, and that one still rattles me to this day. I feel like I want to get back onto it just so I can try and beat her in one heat.
I love it. And sometimes, like for you, it's like your best friend.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, let's do this again. Let's run it back.
Yeah, that's funny. The hardest is when you're traveling on tour with your best friend, and then you end up getting them in all these heats. And I mean, my probably biggest arch rival would have been Rochelle, although she was my best friend. you know, competing against her brought out the most. And we had so many heats together that, you know, they are the people that bring out the best in you, and you know how to rattle them. They know how to rattle you. As we see, I believe that was Jordy.
Wow, getting spit out of the pit. It was the big man from South Africa. Spent some time in the tube and backdoor.
I shouldn't have said that was Jordy. That is Jordy.
But great pickup, Megan. He pulled in under quickly as we caught up with him right as he pulled inside the tube. Dimity, let's take another look.
Yeah, wow, that was amazing. Good read, Megan, because he came out, we had a split second and he comes flying out of that one.
That's great to see that. We can see this aerial view pulling, and he is so deep on the foam ball there and just makes it out. You can see the shallow reef under him. He's ecstatic after that ride, just not even fist pumping to the sky. Slow it down here. He's just threading through, but you can barely see him, but he's actually on the foam ball this entire time, and Jordy is not a small guy.
6'3", and he is solid. When he comes into the barrel, he's already big, but he feels much bigger when he gets spit out the other end. A big pipe and backdoor. What a great sized wave for backdoor this morning, and redded beautifully. Jordy's always trying to surf for 10-point rides. Remember, 110 for a 10 all year. Whoever gets a 10 on tour all season long will get a Yeti Tundra 110. Jordy's had a few of those. He's actually one of the guys that's had a perfect heat in his career, and that happened at his favorite venue, a wave called Jeffreys Bay.
I love this shot here. You can see Nat smiling at him. You know, I mean, that's great camaraderie right there. You can see him smiling like, oh man, I know you got a good one. And Jordy's just like all grins.
Jordy Smith, basically born in a shaping room. His father, G-Force, Graham Smith, building a lot of great boards for him over his whole life, but more specifically these last few years as they came up with a brand called Smith Shapes. So G-Force will be celebrating an 8.5 first thing in the morning on Jordy's second look in heat number 2 of the round of 32.
Well-deserved score for Jordy. I love what I'm seeing from the judges this early on in the morning.
Griffin Colapinto taking on Leonardo Fioravanti coming up next. He's had those AirPods in all morning. I saw him in the dark. I was looking for a parking space. Man, it was busy this morning. And I just rolled down the window. I was a foot away from Griffin, and I was just like, Griffin! And, you know, gave him a little shout, and nothing. He was so focused, and I realized he had the hype music already playing on dark this morning.
He was definitely probably had Barbie Girl or something, you know, like.
You would know as a DJ what feels good, but he hasn't taken off that edge this morning. He's been prepared for this heat since he woke up.
Yeah, it's game day on the North Shore, and Griffin knows it. You know, you have this certain buzz in the air out here on the North Shore. You feel it on your skin with the salt air that touches it. You see it in the buzz on everybody on the bike path. So there's a special energy here, and we are all feeling it today at Pipeline.
5-minute mark for the priority heat, 25 minutes for Jordy and Nat Young as we see a little wedge setting up just for a quick second. Looked like short wave for Italo Ferreira up and down as he's still out in front. Italo got runner-up in the world, but one guy who was absent from the Rip Curl WSL Finals was Jordy Smith. Even though he kicked off with some of the best waves he's ever had at Pipeline in a jersey, we caught up with Jordy Smith about how he reflects on last season.
Last year for me was, I had a rough start to the year. Broke my toe 3 days before the pipe event started, before the season started. So, excuse the pun, but I pretty much ended up on the back foot from the jump. I mean, for me, injuries, I mean, I look at injuries like kind of like a sign of pushing yourself, you know. You can easily stay in your comfort zone and never get hurt. But if you want to exceed the sport and you want to break through new boundaries, you're going to have to go for it. And unfortunately, that's going to come with injuries.
Jordy Smith, so mature. He's been through so much since the old bidding war from back in the day. One of the most aggressive bidding wars to put a sticker on Jordy's surfboard. So many brands were fighting for that space. He was touted to be a world champ. He told the media he'd win one in 3 years. He actually finished runner-up in the world that third season as we see Ferreira slide out. But with the successful make and a bonus section on the other end, Gentile.
Yeah, that heat's been a little sleepy, but Ian is waking up right now.
The beach is loving it. Look at the crew.
A lot of great hype and celebration for good reason, because Gentile's been hunting for a completion this entire matchup. And now with 3 minutes to go, we've felt a momentum shift. Jordy in the Nat Young heat, as he gets a little bit of room under the hood. That'll back up the 8.5 for the time being. But what a move for the priority heat for Italo Ferreira, a guy who's won this contest in his world title season in the most dramatic way. Winning in the water and winning at Pipeline. You're going to be a favorite in these conditions. You're never thinking you're losing Italo in the round of 32.
No, you're
As we
not.
look at live, Nat Young getting clamped. But yeah, that would certainly be an upset, especially for a big rookie stepping up, Megan.
Yeah, and oh, we see some live action. Oh, no, replay. Oh, that looks like that was Italo's wave there. I mean, and we see Ian take off on this one. Nice and deep, straight into the barrel. Beautifully managed here. Pulls in a second time. I love how he threaded through that second section there. Puts a little bunny hop air at the end of that to kick out. Look at that, just dropping straight into the barrel. Board looks really good under his feet. Almost comes undone there, but then pulls right back into the next section here. And look how compact he's getting, because that wave gets pretty small at the end there, but he stays perfectly inside.
All those hard years, all those days you thought about giving up, just a moment like that, a backdoor with the championship tour jersey on. The dream is realized for Ian Gentile, and a rookie making a statement right now against a world champ.
Yeah, that was so cool, and I bet it must have stung a little bit when Jordy got that 8.5 under priority. So Ian actually had first priority at that moment, but obviously wasn't in position. So for him to get that last one must have felt really good.
Overlapping format makes so much sense at this venue at Backdoor and Pipeline. As we've got about a minute on the clock, Gentile will check out the left. Belts it off the lip, little free fall. Climb is late and he goes down. Standing by for numbers of his double barrel option at Backdoor, as Italo's trying to fight back, deeply positioned at Pipeline. And the foam ball takes him down.
That was a nice little last minute run for both surfers. Ian knowing he needs to improve a bit on that. You know, he got that little double barrel there, and now he's just trying to improve his score line. Wow, look at that, Joe.
Scores in for Gentile. It's a 6.5. He'll wait for his number for his backside snap. Italo needs a 2.65 to take the lead. So numbers are in. Italo needs a 2.65 to survive the round of 32. He had his 5.33 about 4 waves ago. But are we about to see an upset to kick off the morning? Last year's runner-up in the world and a pipe champ getting taken out of the contest by a rookie from Maui named Ian Gentile, 6.5. As you can hear that celebration loud and clear, Gentile's got his own goals in this contest as he moves on into the round of 16. More action on the North Shore of Oahu right after this. Brought to you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, and by Yeti, built for the wild. What a great day for pro surfing. Waves are starting to fire, and we've got a battle just getting started with Colapinto and Leonardo Fioravanti, as this one staying wide open, punching through the inside section. Leonardo, what did you have for breakfast this morning? Gets nice and shacked to kick off a super heat against Colapinto to kick off heat 3 of the round of 32. To do that in the non-priority side of the matchup is quite a statement this morning, Megan.
Yeah, he's looking strong, isn't he? He looks, I mean, just his stature in the barrel, just even to just end the wave with that beautiful turn. Can't wait to watch this replay here. See him take off. There was a little bit of a tussle for that wave. Pull straight in on his backhand. I mean, he's just threaded in there, and right here just puts a huge stamp on it.
Such a strong surfer, maybe more confidence than most on tour. Dimity, what'd you like about this one?
Yeah, well, initially you saw how he was just not letting Griffin have that first wave, and very aggressive on the takeoff, and he knew he wanted it. He's comes out flying out of that and a huge snap on the end. So look here, it was definitely a little tussle. Leo's going, I'm having this one.
As he sets it up so well, yeah, Griffin was on his back. He really wanted to get involved in that opening wave, and look how amazing that bonus section was.
Yeah, to his credit, and look at that section. I mean, that's not easy. It's super frothy. There's a little bit of weird, funky backwash coming from the other angle, but he just places up there beautifully.
So always good to remember that you just want to compare scores within the heat itself. Even the overlapping heat, where you've got scores coming for Jordy and Nat, they have their own comparisons between Griffin and Leonardo. Fioravanti starts with a 6.83 and capitalizes on getting the first wave of their matchup. As meanwhile, Nat Cy Young going down on his fourth look in this heat against Smith. He's in a subtle combination, needing 11.5 total, because Jordy got that wild 8.5 start to kick it off, Dimity.
Yeah, and it just, once again, the under priority heat, finding the little nugget underneath these guys, and it's quite surprising because they look like they're sitting so close together on the takeoff spot, so you just got to wonder how that happens.
It's really cool when you see someone who's put a lot of time in on this lineup when it's not their turn for priority in a heat. See how much space they can find on this reef. They can know where to position themselves where nobody's looking, take a few chances. John is so incredible at that. I feel like the format really suits his style. Guys like Kelly, people that know this reef incredibly well, are going to be having a big advantage today.
Yeah, they'll have an advantage, and at the same time, people kind of hunt you like a shark as well. You know, that is one disadvantage to knowing the reef really well and where to sit is you're sometimes somebody's buoy anchor. They go, oh, I'm going to just sit kind of near them. So it can have it, you know, it's a double-edged sword, but it takes that added pressure off when you're like that second priority because you're just roaming the lineup. Sometimes it's almost like you're out in a free surf, which I think is an added bonus sometimes.
Leonardo Fioravanti and Griffin Colapinto in their first championship tour matchup was really exciting. They got two young bulls out there right now, just oozing with confidence with the same goals, and they're going all out like this would be a final. There's bragging rights within their generation to achieve things quickly. And so there was a lot into this heat before it even got started. Once it got matched up on WorldSurfLeague.com, you know these two are all focused on how they can take each other out at all costs, Dimity.
Oh yeah, two young bulls, and you know, Leonardo not making the cut, so he had to watch Griffin from the sidelines, and I bet he's just was so hungry for this matchup. And yeah, they're very evenly matched in just their age and what they've done. They've grown up surfing together and doing contests, so yeah, this is a good matchup.
First heat of the morning. What a moment for the rookie from Maui. Ian Gentile takes out a world champ in Italo Ferreira. Ian's hanging out with Laura.
Wow, Ian, 35 minutes hunting the lineup, not being able to find anything over a 2-point ride. Then you saw Jordy Smith drop that 8.5 on that backdoor wave. You just said you wanted to sit next to him and just try to get onto his rhythm. Tell us how you turned that heat.
Yeah, like you said, just I was pretty lost out there, and then Jordy got that one under our priority, and I was just like, furious, you know, just because I could have easily had that wave, and then figured, okay, I'm just going to hang next to him. He seems like he has it figured out, and that wave popped up, and then, yeah, he just flipped.
And, you know, talk about coming up against Italo Ferreira, being a low seed, but how important this heat is and, you know, this round is to help climb up and make that cut.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, you know, event by event. It was really cool to surf a heat against Italo, and yeah, world champ. He's won out here, and I needed to get even too. Actually, I surfed against him a few years ago in a qualifying series heat, and he smoked me. So I was like looking forward to the opportunity to at least settle up the score.
Amazing. Well, you've settled the score and you're into the next round. So we'll see you later on today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Well done, Ian Gentile. And I love that he remembers those moments, planning his comeback, and to do it at Pipeline was massive. Gentile eliminating Italo Ferreira. Fantasy surf teams took a hit this morning. Only 7% of you out there playing Fantasy Surfer on WorldSurfLeague.com picked Ian Gentile. I'm sitting next to one of them right now. Well done, Megan.
Thanks, Joe. I don't want to rub it in, but, you know, I know my Hawaii boys.
Oh, what a massive accomplishment for Ian Gentile, someone who's one out there who usually can take control of energy. The energy usually just gets focused on Italo. He can get the crowd behind them, and in an early morning heat, he can get people to wake up. You know, he just has that kind of vibe. So that was a big one there. I'd like to see Strider at some point. I think he might be making his way into the water now.
We are. We're in the current. We're on the sandbar. It's kind of a phenomenon, actually, having this much sand out here. You can actually walk almost all the way out into the lineup right now, which is not something normal. Usually you're paddling for your life right here to get away from bombs and sets, but right now we got so much sand here that it's affecting the lineup a bit. But as you saw, there's some air sections being created on the inside, and I call it going from black to green. You go over that really heavy reef section, and then you end up on the sandbar. It turns bright green. It's so beautiful. So, well, we're going to get out there. I'm going to walk the rest of the way out and send it back over. Cause,
nice,
be a
deep
beautiful
breathing, Strider. This is a little workout for you this morning.
Well, yeah, you know, trying to talk and hold the board and get back out there. And, you know, we got it.
Doing well, doing well. Strider Wasilewski walking out on that sandbar. That's been providing some entertainment the last couple of days. It's pretty wild seeing a lot of sand in there, just sitting there before an event gets started, wondering how it's going to impact the waves and impact our water reporter, Wasilewski, right there.
Yeah, and for all you at home, you don't realize, we all know because they chat about it, but that water pack is no small task to keep that on your back, to paddle like he is right there. Hats off to Strider. He's always in such good spirits, getting out in the lineup and giving us the best reporting from the surfer's perspective.
Definitely easy to duck dive with that thing on, but not quite easy to get back up. It's probably like 15 kilograms at least.
Yeah, having some weight on your back when a set's coming through. That's why we always forgive them for leaving us in the middle of a report when they're caught inside. Getting some great visions of the next few heats as Strider's getting set up. Remember, overlapping format. We're moving quickly. We'll have Callum Robson take on Jackson Baker coming up next. Great Australian battle. So many heats to look forward to. Kelly Slater has Yago Dora. Remember, Kelly's looking for a 9th title here at Pipeline. And Yago is one of the best out here, especially with a barrel to aerial combination on the left of Pipeline.
He is, and he's just got such a unique approach and style. It's really pleasing to the eye. I love watching him set up for the barrel. And then, as you noted, Joe, you never know what he's going to do on the end section.
So cool to see all these Aussies preparing for Pipeline. Jackson Baker's an absolute classic. A little bit of love between the boys. Spent some time traveling together last season on tour, and to some great results for both of them. Probably the highlight for Callum would easily be to say finaling at Bells. Runner-up to Felipe Toledo. That's when he became a household name. 8:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Jordy Smith packs the left, trying to slam on the brakes, but showing off that good technique. 2 turns to shut it down, and he'll fall in the finish. Jordy trying to chip away at backing up the 8-5, trying to replace a 3 with that effort. And now Leonardo from Rome, Italy will get the exit. So far, 2 waves ridden for Fioravanti and 2 completions. Great start as Griffin still scoreless, Dimity.
Yeah, that was really nice to see. Jordy's in such good rhythm, and I loved what Ian was saying about he was furious. Look at this.
Leonardo Fioravanti getting spit out, making it look pretty easy this morning, Megan.
Yeah, Jordy taking off on this beautiful wave here. Slides right into the barrel, but I love this right here. Smooth operator, just looking so calm and collective. He's got an 8-5 he's sitting on, and that's what can allow you to just be real relaxed. Look at him, he's just parked there, and smooth as silk right here. Beautiful couple of maneuvers after it. I love this angle right here because you can see how deep he really is, and then you still see some of his nose in his board, but he parks himself so wonderfully in there. And then right here, just check turn right there onto this beautiful closeout re-entry. But, you know, that's not easy. So he came unstuck right there. You can see that's where the sandbar gets like super shallow. But Jordy has that confidence right now. When you're sitting on an 8-5, you know, we haven't seen a lot of high scoring waves. You can kind of almost manipulate the lineup to your favor.
Yeah, he's in a great rhythm, and on the opposite end, you've got Nat, who just hasn't managed to find anything. And Ian Gentile was almost using Jordy's rhythm with priority. He saw he got an 8-5, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to go sit with Jordy because he's obviously in a rhythm. And then, obviously, with that priority, Ian could take the wave off of him.
Yeah, earlier when we were alluding on the fact that it can be a double-edged sword when you know where to sit and you park in the right spot, just like Ian said, you know, I saw Jordy get that one, so I just went over there. I'm going to take a little bit of his energy.
So smart. Certain surfers say they sometimes try to sit a few feet off their mark and then they go to it so no one's following him if they do feel like somebody's shadowing them around the lineup. But it paid off for Ian to recognize how he missed an 8-5, adapted, and ended up turning the heat against Italo this morning.
Yeah, that's a good strategy, especially here in Hawaii, because the ocean it's such a big area.
And it's easy to get lost at sea, not just in Pipe, but a lot of venues around here. Really digging in for this one, but too deep is Nat Young. So he still hasn't made a wave yet. Combination's now up to a 13-point total. Great barrel rider, absolutely charges. Now into this one, Leonardo in the non-priority heat. As he will punch free, the man does not fall. 3 waves ridden, he's making everything so far. Really applying the pressure against Griffin Colapinto.
You can see how excited he is in that paddle back out, head bopping up and down. That's when you know he's pretty deep here on that wave. Riding the foam ball the entire time there and just sneaks out through the doggy door. And look at that.
Another angle looking in, Dimity.
Yeah, he's such a showman. He's so deep, and he's riding over the foam ball. Comes out, and he's just so stoked.
All by feel at that point, because I think he had water all around him on that foam ball, Megan.
Yeah, he did. This angle, you can really see how deep he is. You can just see that little bit of red on his sleeves there. And then he just pops out there, as Dimity said, as showman, you know. This is the Italian coming out in him.
Yeah.
Unbelievable make for Leonardo Fioravanti as he keeps making his waves here at Pipeline. Strider, this man probably possesses the most confidence at the moment on tour.
You know, he's got a lot of energy. He's got a lot to say. He's got a lot of vibe. And right now, he's got a lot of flow. We're watching this come through. And, you know, Griffin sitting right next to him as he paddled into that wave, didn't even take the wave. So Leonardo's like, what? I see a little nugget here. He's actually identifying scores underneath, you know, Griffin Colapinto. So Griffin could have had that wave, no problem. But then stepping it even further, the confidence to push through those waves, to come out that doggy door, to actually have the stature and the confidence, because you got to win mentally and physically to come out of those little nuggets.
Good man, Strider. Interesting seeing this roll for Leo. We know how well prepared Griffin is. At some point, he's going to have to make a decision. Still in the non-priority side of their heat, so he does have plenty of time. But the heat that's getting down to the wire is Jordy versus Nat Young. And I really enjoy the schedule, this kind of new, fresh schedule we have on tour for a Jordy Smith momentum campaign. I feel like when he's on, he's one of the best at Sunset to watch. A bit of Joel Parkinson in that style. A lot of power and progression as well. And he's got a really hot streak when it comes to Portugal and competing there. Main break, Margaret River, big. His big old Geordie carve looks great as numbers are in from the third make for Leonardo. A 6.17. So a 6.83 as well. Colapinto holding down priority and just waiting for his moment to make a move.
Yeah, Joe, I love watching how strong these guys are. Just for Leo to punch out of that barrel takes so much core strength, and I know it's that lip out there is so heavy and strong. It's like nothing else, like no other wave on earth, really. So just shows you how strong these guys are.
Now down to 230. Nat Young from Santa Cruz feeling what it's like to be comboed in this heat. 13-point combined total means he needs 2 waves to win this heat. So he's got to manage time, but he also needs the right kind of waves to come back. Has he waited too long, Dimity?
Well, if you look at Leo's total, that says 13 points, and that's underneath Nat Young's priority. So that's exactly what Nat needed, and he's clearly just so out of rhythm and not onto that.
And that's exactly what made Ian Gentile furious when Geordie had a big score under his watch, and then he adapted. And for Nat, unfortunately, he didn't change gears, and Leonardo just kept taking advantage of these open lefts of Pipeline.
Yeah, and as a competitor, that's something to note when you're out there. You're not just surfing against that other person. It's important to hear the other scores that are happening, and if you're dialed in and you're listening to the other heat, then, you know, pay attention, you know, mirror. Follow, sit where that other energy is going, because the energy is not going your way. You got to go find it.
That's the idea of having a game plan, but be willing to change gears and to trust your instincts to react just like you would in a free surf. Sometimes surfers want to live and die by their sword and their strategy, but it can cost you if things aren't going to plan.
Yeah, I think that 8.5 definitely has thrown Nat off. You know, Geordie getting the 8.5 under priority, and I think he's just, his expectations have gone a little high, and in conditions like this today, you've seen that hunting on the inside, finding those little nugs that hit the reef, they're almost better off trying to get those and build your momentum rather than waiting out there for a bomb that hasn't come in 40 minutes.
And see how intelligent a veteran like Geordie Smith is, knowing that he has an 8.5 and being good at math pays off in the right moment. Getting a 4.5, he knows that'll cost Nat to need 2 new waves, and that'll put him in that combo that can try to shut him down nice and early. Looks like Geordie Smith will be effective in moving on into the round of 16. A job well done for the big man from South Africa, who's put in so much hard work. It was devastating news last year when he injured his toe right before the start of a big season and had to try to push through some serious pain. But now a healthy Geordie Smith still has his main goal of being a world champion. Job well done in the round of 32. Smith moves on to the round of 16 to take on Ian Gentile as this event continues. Callum Robson, Jackson Baker coming up next, bringing Kaipo and Ross for the call.
So this is our first WSL Rising Tides Pipeline edition. For the women to be at Pipeline and competing here on the North Shore is something that WSL is really proud of.
it's a big deal for us to be surfing at that break, and I want these kids to see that this could be them.
Now with equal prize money, equal tour stops, meeting some of their heroes, maybe it sparks more of a passion inside them to really pursue it for a living.
It feels good. It inspires me to see them rip, and it makes me want to do it in the future too.
A big part of what we're doing today is we want you guys to be able to come for a surf with us, also to meet everyone here.
How's it going?
Rising Tide! One of my hopes for Rising Tides is that one day we'll be looking back on the current crop of the Championship Tour, and we're going to have these photos of them here at WSL Rising Tide, meeting their heroes and interacting with the tour for the first time.
Dropping into the Billabong Pro pipeline, catching up here with Callum Robson out in a challenge against Jackson Baker in the non-priority heat. That's the opener for Callum Robson, just a fractional score. Replay here. Long stretching wall for Leonardo Fioravanti at backdoor. And Griffin Colapinto gets a start and a stop going down there on the replay. Fioravanti staying busy, slides into this one. And slip sliding away, the Italian continues to pull away from his challenger in Griffin Colapinto. A nice water angle here. And Fioravanti looking poised. Aloha kakahiaka, good morning. I'm Kaipo along with Ross Williams. Ross?
Hi, Kaipo.
More swell right now and some great challenges. And we're going to burn through some heats today as we have slated the round of 32 and the round of 16 overlapping heat format.
Yeah, a lot of action. This swell is sort of actually pretty fresh again this morning. So it's a whole new day. And yesterday was really challenging, but today we're starting to see slowly but surely that trade wind pick up, Kaipo, which is going to be good. It should brush these barrels more open, a little more friendly. And slowly but surely we're seeing some good barrels. And what I like to see also today, Kaipo, is we're seeing some kind of funky waves, which is rad because we're seeing different types of barrels, you know, breaking through foam balls, long sections, short sections, a little bit of everything.
And unpredictable to me as well, Ross, because as we look in the priority heat here, my scouting report would have been Griffin Colapinto as a clear favorite in his matchup against Leo Fioravanti. He's been doing a lot of time, spending a lot of time in the lineup out here at Backdoor and Pipeline. But surprise, he's in a combination against the Italian.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe a little more even than you'd think on paper because Leo spent so much time here as well, has a house here, his girlfriend's from here, so arguably maybe Leo even surfs out here more often than Griffin. But Griffin, you could say, is got more of that X factor, a little more talented, world champ, you know, prospect. So I would agree with you. If I had to take a bet before that heat started, I'd say probably Griff was the favorite. But man, Leo has been in that great rhythm.
Yeah, for more on Griffin, Strider, what do you got?
Well, I got some headspace. I'm thinking, all right, you know, you're out here, you're physically ready, you've been in a rhythm, you're catching waves, but when you're put in a position like this, you really got to work hard in the mental space to get back into it. I watched him look at that one peak he caught where he got, I think, a 0.7 for just going straight. He was trying to go right, but got pushed on to the other side of the fold of the peak. Then he came up and took about 5 or 6 waves right on the head. I mean, just getting annihilated onto that sandbar down here on the inside, and then looked up to see Leo pulling into the barrel, sliding through. So, you know, Tommy Whitaker, his coach, number one thing he's been working on is headspace. So hopefully he can pull through, turn this thing around, and get back in the saddle and get some good waves.
Yeah, Strider. Griffin Colapinto, we've seen his approach to heats evolve from an excited young man to a calm surfer. A lot of time meditating before heats. He's been spending a lot of time with Tommy Whitaker, you know, on the beach, analyzing the lineup in all these days, including the lay days, our non-priority heat in the water. It's a matchup against a couple of young Australians. Callum Robson, 22 years old, out of Evans Head, Australia. Jackson Baker, 26 years old, out of Merriweather, both in their second season on the championship tour. Let's look at our WSL deep stats, and it's been all Callum in their matchups.
Yeah, and you know, Callum was a surprise last year how well he competed, especially at Bell's, made a big splash there. Jackson Baker, everyone knows how heavy of a foot he has. He's got a beautiful carve on him. This is a rad matchup right here, something you typically see maybe somewhere like in Australia, but here at Pipeline and Backdoor, we're not as familiar with these two surfers. So a real even battle here, Kaipo.
I'd say two real heritage blue collar type of surfers, even from the from the neighborhoods that they're from. Callum 2-0 against Jackson. Callum beat Jackson in the elimination round at J-Bay, and then again last year in the round of 16 in Rio. And Callum Robson, coming really close to becoming the Rookie of the Year. But one thing for Callum is, as a rookie, he, along with Jackson, did survive that mid-season cut, which is a big deal.
Yeah, huge, and that big result at Bells too really lifted him through that cut line. And I do remember, just off memory from last year, Callum got some good barrels at Pipe, so he's got what it takes out here.
Here he goes. Speaking of Callum Robson, pulls in tight, grabs the rail, no problem, gets out, and a nice little trip to the lip, and to clip it and finish. So that's going to be the best effort in the non-priority heat. Non-priority heat, 32 minutes and counting down.
Yeah, he's got like he reminds me a little bit of Ian Gentile. There's not this one specific trait that you would say, okay, this is what this guy looks like, this is his style. He's a very neutral type of surfer. As we see a split peak action here, Griffin trying to just get back in the heat. As they say in Australia, Griffin is having a Betty Crocker. He's having a straight up shocker. But Callum, finding that little left right there. And again, I do remember watching some highlights from him just recently. Callum got some really good barrels last year at Kaipo out here at Pipe. He's, where he's from in Australia, there's some slabby waves, and he's got really good technique pulling into these lefts.
Yeah, helmeted as he was last year, came out as a rookie swinging, and that's one of the challenges for all the rookie class with their debut at Pipeline. You start off at the world's most dangerous wave, not as dangerous today as it was in 2022, but the swell still filling in, still waiting for that score for Callum Robson to really set the heat between him and Jackson Baker.
It's funny, Kaipo, you mentioned, the size, and you equate it to how dangerous it is out here. But as you know, Kaipo, you can get hurt on a 2-foot wave out here. That reef is right there waiting for you. I remember even last night, Tatiana was really frustrated after her loss, and she had a quick surf out at backdoor and banged the reef really hard. Got a couple big scrapes on her foot and shin, and it was on a head-high wave.
Yeah.
It's so shallow out there.
Yeah, the smaller it is, the further the waves are moving in on the reef, and especially if these surfers start taking the backdoor or the ain'ts kind of program there, they're going to finish off in inches to maybe dry reef at times.
Yeah, especially yesterday and today, Kaipo, with these incoming swells, it draws all that extra water off the reef. And I mean, we're saying, I think Carissa Moore yesterday, after she caught a little backdoor wave, she tried to paddle back out. She went for a duck dive and literally did a push-up on the reef. She pushed her board and fins right on the dry reef. It's that shallow.
Well, the number is in for Callum Robson, a 4.17 early advantage to the Evans Head local. Riding Sparrow surfboard, so he's supporting a local shaper as well. Callum Robson just recovering and getting back into the water after a hiatus outside the water. He had a shoulder surgery to tighten up the rotator on that, and it looks like he's back in full strength.
That's a funny one, isn't it? A lot of surfers, I think what the most common injuries there are, a lot of knees, but shoulders too. We don't get to talk about it as much, but surfers tend to injure their shoulders. They're constantly paddling and winding and unwinding, and sometimes when they have big wipeouts, they stretch those shoulders out.
All right, well, let's check out with the last heat winner. Jordy Smith is with Laura.
Jordy, what a way to start a heat. 8.5 under priority. What was your approach heading out there? Had you been eyeing off the backdoor peaks, or were you just trying to hunt?
Yeah, definitely on the hunt. But, with the west swell, it's really hard. A lot of the backdoor waves are walled up. And then my positioning was based off the guys with priority in the heat before us. If they're sitting kind of on the pipeline peak, I can go down a little further down the reef towards backdoor. And that's exactly what happened. I kind of sat a little wider. Ian saw the wave come in. He paddled towards to the right of me, and I went the other way. And then sure enough, the kind of wave connected down the reef. And then, he pretty much was sitting right next to me the rest of the heat. And then he got his last wave right next to me. That would have been my wave. So I was stoked. I think I just played a really smart heat, to be honest. And Nat didn't really get kind of kind of going, and yeah, that was my plan, for him not to get going.
Yep. Well, yeah, you had the rhythm. You stopped Nat from getting any rhythm. You know, what have you been up to the last week? It's been almost 7 days since you last competed. So how have you been, staying focused, anticipating today?
I've stayed busy. I'm trying to surf pretty much every single day, whether the wind was and the rain was, pissing down. But yeah, I know, a little bit of gardening, a little bit of home maintenance, things like that. Always keeps you busy, yeah.
All right, well, a little bit of gardening. Part-time North Shore resident Jordy Smith is becoming very, very familiar with all the reefs here on the North Shore. Now we're in the bracketed division going into the round of 16. So Jordy will be in that first heat of the round of 16 versus the rookie Ian Gentile. Should be a good matchup.
Yeah, that's a really good matchup.
Oi, oi, oi.
Two tall regular footers. Yeah, we got some Aussie fans down there, and why not? We have a couple of them in the water. I think you said it, Kaipo, a couple blue-collar Aussie battlers right there with Callum and Jackson.
And that's something to be admired, from both of those surfers. Just the tenacity that both displayed to get onto the championship tour, and then once on the championship tour, to stay on the championship tour. I mean, that's no easy feat. We've seen a lot of one-and-dones in the course of the championship tour.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's there's no room to hide. Whether you're a Grom fresh on tour or a veteran, you can have an off year. Anyone can. It's just we talk about rhythm and heats. There's also rhythm for a year.
Yeah, and speaking about off heats, Griffin Colapinto, hasn't broke a 1 yet. Now is under the priority of Leonardo Fioravanti, who has him in a 2-wave combo. Heat control with Leonardo Fioravanti with priority and a big lead. Just 6 minutes remaining. How does Griffin get out of this, Ross?
And the other thing, too, Leo's smart. He knows how to fill up the lineup and kind of irritate Griffin, sit right next to him, not give him an inch. So this is a real tall order for Griffin. He's going to have to hope that a couple of waves come through in one set.
Here's a heat recap, and it's been all Leo Fioravanti, Ross.
I really like that barrel there. He's been obviously in good rhythm, finding waves under priority. Then during the priority heat, he's added to it with a 6.83 and a 6.1. This is a really cool barrel, Kaipo. I even thought it might even go up into the 7s just because it was incredible how deep he was. He went through the foam ball, up and over it, and somehow pulled a Houdini. And again, this is just a shocker for Griffin. But we are at pipeline backdoor. You can accumulate 2 scores in 5 minutes. It's not impossible, but it is a tall order.
Clock down to 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Colapinto sitting next to Fioravanti, staying within his zone. Fioravanti, of course, can do some offense and defense at this point, block Griffin Colapinto, and perhaps increase upon his 2-wave scores.
One more note, too. It's not a massive 2-wave total for Leo. So even if Griff gets a quick 5 right now, he's straight back in his heat.
Maybe some opportunity here, Ross. We can see a little bit of the jumbled up swell, still some of that wind swell, battling against this northwest swell, giving you a little bit of, a confusion in the lineup.
That's exactly right. I'm hoping all the competitors are talking about it, and they're hoping that the strong trade winds, they are from the east today, that'll really brush the lineup clean and open up every single little barrel out there.
Here we go. Griffin's going to force Leo to go on this one on the paddle. Is Leo going to let him go? No. Uses priority. Here we go. Leo Fioravanti pumps through that first section, grabs the rail, again in and out of the barrel at pipeline, takes to the air, has to kick that one away. We'll see if that improves upon the score line for Leo Fioravanti. Griffin Colapinto slip slides into that one. Fins disengage, loses forward momentum, and will not find that exit.
Jeez, dude, just really a shocker heat for him. He had to paddle out to that wave and didn't get any paddle power into it.
Jackson Baker going back door, and it's a keg. One more for Baker, pumps through there. Can he find the exit? Oh, he made some time down the line, and you can see where the board is tombstoning there. Great effort by Jackson Baker.
Good description, Kaipo. That was a keg. That was the shape of a cake. I mean, it was so round. That was almost a 10 too. Had he come out of that second section, did really well the first part. Look how perfect that barrel is right there. He needed a huge pump. Jeez, that would have been really close to a free Yeti cooler right there. And Leo, you know, he's tactically surfing great, and he's also technique-wise, Kaipo, he's surfing really good in this heat.
So still waiting for that last score for Leo Fioravanti, catching up to some live action. Griffin Colapinto again, pulling into a barrel with no exit.
He's definitely going to need to go meditate after this heat.
It's got to be a frustrating. This is going to be a frustrating one for Griffin Colapinto, especially with all the time, I said again, that I've been seeing him put out here, the preparation, the support squad, the whole thing.
Yeah, he's one of the few surfers that's not from Hawaii that catches a lot of good waves at backdoor and pipe.
Yeah. There was a specialty event here in December, and he competed in it just to keep some jersey time on as well.
Yeah, he just he free surfs at pipe and backdoor really well. He puts his head down. He catches a lot of waves, so he's got a great practice time out here. So he'd probably be a little bit in disbelief right now. I'm sure he didn't draw this up.
Yeah. I mean, I think the word for Griffin right now is just to be baffled. Because this shouldn't have been such a one-sided affair, but that's the ocean for you.
It is, especially backdoor and pipe. I mean, it is pretty one-dimensional. You got to find a barrel. It's not like other venues where you can perform your way back into a heat. You have to find a barrel out here. And, if you get out of rhythm with pipe and backdoor, you really get shut out.
Quiet times in the lineup, and Jackson Baker, for all of that effort with a potential excellent score, no exit, all you get is a 1.87.
Jeez.
That's a long way to go for 1.87.
Imagine his vision in there, Kaipo. That was beautiful. That was definitely the best wave of the day. That was just a perfect backdoor barrel. Just one huge pump away from making it into that second section. He was really close.
Jackson Baker, you can see the number 61 on his jersey. That is the birth year of both of his parents and an inspiration for Jackson Baker. Unfortunately, he's lost both of them, but that is his inspiration that he wears on his back as he's competing.
I like him. He's just such a nice guy. He's one of those surfers that hangs around the area and always has a smile, very friendly, very likable. And Kaipo, do I see a lightning bolt on his head there? He's got a little artwork there. It might be a wave.
All right, well, 30 seconds, and Griffin Colapinto on a slow paddle back out.
I mean, the one good thing for Griffin, as far as losing goes, when you have this bad of a heat, it's kind of easy to digest. You're like, well,
okay,
that didn't obviously go well.
Right. I mean, yeah, you're right as a coach, right? You just, hey, sometimes there's just an L, and it wasn't anything that you really did wrong, and it wasn't close, so you can't be frustrated yourself. Some good sportsmanship there on display. And Leo Fioravanti on into the round of 16. Griffin Colapinto, unfortunately, we'll see him at sunset at the second stop of the championship tour. We'll be right back after this short break. the wipeouts from last year's championship tour. Some brutal ones. How about the splits there? The suplex.
Everyone just getting axed in the head right here. Oh my gosh.
Falling from the sky. Sensei, oh, what about the dry reef? Look out there. Cockroaching down. Oh my goodness, that's an adjustment.
It's so gnarly. What a wild sport.
Ouch, owie, and ow. Here we go. Oh, it's the scorpion in Tahiti.
Hey, well done for whoever put that together. Those were brutal. That hurt me watching that.
Wow. Well, we got a couple of new Aussies in the water, so it's going to be an all-Australian 40 minutes for you. Ethan Ewing and Liam O'Brien, heat number 5 in the round of 32 in the non-priority heat. A couple of young Aussies out there. And that should be a very evenly matched heat when I look at the skill set of both Ethan Ewing and Liam O'Brien. Of course, Ethan Ewing coming off of his best year on the championship tour, making the final 5. This is their first CT matchup, being that this is Liam O'Brien's first CT full event as a full-time tour surfer. Remember last year, he got injured the warm-up before the opening day here at Pipe and was unable to compete throughout the season.
Yeah, and Liam is, a bit underground, but a really good surfer, great style. Ethan's everyone's favorite surfer, let's face it. He's definitely surfer's favorite surfer. It'll be cool to see Ethan. He has been spending a little bit of time, more than normal, on the North Shore, and he's been doing his homework at Backdoor and Pipeline. And I have seen him pull into some and get some really good barrels here in the last month. So, Ethan, look out for him. He's already so good in point breaks, performance. He gets to become a very good barrel rider. That's the makings of a world champ.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Oh, that would have been the first, just in a non-priority heat, I believe that was Liam O'Brien to start off. So just testing the water there, O'Brien. Sliding into this one, Callum Robson, the fins catch, and is able to pull off that drop. It gets really doubled up, makes it through the steps there on the inside sandbar section. And workmanlike for Callum Robson to add to his score line. Here we go, Ethan Ewing, and nice drag of the body to attempt to get into the barrel. And a stylish kick out from the 24-year-old from North Stradbroke Island.
One more wave. Let's see if Jackson can get out to it. No, it decides not to pull the trigger. And the boy's just getting caught a little off guard there, Kaipo. These waves are kind of feast or famine. You'll see it be almost flat, like 2 to 3 feet, and then all of a sudden a 6-foot set comes in. And it can catch you just a little inside the reef, and you have to paddle out to it. But when you have to paddle out to a set, flip around and take off late, it really is a sketchy drop. You end up getting airborne, and it's just, or maybe out of position a little bit, not behind the A-frame enough, and it's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, so waiting just for Callum and Ethan's score, but likely Callum Robson in the priority heat will have the most meaningful out of that exchange of the 3 surfers. Here's some replays. Here's Callum.
And again, that takes courage right there to handle that drop, and also good technique for him to stay committed with his sort of his head over the nose of his board, stay down and in front of it. He was really committed there. So he's a gutsy surfer, Callum.
And still waiting for his numbers. He's sitting right up close to his competitor in the way of Jackson Baker. Strider out in the water.
Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, just checking in on Callum's commitment right there. From the water, we were waiting for that set. It took a while. Obviously, the surfer's kind of getting out of position. And then, not really in the perfect spot, but knowing you got to send it to try and capitalize on a wave when it comes after waiting. His technique to really commit, grab that rail and hold off the bottom there was really impressive. And, he's got a lot of physical stature at the moment. He's been training to get through that shoulder injury. So hats off to him and that commitment.
Yeah, we're looking at a replay right now, Strider, and the commitment was evident by Callum Just a 3.27, however, was the number that he earned on that, but the intention of staying busy and adding up numbers, Ross, it looks like it's going to be an important factor in a success today.
Absolutely. And, you know, 3.27, you think, okay, well, that's not that good of a score. But today, a backup score, you know, that could be definitely relevant. You know, the judges really want to see you get behind a curtain. They always do here at Pipe. It's, you know, you have to get inside the barrel. It can even be kind of a soft, smaller wave, but if you get like a lengthy barrel, you'll get more points than like a death drop where you know, make some magnificent drop. They don't really like it. They want to see you inside the barrel.
Yeah, thanks to Billabong celebrating 50 years of knowing the feeling since 1973. Billabong presenting yet again the Billabong Pro Pipeline to kick off the championship tour and start the path that you're going to have to weave past that mid-season cut, survive that mid-season cut with the eventual goal of making that final five for both the men and the women.
Yeah, it comes up so fast, those first 5 events. It really does add a ton of drama and nerves for the surfers, to especially all the sort of typical mid-ranked surfers that are always battling for that cut. It's a lot of drama.
Quiet still in the water. Jackson Baker with priority in the white jersey, in the priority heat over the entire field. It looks like Liam O'Brien sneaking away as we look at this wide shot and maybe looking to get a couple of waves under the priority right now of all the surfers.
There was like a mediocre high tide at 3:30 in the morning, and the rest of the day, Kaipo is just going to be a slack sort of low tide. So that is a good thing. The conditions should settle down and probably improve throughout the day.
I'd love to hear what Leo Fioravanti has to say. He won his last heat. He's with Laura.
Leo, just talking about how different this week has been for you compared to last week. You know, you didn't have the rhythm in those first few heats, but out there today, you just looked like you were ready for anything and everything coming your way.
For sure, you know, that first day was really tough for me, out of rhythm completely with the ocean. But I think that's a good thing because I expected the worst. You know, I expected it being really hard, and I found myself in rhythm. And you know, I was expecting for Griffin to come back for sure because he's an amazing surfer. But you know, we're speaking about it out there, and there's no science behind it. But if you're not in rhythm with the ocean, it's hard to get into it.
And you started the heat so quick, you put Griffin in a combination from the get-go. It must have felt good, but like you said, you and Griffin have competed together so much. He's an amazing surfer. What did you just have to keep doing throughout that heat?
Well, that was actually our first man-on-man heat, which is strange. You know, we're the same age. We grew up surfing every single event together, and we've never had a man-on-man heat. So, I mean, I know how good of a surfer he is. I was really happy with my start, of course, but I wasn't, letting my guard down. I knew that at any point, Griffin could just, he's one of the best out here, and you could just get a crazy score and just be straight back in the heat. So I was aware of the situation, but I was confident that I was in a good spot.
Amazing. We'll see you into round 16.
Yeah, a fiery Leo Fioravanti. We talked about that mid-season cut last year. He did not make it. Came back with a fury on the Challenger Series to qualify for this year's championship tour, winning that Challenger Series. Seth Moniz getting set up. He'll be coming against Baron Mamiya in an all-Hawaiian matchup next, Ross.
Very cool. That's one of the heats of the morning for sure. Both obviously super familiar with the lineup out here, have a lot of positive experiences, both charge. That could be the heat of the day, Kaipo.
Yeah, Apple Watch going to be put on all of our competitors. So in addition to our beach commentary, in addition to our priority lights, the surfers will get real-time information on that Apple Watch. And a cool feature on that is when you get priority, that watch will buzz on your wrist. So in time, I think that those kind of, we talk about audio messages, we talk about visual messages, but another sense that we have is the sense of feel. And that now that could be incorporated in your awareness in a heat. They buzz on the wrist and immediately you're just like, hey, I'm up, let's go.
And more the merrier, right, for information, because sometimes, the beach announcers are going through something else, some other obligations, and you want your information right now. You always see the surfers waving their arms in the air. So this is one more avenue to get your information. Time, scores needed, priority.
Ewing High, tight, round, foam, no exit.
That was the key factor. You said it, foam, just filled up right there. Those little barrels are so tricky to stay dry, high and dry. And that one just, he got a little too low.
Liam O'Brien back door, a couple of pumps from the Gold Coast Surfers, stylish. And second section for Liam, threads through that second section as well. Just gets a little bit caught on his way to a groundbreaking score in the context of their matchup, but he'll still get scored for that first section.
Yeah, he will. And that was kind of a bonus section all the way through. Aints right there, really good style, kind of cruising through that barrel. Maybe if he had it over, he would have stalled a little bit at the beginning. But most likely he saw that wave stretching towards off the wall, so he kept his foot on the gas. But I like it. You know, he looked really good, just took it a little too casual, and he's going to stand a little tall, and his helmet's going to get clipped right about here. Just needed to have that power squat to break through that last section. Watch the foam ball. Right here, it's going to go right through the floor and just kicks you up to the ceiling. No control there. That's really tough to do, and it always surprises you. It'll always catch you off guard. When that foam ball fills up and bounces you into the ceiling, you never expect it.
Strider, what's happening in the water?
Well, we've got some conditions that are changing around here. That east wind is kicking in, grooming the lineup. It's kind of like, you know, the sand traps at golf courses. They go over and they rake it nice and smooth. It's actually a trap still, but there's still some, really, it looks right and looks nice. So as you saw on Ethan Ewing's wave, he went over the handlebars in that barrel. But as he took off, if you look at the conditions, it's getting nice and buttery, nice and offshore, clean. So we should see some great waves through these next sets.
Strider, yesterday was so tricky with that really raw, high interval swell doubling up off the reef. Is it different today?
You know what? There is a leftover swell from yesterday, and then that new swell is pushing in. But I feel like you know, there's a combination of those waves. So you've got those heavy ones that are drawing, and those bigger sets that are arriving. But for the most part, there's a good entry into most of these waves out here. When I say that, it's still a really heavy drop. I mean, straight up and down into the bowl, but that's pipeline.
All right, so back to the action here, looking for improving conditions. Ethan Ewing finding a pike barrel behind the curtain, and this time the surfer from North Stradbroke comes out of the barrel, so that is going to be a nice answer back to Liam O'Brien, who scored a 3.5 on his last wave. O'Brien now right behind Ewing. O'Brien stall second section, pinchy section there, and has to fight for an exit, unable to do so.
Jeez, he did everything right. The wave just dissipated. Didn't have quite enough energy to bounce him out.
Callum Robson, long pipe barrel. Can he find an exit? And somewhere in there, he got caught up and was unable to do so.
Well, a pretty positive 20, 30 minutes right now. With conditions, it seems to be like the strike rate is higher. There's more waves coming in that are giving you an opportunity to find barrels.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Surfline has to say for today, Ross, in today's forecast.
Offshore winds, that's key. And this morning was kind of dead winds, and it was what we like to call morning sickness with all these little crumbly sections. But now it's offshore, and it's going to brush those barrels clean. That swell is going to be fresh all day too, Kaipo. I think it should be pretty consistent.
Well, that is good news because we're looking to get through a number of heats today. We have 16 heats in this round of 32, 8 heats to follow in the round of 16. Ethan Ewing on the replay here, and they're still waiting for that score, Ross.
Technical, small little barrel, but as we look in, watch the floor of the barrel. This one's going to let him go. The last one bounced him into the ceiling. That one was more friendly. And there you go. That's the magic of pipeline. You just have to keep going, keep pulling in, and sooner or later you're going to find one to let you out.
Here he goes on cue. Ethan Ewing again. Pulls in, tight, traveling there, and again, little pinchy section on the end, not allowing Ewing the exit.
Nice stack of sets coming in here, Kaipo. Looks like a lot of lines coming in. And this is one of the beauties of having 4 surfers in the water. We're going to see every wave gobbled up here.
Priority heat with just under 4 minutes remaining, and Callum Robson in the lead in that challenge against Jackson Baker. Baker out there in the white jersey with priority, needing a 5.57 to get out of this round of 32. Lots of waves coming, good signs.
Yeah, they're trying to position themselves. They're trying to figure out where do I put myself for this set. It's a bit of a straight one. It's coming straight at the reef, so not as easy as a big old teepee coming out of the west.
So not a lot of opportunity on the first couple of waves of the sets, but it looks like it's stacked to the horizon. And of course, you get sunshine, you get rain, you get rainbows. Anue. My word for rainbow, which we see often here.
Yeah, we see it daily, don't we? Spoiled with rainbows here in Hawaii. And that's, like you said, the recipe is there. Rain and sun. And the surfer's still looking for one of these waves to behave. But I do see a couple waves coming more straight with a better shape to it, Kaipo. So we could see a backdoor wave here coming in.
All right, well, it would be all up to Jackson Baker, who has priority over the entire lineup right now. Again, Baker needing that 5.57 and only 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for the priority heat.
Still in it. I mean, even though he's had a pretty shocking heat, he's way in this thing. 5.5 is nothing. He just needs to make it out of one of these nice backdoor barrels.
Callum Robson, close to his competitor, in the lead. Baker can do nothing now but hope for an opportunity under the 2-minute mark. Still more lines coming through, but the direction seems to be pretty straight, like you said, Ross.
Yeah, fresh swell again this morning. So long lines, that's the culprit. And you need those waves to be more peaky, where you can find an entry behind it and through it. But those waves were really walled up.
And with that score that Jackson needs, he can't budge. There's no reason for him to budge. It's not like he needs a 2 or a 3 that can go fish on the corners.
Absolutely. I mean, he could technically get a couple high 3s, but the time is too short for that. You're right. He has to get that 5.5.
And again, Callum taking a look at his wrists on the Apple Watch, realizing he's just got to hold Jackson off for another minute. Baker has to be poised and ready to react now with any kind of opportunity. But like that incoming squall, Ross, things are looking a little dark now for the surfer from Meriwether.
And that's the cold reality of surfing places like, in Tahiti and in Hawaii, where you're over a shallow reef, you're looking, the judges want to see you get barreled. And it becomes very obvious when time ticks down like this, if it's going to happen for you or not. It's not like beach breaks where you can find a corner and throw an air. Like, you got to get barreled for a 5.5.
Here we go. Baker looks interested. Here we go with Jackson, looking back door. Drops in, slotted, round one. Gets the doggy door and pleads to the judges, give me that 5.57. Did we just see a turn and a buzzer beater?
Well, he definitely gave the judges something to chew on. Oh, Callum, sick one here at pipe.
That could have been the answer back. I don't know if that was, we're going to have to review that to see if Callum's hands left his rail before the horn.
Which brings up an interesting scenario, because technically your hand doesn't leave the rail when you surf pipe. You grab your rail and you just...
Make it to your feet, I guess, would be the...
Right.
But it looks like, from what I see from our scoring board here, that both waves will factor in. So Jackson Baker may have got the number, but the answer back from Callum Robson, Ross, might have changed the math.
Just trying to chew on these numbers. So for Jackson, it was a very fast barrel. That's not good for him. He needed a little more time and error. That was super technical. If this wave counts, I think it's over, because that's going to be way better than his backup score. But right here, you can see he does everything just right. Nice little bomb turn, thick barrel, but it was fast. It was maybe 2 seconds in there. And they're going to have to really see where they calibrated the 4.17 from Callum and drop that score in. You can see Jackson doesn't seem too confident.
So actually, upon review, I think the wave from Callum Robson will not count from the indication on our scoring screen. But the score for Jackson Baker comes in at a 4.23. So not enough for Jackson Baker. It will be Callum Robson off to the round of 16. When we return, Seth Moniz, Baron Mamiya in the lineup here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Seth Moniz, Pipeline, putting it all together here, looking back at 2022, where the young Hawaiian battled his way throughout the field into the final to face Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, but Seth Moniz showing his Pipeline prowess, both at Pipeline lefts and backdoor, Ross.
Insane. Those two backdoor waves were one of the best rides of the whole year, especially that one where he turned and burned on a 10-footer at backdoor. For Seth Moniz, that was one of the most memorable waves all of last year.
This matchup is a heavy one. Two Hawaiians out in the lineup. Seth Moniz, who spends a lot of time out here at Pipeline, and Baron Mamiya, the Pipeline prodigy. Really one of the top performers as a teenager growing up here at Pipeline. Now 22 years old, the North Shore native is going to be a big challenge for Seth Moniz.
I'm just bummed that the waves aren't 10 to 12 feet, because those are the two sendiest surfers on tour. Seth and Baron both love to just throw caution into the wind. They're so brave. And that was a proper barrel there from Liam there, 6.67. Again, beautiful technique. Liam, such a smooth cat.
Yeah, during the break, Liam O'Brien took the lead off of Ethan Ewing in their matchup in the priority heat. Priority heat with 15 minutes, 30 seconds counting down.
Wow. Again, Ethan Ewing's everyone's favorite surfer, but Liam is, he wants to make a statement on tour. He's got his card, like you said, proper the whole year. It's early in the morning in Australia, Kaipos. Everyone's waking up, having their cup of joe. Got a couple of the boys in the water.
Yeah. And they're joined by a couple of Hawaiians that we expect big things from. Let's look at our WSL stats for head-to-head matchups between Seth Moniz and Baron Mamiya. It's 1-0 in the favor of Baron Mamiya. That happened last year at Sunset, where Baron Mamiya overcame Seth Moniz and went on to win the entire event as a wild card and set himself up for a full year on the championship tour.
Yeah, incredible. Just a hall pass straight on the tour. And, for Baron, again, I really like the way he surfs in hollow waves, but that was impressive for him to get a win at Sunset in the deep water.
And he was open about, even his equipment. He didn't know. He came in as a wild card to Sunset, Baron did. Only had his pipe boards, didn't have any Sunset-specific boards. Rode a 6.3 every single day out there.
Right.
At many times he's saying, hey, my board was too small. But he made it happen.
Yeah, he's got that wide stance, and he's super aggressive. He just likes to attack. And that's why you'd think, okay, that type of surfing in Sunset doesn't really mesh. But the judges love it. If you can pull off a critical turn at Sunset, it's something different for them to look at. And he found the right waves.
Oh, morning traffic in the lineup right now. Who's going to go? It's going to be Mamiya. Finds a backdoor barrel, easy in and out for the North Shore native, and a nice start in his challenge against Seth Moniz. There was a lot of traffic at that takeoff, and the guy under priority ended up getting the wave.
Yeah, that was interesting because I think they're trying to get in position At the same time, he's trying to read Ethan like, hey, pal, are you going? You know, because Ethan had the right of way for the whole heat. But Ethan said no thanks, and just last-minute decision there for Barron. It's a quick barrel, but it's a little backup score.
Barron Mamiya, lucky 88 on his jersey. Second-generation Hawaiian surfer, was pushed into his first wave of pipeline at just 8 years old from the king of pipeline, Derek Ho. Pretty impressive pedigree when we talk about Barron Mamiya.
Yeah, his pops, Barry, too, great surfer. Surfs just like Derek Ho, too. Smooth, goofy footer. I've seen Barry get some great barrels out at backdoor as well.
Yeah, let's hear from Barron and his thoughts on pipeline.
The first time I ever surfed out there, Uncle Derek took me out, and my dad was on the beach, and I was a Grom, and he pushed me into my first couple waves. I got pounded, and then I got one barrel, and I was like, wow, this is insane. You know, I've always wanted to keep getting better and better waves. You know, no matter how good of a wave you get, you always want to get a better wave. But when you grow up on the North Shore, it's basically like the biggest deal. If you don't surf pipeline and you're from the North Shore, you're kind of just like a kook. You got to get over the fear of, you know, dying or hitting your head or whatever it is. You know, it's if you're scared, then you're not really living. That's my opinion on it. So.
Wow, that's pretty heavy, but it's true. It's true, Ross. You can attest to that growing up here on the North Shore. All eyes are on you, and there's an expectation that if you're from here, you better charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just from the state of Hawaii, you know, you're expected to handle heavy water. So it is an added pressure being a local boy from Hawaii.
And it's funny, well, you travel as someone from Hawaii, and you go international, everybody wants to take you to the heaviest wave in their region. You're like, no, I just want to have fun, bro. Like, why are you trying to take me to the craziest one?
That's the other funny thing about growing up on the North Shore, as I did, like as a Grom, you're constantly looking for fun sandbar waves. Like, because the North Shore in general is so scary. You know, you're constantly getting scared by big waves and reef, and then, but as a kid, you're just having so much fun on those friendly days on the sandbar.
Yeah. And how fun is it as a kid also when you start traveling and you're like, everywhere's a sandbar. I get to surf sandbars.
Totally.
This is cool. I can put my feet down. I can walk out. I can do all this stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't wait to go to Australia for my first time when I was 12, 13 years old, just because of that. Watching all the movies and watching the point breaks in the sandbars. It's funny, whatever you don't have, that's what you want growing up.
This is true. Well, in the round of 32, we got some big challenges coming up. Glad you're joining us. We got some world champ heats on the way. Felipe Toledo against Carlos Munoz. Iago Dora is going to take on the GOAT. John Florence is going to take on his good friend, Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, those are three awesome heats right there. And for everyone at home, just don't miss it. Right? It's easy to miss a heat with these overlapping scenario. It flies around.
Stick around with us all day. We're going to bring you all day action. We're going to go through this round of 32 and into the round of 16. By the end of the day, we should have our quarterfinals for the men's established, and we'll be looking forward to finals day where we'll have quarters and on for the men, semis and on for the women. Hopefully we can keep the momentum going. We can keep the swell going as well.
Could be a Wednesday finish. It still should be fun tomorrow. Looking at the forecast, it seems like that could be the best day left in the waiting period, but they do have options.
Nice view from above, the positioning and the paddle. We'll see if we have any takers. Seth Moniz on his first shot there, just falls off the heels.
Proper set here, Kaipo. Pretty solid couple waves.
Ethan Ewing, he's got priority and he's gonna go. Oh, skitters on the bottom, regains control, but that cost him in his line. Admirable effort, however, from Ethan Ewing to survive that little fin release on the bottom.
Yeah, he had to go over that sort of elbow in the transition there and buckled just for a second. Regained control, but momentum is so important here at Pipe. You have to hold your speed.
More waves on the way. Barron Mamiya with priority in the non-priority heat. In overall priority, Liam O'Brien, who is in a lead versus Ethan Ewing. with priority, 8.5 minutes remaining. O'Brien on the hunt here. You can see the little boil at the peak. And O'Brien's going to activate. Knifey drop. Just a quick shampoo on the helmet for Liam O'Brien. Looking to better a 3.5. That's going to be right on the line. Your thoughts, Ross?
Yeah, I think that's a good break for Ethan. He'll have another crack at it because I don't think that'll replace it.
And it looks like Baron Mamiya coming up after an attempt.
Yeah, that's when you know it's tough, when both Seth and Baron are having a little bit of trouble right now. There's some tricky barrels out there right now that are filling up with foam. The soundbar's right there. It's not super perfect. You know, it's a little challenging.
Yeah, because both Mamiya and Moniz are just magicians out here. When you look at a free surf, and you look at the way that both of those surfers are able to cut through a crowd and still find some of the waves of the day on any given session.
Absolutely, yeah. They're well practiced, aren't they? They are head down. They're pretty tall up there on the pecking order, so they get a lot of waves out here at Pipe Backdoor.
Replay here. This is what happened to Baron.
Looked like he also kind of bottomed out just a little bit at the trough of that wave. And it was a smaller barrel, kind of a high and dry barrel, and he was a bit low.
Let's hear it from the man from Evans Head, Australia. Callum Robson's into the round of 16. He's against the glass with Laura.
Cal, coming up against good friend Jackson Baker. That's always a tough matchup. You guys have been, spending all your days in the last week together, months together. How was that heat for you?
Yeah, it's always tough when you come up against a good friend, especially Jacko. We've been hanging out together, and I love traveling with Jacko. He's such good fun. So to have a heat against him sucked, but at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. It's competition, and it's just leave it out in the water.
And you're just saying it was quite stressful out there. What is it that is making it so difficult today? You got a couple of scores, you got one after the buzzer there, but Jacko, you were saying has got a lot of luck. He just didn't make that one wave.
Yeah, I swear he always gets the best waves. He's like lucks into the sickest waves, and if he made that one that he just didn't make, it would have been a different story. So I'm lucky. I'm stoked that I got the opportunities to surf some waves and got through. But yeah, Jacko's such a good competitor, and this front half of the tour really suits him. So I'm sure he's going to come back really strong at Sunset and Bells and places like that.
And you had a bit of a different off season to others. You got shoulder surgery. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so just after Tahiti, I went back and I was just free surfing around home, and I went around to grab my board and my shoulder just popped straight out. So it was kind of an overuse injury and something that I wasn't really on my mind. And then obviously the shoulder popped out, so we made the decision to get surgery, and 3 months out of the water, and then rehab and doing a lot of work. Thanks to Surfing Australia, helped me out with physios and the best surgeons around, which was super good. So no, it went smoothly, and I'm feeling back to 100%.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you into round of 16. You're looking strong.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right, so Callum Robson got his work done this morning, but the job for the day is not over yet. During that interview, we did see Seth Moniz thread through a barrel and earn himself a 4.33. Here it is.
Yeah, just snuck away from the crew, found it down the reef here, and doubled up on his tube time. So, these are the types of waves you need to find out there for backup scores.
Yes, Seth Moniz wearing board shorts from Billabong's Kamehameha collection, a collection of artwork on that entire line celebrating the Hawaii creation story. You can see that entire collection over at billabong.com.
So Seth will be feeling pretty good about that. It's tough to find two good scores when the waves are a little bit inconsistent like it is today. So it really is one of the nice things about having these overlapping heats. Typically a heat on a CT is 30, but with these overlapping you get 40. Just a little more water time to find up that backup score.
Ethan Ewing, he needs a 5.85 right now with priority, under 4 minutes remaining, and we can see the history at this location for Ethan Ewing, so sharp everywhere else in the world, but Pipeline has been a challenge. A 13th to John Florence in 2017, 2021 going down to Kelly Slater, and just last year another 17th finish to Callum Robson taking him out.
Yeah, and I mean, you think of Ethan, you think of right point breaks and just his buttery style and performance. But again, he can get really barreled out here, and he's been finding some pretty good backup scores, but he needs just that one wave with a little more magic.
Yeah, well, that 5.85 is a hefty number in the context of this heat, but 3 minutes remaining. Hopefully enough time for another set for Ethan Ewing. One thing about Ethan, though, is that he always remains so calm, at least on the exterior.
Yeah, he does. You don't see him ever just kind of out of that calm zone that he stays in. He'd be a good poker player. He doesn't ever seem to be frazzled or angry or anything. He's just very stoic, but you know, he doesn't need a big left. He could find a runner backdoor wave and get that 5.8.
2:30 on the clock. Ethan Ewing with priority. Red jersey on your screen. Horizon, semi-quiet at the moment. Positioning, what do you think about it right now, Ross?
Well, you're right. The horizon does look quiet. That's not good for Ethan. But again, he doesn't need a big wave. He just needs like a decent sized medium one. Could be a long runner at backdoor, and he's set up for backdoor right now, just a little further over from the guys. Just don't see a whole lot coming in, but you never know. It doesn't take much.
And Ewing, will he continue that streak of 17ths here at Pipe? If he was to get knocked out, that's exactly what he's going to take from tour stop number 1, CT1, an equal 17th. And in the context of making that mid-season cut, you don't want those. You do get one throwaway, but you don't want 17ths.
Not at all, no. He's taking a look here.
Opportunity for Ewing. Here he goes. Gets in the barrel, travels through that first section. Second section for Ethan Ewing. Needs just a little more and delivers with a little bit more with a fin torquing slash after the barrel. 5.85. Did we just see a flip in the heat?
Behind him, though. One more.
Oh, travel time. And will there be an exit? Liam O'Brien does not come out. So the fate of the heat will be dependent upon the performance and the score last of Ethan Ewing.
What happened to Liam? It looked like he was sweet in that barrel. This is exactly what Ethan needed right here. I'm guessing he's going to get it. And a lot of it really is on that snap right there. Turn of the day so far for Ethan. So, I mean, it's not super obvious. Maybe they'll go under, but I'm guessing he's going to get the score he needs. But I'm interested to see what happened to Liam. That looked like the perfect opportunity to back up his score. And one more look here, Kaipo, at Ethan. Not a super long barrel, but I really liked the turn. And I don't know, but I'm guessing he'll just get the score, but we'll see what the judges do.
I mean, Ethan Ewing just bent his fins on that turn. This is what happened to Liam.
Late drop, lost all his speed, so right there he got hung up. Wow, that was lucky for Ethan that he didn't get that little pump into the barrel. Judges still deliberating. They can take a look at the 6.6 from Liam, see if it's close enough to get that 5.8.
Clock is off in the priority heat, 5.85. Ethan Ewing needs it. Here's the judges, and they're coming under.
Oh.
Not enough for Ethan Ewing. A heartbreak score for Double E, and it will be Liam O'Brien moving on into the round of 16. Wow, exciting action happening right now at Pipe. More exciting action on the way right after this break. This is the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Tons of people come to surf the North Shore every winter, and I think we have a responsibility as ocean people to make sure that our aina and land stays healthy and clean.
We're really grateful to WSL for providing a donation to North Shore Community Land Trust, and the impact of those funds will be continuing to restore lo'i kalo, like the one we see right here, traditional Hawaiian taro patches.
Kalo is a very important plant for our people.
It's our food source. You can eat it from the flower to the stem to the root. Pretty much like identifies Hawaiian culture. So it's awesome to see them building a big lo'i patch back here.
Tell us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure in your posts.
We are one ocean!
Welcome back to Pipeline, the one and only. Check out this view from the sky. Fans on the beach, fans in the houses that are beachfront. A lot of the best surfers in the world have been in those homes for many years. As we go right back into action with Seth Moniz on the replay, getting the vision and the exit as that one shut down, as he's still involved with Baron Mamiya in the round of 32, and introducing a new heat, Kaiwi Belly taking on Ezekiel Lau. Joe Turpel, Megan Abubo, Laura Enever, two CT legends joining me for the call here. A lot of action and a lot of representation from Hawaii in this block in the overlapping format. Megan, that gets you pretty excited.
Yeah, I was really excited for this matchup this morning. This was my favorite matchup I wanted to watch today. Two local boys duking it out, and what a great start that we saw on that first ride. This is going to be exciting.
Really exciting looking at the priority heat with Seth and also Baron Mamiya. This one just getting started. Kaiwi Belly taking on Ezekiel Lau. This is a great matchup. Kaio's seen a lot of the jersey in his time, all kicked off with a World Junior title, just like you have, Laura, way back in the day. His best year to date was last season when he thought he was going to be off tour. Got the call up late, got a third at Pipe, and the rest is history.
That really was like a fairy tale for Kaio, you know, to come in as an injury replacement and to have that mindset to, you know, just come in and go all out. And the way that he just competed last year and to get the third in the event and then move on and just dominate at Sunset as well and set up his whole year on tour, that was really, really cool to watch.
Really cool just to see his whole life change. He thought he was just going to get involved in different things. And maybe that release of saying, hey, maybe I'm moving on. All of a sudden getting the call up late, he had a completely different headspace. Didn't have as much time to stress out about what the tour might entail. And he turned in back-to-back semifinals, not just Pipe, but Sunset Beach as well.
Yeah, he looks like he's having a really good time on tour. He's enjoying himself. He's in that phase of his career where, you know, he's been there, done that. Nothing is kind of catching him off guard. As we see up and riding, that looks like Baron Mamiya threading through a nice one.
He was nicknamed Backdoor Baron when he was just a little kid for his ability to take off behind the peak, well beyond his years. Zeke Lau driving quickly through a closeout. He's trying to make some sense of this lineup in the non-priority side of the heat.
You know, it just struck me, Joe. We've got 3 Hawaiians and Kaio who spent so much time here. This is like these 4 surfers in the lineup. It's just really, Laura, this is exciting because all these guys have the capability of winning out here.
They are like the next generation of the heavy hitters, and we've seen all these guys just drop so many incredible barrels throughout their small, young careers already. So it's going to be amazing to see what they can find out here and hopefully get some epic tube time.
Yeah, I believe that's Zeke. Super deep on that one. Right behind Baron, we saw Baron kind of slow his barrel down just before that ride. And you can really see the way I love the way he shuffles his feet on the board. You know, his positioning he has so much style. It kind of reminds me back in the day, Uncle Mike Ho, he used to always at backdoor like really properly shuffle his feet up to the nose to make it out of the barrel.
As we see a drive right out front, live action once again. Baron Mamiya waiting for scores, Zeke Lau waiting for scores. So trying to get their attempts up in a short period of time to make sure they're moving on to the round of 16. And just up and out of there was Seth Moniz quickly. So a lot of activity, just taking a look, making sure you're not left out of these heats. We've had some pretty big names go down. When you think of the WSL Final 5 last year, Ethan Ewing just lost to Liam O'Brien. Man who just missed out on the WSL Final 5, but it's always put it as a favorite to win this event one day. Colapinto went down to Leonardo Fioravanti. Things move twist as we try to digest some of those big losses, Laura.
Yeah, and Italo Ferreira, losing him this morning was a really gnarly one to Ian Gentile. And, you know, this is what makes pipe so awesome. You know, someone can just get that one wave. And we've seen a lot of one-sided heats as well this morning. Just someone can't get started in a heat. Or at Griffin, we didn't even see him get over 1 point ride. He couldn't even find anything. So, you know, there's been a lot of one-sided heats, hopefully, as we progress through the day. And, you know, it looks so glassy and beautiful out there at the moment. And those trades are meant to pick up. So fingers crossed we just see more and more barrels.
With all these Hawaiians in the water right now, you know, it's a really good opportunity for all the locals to be watching the action on Spectrum Surf Channel, Channel 20 and HD 1020. Punching free is Zeke Lau and stretching out the finish in the flats. Great effort there for the big man.
Yeah, I'm sure the beach is cheering for Zeke. It's funny, even the security guys, Kanaka Solutions, they're always like, whenever the Hawaiians are out in the heat, they always come out, hey, who's up now? Is this Zeke? Is this Carissa? They're, you know, total support for the Hawaiians. Look at Zeke. Nice behind the peak there. Right here, I love how he sets up for that turn. That's super shallow. I mean, he went all out on that thing. He, like, just totally airborne when he came down on that.
And speaking of airborne, just the visions in my mind still of what he did at the Eddie Aikau event just a couple of weeks back at maxing out Waimea Bay. Zeke Lau actually got the best single wave of that contest. They scored their best 3 throughout the day. But Zeke got a great award from getting the biggest bomb, knifing it. Said it's hard to even remember because he was so focused, so much energy on that incredible day. So yeah, not too much water. Sometimes you just got to ditch your board and try to find some space. Even on some of the smaller looking waves, there's definitely packs a punch. But still a lot of beauty out there, Strider, to enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see all these surfers in the water right now. Everybody looking at the rights. A bunch of regular foots. They all have rightitis. So they're all been just looking at all these little rights running through. And as soon as a real set arrives from the west, we'll see them come back to the other side. That's going to open some opportunity if you're looking for those pipe waves. These guys obviously all loving the backdoor reef. And so they have a great relationship with that wave. And you watch them just hunting around, even on the way back out. Not even halfway back into the lineup, they're identifying waves and catching them and getting into these little nuggets. So there's so much opportunity out here on a day like today with all the different swell directions in the water. Pretty fun to watch from out here, watching the caddies, the caddying of the surfers back and forth, looking, head faking. We've seen it all day, and I can't wait to see some more. Hopefully we see some more big west sets, though. I want to see that pipeline light up.
Hey, Strider, Megs here. Just wanted to know, I've been noticing that the lineup's really getting calm and glassy compared to this morning. Is that the vibe you're feeling when you're actually in the water right now?
Yeah, well, what's happening is we got a lot of passing showers. So as the cloud cover comes over and you have all of that, you know, the rain drizzle come down, you kind of mellows out the wind and slows things down. So, and then as that blows through, then we get the trade winds kicking back in again. And I just felt them, you know, just as we were saying that. So that's kind of been going back and forth, which is a blessing because sometimes when it's too windy, it gets blustery. So right now we got great conditions. We just need the swells to arrive.
Thanks, Strider. You're looking great out there. There's a nice rainbow behind him as well. You always love that being on the North Shore and all over the Hawaiian Islands. You see a lot of rainbows with all this rain as putting their head down and trying to punch free. Looked like Kaiwi Belly interested in the left of Pipeline. 9 minutes in the priority heat with Seth and Paramamia. These two have a ton of respect for each other and rolling in. Seth on the move. Runner-up in the event last season as he's trying to slow down for that inside cave. Great effort there, trying to max out the tube time. All about speed management. Never want to outrun the barrel, but you got to see what's coming further down the line. Seth trying to improve on a 4.33 there as we have another look, Megan.
Yeah, look at this, just super deep. He's going so fast. He's driving down the line there, eyeing up, slowing down for this next section. Oh, it just stays in there perfectly, maximizes his tube time.
I love the way that he slowed down while he was paddling there to just make sure that he was going to be behind that first section and then just playing with it here. Seth has surfed out here so often and just knew that that wave would open up the whole way. Maybe probably would want to be deeper next time, but it's a nice backup for sure.
Zeke Lau gets the exit, catching up with him coming out of that replay. That'll be his best so far in the non-priority heat with Kaiwi Belly.
They all kind of have such a similar approach to their barrel riding, especially all three Hawaiians, that, I mean, definitely like with the jerseys on, and we've known their styles for so long, but for the average person sitting on the beach, you're like, they all surf so precisely. And, you know, like, again, they thread through the barrel pretty similarly.
Imagine growing up at Backdoor as your place to learn how to barrel ride. I mean, it's a pretty amazing thing. You know, we've seen Seth grow up at Billabong House. He lives obviously on the South Shore, but always coming up here as we look at Zeke's wave there, a bit foamy, but just getting the job done there, and probably will be his high score. But yeah, Seth's grown up at the Billabong House, you know, surfing out here with Andy, Joel, all of his heroes, and you can really tell that he is just so comfortable out in this reef.
And Zeke Dave Riddle used to be my roommate way back in the day. And Riddle had all the groms, and Zeke was like 10 years old, you know, no hair on his head, 10 years old, staying on the living room floor, and he's been charging ever since.
I remember there was a deal I believe he had with his dad that he wasn't allowed to grow his hair out until he won a national title. He won a junior national title in the NSSA at lower trestles, and I was like, okay, he's going to have some big hair coming next year. And I think he didn't know how to grow it out. He shaved it again. It took him a while till he started letting it flow, but it was kind of a cool deal. He wanted to be able to grow his hair one day, and that was the deal he had with his dad, who was a talented athlete himself, a wide receiver for UH back in the late 80s. As we'll have a chance to catch up with Liam O'Brien with Dimity.
Well, Liam O'Brien finally getting your first heat out of Pipeline a year later after that crazy injury last year. What was that like?
That was fun. Yeah, it was good fun. There's a few barrels, a bit tricky, but yeah, I mean, it's nice to have something that resembles pipe for a heat, and yeah, really grateful to be here and to get a chance to get a few kegs in a heat.
Yeah, well, you had an amazing performance on the Challenger Series, getting yourself right back where you belong on the tour. Coming up against Ethan Ewing, one of the most talked about surfers this year, what was your thoughts going into that matchup with Ethan?
Yeah, definitely a bit nervous. Ethan's so talented, and he's pretty much smoked me every time we surfed against each other. So yeah, I don't know, I was a bit nervous, but at the same time you can't think about them too much. At the end of the day I had to go and get a couple of barrels, and it worked out in the end.
And you guys are staying together. Have you done anything to try and psych him out in the house?
Nah, no psych outs.
Well, good luck. Can't wait to watch you in the next rounds.
Sweet, thanks Tim.
A lot of respect for each other in that last one, Liam O'Brien and Ethan Ewing, and definitely Ethan Ewing is a sensational athlete. A lot of people's favorite styles on tour. Had his best year to date last season, but O'Brien's so comfortable in his skin. I remember when he got a call up as a wild card at Rottnest Island, he turned it into a semifinal. I feel like he just knows what he's good at. He's well traveled and seems to be incredibly comfortable here on the North Shore of Oahu, Strider. And that's really interesting for these international surfers that have to grow in comfort traveling here to the North Shore.
Well, you know what? It's borderline dangerous for those guys coming over here. Reality is, you know, being a traveling surfer and coming over here trying to get waves at Pipeline, it's a tough go. A lot of the local guys obviously on all the best waves. And we saw Liam O'Brien last year qualify morning of his first event on tour. I think he broke his foot, or he definitely had an injury and took himself out for the year. So, you know, and that was because he was pushing himself to catch a wave, and that's the hardest thing to do out here, is to find waves and actually establish yourself and actually get into a rhythm and try and warm up out here. And for him, it ended up ending his whole year. So it's great to see him back, great to see him with a heat win. But as a traveling surfer coming over here trying to get comfortable, not the easiest thing to do at Pipeline.
Strider, sometimes I guess the first waves you get are typically the wrong ones, maybe the ones that look like closeouts. Personally for you, Oz, how hard was that to finally get a wave that you actually wanted out here at Pipeline?
Yeah, it's true. You know, you go through the pecking order and you're at the bottom when you're a traveling surfer. And so when you literally are taking the scraps, you end up sending it on waves that can be, you know, the end of your career, so to speak. But for me, finding a place in the lineup and actually getting into one of those bombs behind the peak and establishing yourself is one of the best feelings in the world, especially being a traveling surfer and getting the nod from the local boys. It feels good.
Well done, Strider. Strider is a cover man from Pipeline experience way back in the day, a peak of his career. And he still enjoys it to this day, feeling the energy of the Pipeline.
Yeah, I remember the first time I met Strider. He used to stay with JD, Jeff Donor, another North Shore fixture. And they had a house next to, used to be Rochelle Ballard and Bill Ballard back when they were married. And it was just like this cool compound. Casey Curtis used to stay there. Oh, as we see, Kyle, looks like that was Kyle pulling in there. Little quick in, but no out. Yeah, as I was saying, down at Keiki, and it was just Corey, the Lopez brothers used to come by. It was such a cool little spot, and that's when they were making all the Lost movies and stuff. So that was when I remember Strider just coming home and like always with sunburnt and catching tons of waves and like getting barreled.
He had a good point as well, being a traveling surfer and coming here, we have such respect for all the locals, and you know your place in the lineup. You are, like he said, just trying to catch whatever you can, the scraps, just to, just get used to the wave. But it takes a lot of time, a lot of hours spent out here. And, I think when some of the locals notice you've been out there for a long enough time, then you might get the nod. So also checking out the conditions. Sometimes it could go onshore and then a rain squall like this morning could come through and all of a sudden it goes glassy. So kind of noticing the conditions around here, and if it goes glassy, try to be the first out.
Such a good call, Laura. Great advice. And I feel like if you learn this system and you come up with it, you're going to be a great traveling surfer, because then you go around the world with this idea of respect and not trying to take off on set waves and waiting your turn till you're basically invited in a way to start getting in a rotation. And that can help your cause as a surfer, whether you're pro or not, when you travel with respect, respect the locals, wait your turn, be patient in the lineup, and
take your shoes off.
More often than not, you'll get your waves. Another great rule when you come to Oahu. Minute 15 to go. Nat Young still enjoying the action. He'll be bouncing back at sunset. And Rio Waida, exciting rookie on tour, got a nice, solid barrel this morning, which was really fun to watch. He's coming up against Connor O'Leary later on in this round.
Rio said he's been on the road for 4 months now, so that's 4 months away from Indonesia. He must be missing his family and friends a lot at the moment, but he's focused. He's living his dream right now.
I saw him on the sandbar the other day ripping, and I was like, man, you want to come over for dinner? What do you need? And he's like, I'm loving this. I'm not homesick. This is where I want to be. So he's really channeled that. This is my job. I've made it. Let's enjoy it. And let's enjoy his warm-up this morning at Pipeline, Megan.
Yeah, nice big cavern he pulls in over here. And then he gets completely ejected with that spit, nearly runs someone over because he's going so fast.
As he's super focused on the lineup, said the main thing for his diet is just staying away from sugar. He really tries to focus on that. Doesn't get too strict after that, and because he surfs so much, he feels great. He's still young, and he's coming up in a matter of moments with this overlapping format, as we have run out of time in the Seth and Barron heat. Barron Mamiya going for a last chance effort, needing a 6.59. Looks at the panel, said, is that enough? Back to business with the finish, and he'll step off. So trying to take off in time of the heat, standing by to see if he got up in time, and looks like it was a little too late. Right after the horn for Mamiya. So just running out of time before he got to his feet. The horn went off, so Seth Moniz will take the win in the All-Hawaiian Clash and move on into the round of 16. A tough one for Mamiya because he got a gem of a wave just seconds too late after the buzzer, as Seth will try to repeat his success from last season and get back in the final here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline in memory of Andy Irons. The overlapping format continues here in the round of 32. Sammy Pupo, Ryan Callanan coming up next. The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, and by Craft 1861, official health and wellness partner of the World Surf League. There's been a lot of great changes in pro surfing, and starting off with Pipe, Callanan loves that. To kick off another great year on the championship tour, he kicks off this heat with a brief vision, punches through the wall to stand on his feet. The surfer from Meriwether Beach opening up well, but a bigger one setting up for Zeke Lau's backhand. At Pipeline, there's the spit. But Zeke goes down on a great opportunity as he's now turned into the priority heat with Kyle Belly.
Looked like it was running. I thought I was too deep at the start side. Once I did those pumps, I was like, fuck, I have too much speed. That was worthy. That's all you need to do. I thought it'd be more than 4.9, but I guess it probably was like way ahead. You could see your nose the whole time. Yeah, Seth's going to run into...
Nice little breakdown. Coach Reynos Hayes and Seth Moniz. Believe Reynos has been coaching Seth since he was about 7 years of age. It's a long time. It's an uncle for Seth, and just real solid feedback right after that heat win, as we'll get caught up here during the break. Some action, Megan.
Yeah, look at that. Zeke finding a little cover there. Nice floater re-entry.
And then the wave right after it that I thought he was going to come out of, Laura.
Yeah, that wave looked bigger for sure, but unfortunately they just got stuck behind that. But yeah, I like that first commitment from Zeke there, you know, that big backside float, getting so compressed after. So, you know, just putting any points on the board he can find.
You know, Reynos Hayes is, I mean, he was even my coach. Not like, you know, he was in the beginning stages. I'm just saying he's seen many generations of Hawaiian surfing through many different junior surfing titles and championships and professional surfers, and he's got so much knowledge. And he, you know, growing up on the North Shore, he knows sunset super well. He was a pipe specialist back in the day. And I mean, you look at the guy, he's kind of a machine. At his age, he's still up super early, super amped. I mean, he has a young baby. He's just like the epitome of youth. You know, it's like he never ages.
100%. He's literally looked the same since I met him. But yeah, Reynos just exudes, you know, that aloha, and he's so calm and centered and composed. I think that's what it's, you know, makes it so amazing working with him or just seeing him around. And, you know, he's a great guy.
It's so cool. You see him in the water and he just starts coaching you. It's great.
I'm like, does this mean I get the next wave?
Yeah, it helps so much. Such a peaceful human being. As we look at Zeke Lau, Kaiwa Belly, we just saw Ryan Callanan and Sammy Pupo get introduced for another great heat together. Samuel, 5th place last year at Pipeline. That was a huge moment for the young rookie superstar, and then ended up peaking result-wise at a final at Saquarema, all Brazilian final, where he was runner-up to the eventual world champ Felipe Toledo. And the place was going off, from the waves to the reactions. Samuel showed us more bravado and just entertainment. Every claim was so meaningful in that moment. It was really cool to see a young kid on tour, the second youngest on tour, have a big stage like that to perform, Megan.
Yeah, it's the biggest stage in surfing, right? And sometimes you step up to the plate and you bring your A game, and sometimes, it takes you a little while to figure it out. I believe that we see Kaio on that one. What a nug he packed into that one, but he didn't come out.
Just that classic weightless free fall that you're willing to do on your backhand. He's got such an incredible approach. Didn't get the exit, but showing off he can take off under the lip, inside the barrel, and he'll try to have another effort at it. He just loves the tube. Doesn't matter if it's a 1-foot beach break or if it's big pipeline. Remember, he won an event at Hainan Island where he was finding barrels in 2-foot conditions. What'd you see, Laura?
Loved the way he slid and knifed into that one, just connecting the rail there. But unfortunately, that one just shutting down. It looked like we saw those sets and those lines coming from a while away then, but just unfortunately that sandbank wreaking havoc there.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like the second wave gets like a lot of water and it makes it a little tougher. It's not always the case. Some swells, the second wave is better. But it does seem like that sand is, like you said, creating a little havoc. So for that second wave.
So true. Speaking of water moving, Strider, what's the Rip doing at the moment?
Yeah, well, that's I wanted to get into the different moods of the water surface out here. So as that set approached, I saw a massive ripping right through the lineup where the wave at Pipeline would be, and with that, it would disturb the water surface. And I was just commenting on it, and then as soon as that set arrived, you saw Kaio drop into that wave, and there was all that disturbance on the face of the water, and it actually chopped up the lineup and where his path was, and that's why he went down. It made the wave kind of eat itself, and it was, even before it got to the sandbar. So, you have to really identify those little things before you take off on every wave out here. And, well, as soon as we saw that riptide going through the lineup, I was like, ooh, that's kind of harsh. It's going to make it hard to make it through the barrel. And the next one, sure enough, Kaio going down.
Strider, it's Laura. Do you think you could take a shovel out next time and start shoveling that sand away?
You know what we need? We need one of those, oh, wait, Kaio is on fire out the back over here.
Get to it, mate.
That's right, Waz. There we got a nice little backdoor pit in the roundhouse from Kaio Ubeli. So going down once and then correcting that last mistake and getting the exit, chasing a 4.94 to take out Ezekiel Lau. Let's take another look, Megan.
Yeah, here he's beautifully positioned. He side slips right into that thing. Just kind of sitting on the foam ball, looks right back at it, and beautiful roundhouse, as you mentioned there, Joe. But he comes unstuck from it. You can see this angle right here. He's just eyeing it up. He side slips into it, engages those fins, guiding himself with his front arm, and just gets spit out. And I love how he just looks back into the barrel. Right here, bringing that board around and rebounds. That's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, I love the positioning from Kaio. He would have seen this TP come through, as we see Ryan Callanan here just getting deep on this one and just disappeared, and nice to make that wave. But yeah, nice to see these guys getting a couple of back-to-back barrels now. But it seemed like Zeke had priority on the Kaio wave, so Zeke obviously sitting, anchoring out further, just waiting for that more perfect, bigger wave to just try to put a bigger score on his board. But yeah, love that from Kaio.
Well done. Kaio Ubeli actually has a better track record at Pipe result-wise over Zeke Lau. Zeke now into his 6th appearance at Pipeline. His wild card back in the day, yet to get into a quarterfinal out here at Pipe. You can kind of flip the whole script when it comes to his reputation at Sunset Beach, where he's won the World Cup. He's dangerous out there, and it's interesting because he rarely spends time free surfing the place, but has a very instant connection with stop number 2 on the calendar. Let's now hear from Seth Moniz with Dimity.
Yeah, Seth, you had one of the most memorable finals with Kelly last year, I think, ever. This year, the forecast has been very tricky, but you managed to find some fun ones in that. What's your strategy like going out in heats like this?
Yeah, same game plan, just got to make heats, whether it's good or average like it is today. That was a tough heat coming against one of my close friends, Baron Mamiya. I hate matching up with friends early in the rounds, but I had to do what I had to do, and I got a rough start in the beginning and then got my momentum, but misread a few waves. I think that I got kind of low scores, but stoked to make it.
Yeah, do you find it hard matching up against a guy like Baron, someone else who spends so much time out here, has their own secret little lineups and stuff? How do you go about keeping your spots that you like to sit a little bit of a secret, at the same time try and be on the best ones?
It's a hard one. A guy like Baron, I think he'll be a pipe master one day. He's one of the best guys out here, so there's no real tricking a guy like that. So I don't know, my game plan was just to open up and get some just complete rides, because it's really hard out there right now, and the waves are clamping, it's all over the place. So yeah, I was kind of, even though I had low scores, I wasn't comfortable that whole heat.
Yeah, well, just keep doing what you're doing, and I'm sure that you'll be able to make it to another final. So good luck, Seth.
Goddamn, thank you.
Seth Moniz playing a really sharp game. Ton of respect for his good friend Baron Mamiya, and he did a great job. The scores he had are really solid for today in the challenging conditions, as he's off and running into the round of 16, where he'll take on Liam O'Brien later on today. Big drop at backdoor for Kaio Ubeli, sneaking out the low road and punching free to get a beautiful completion.
That was wild. Just seeing the way that Kaio swung for this wave, he just tried to even fake Zeke out like he wasn't even looking at it and just swung last minute when he saw a little glimpse of maybe a doggy door there, and I just can't believe he found it.
Well done for Kaio Abelli, relying on his instincts, going backdoor, going pipe at the start of this heat. The man is a wizard when it comes to tube riding, and knowing that he just had a certain amount of time to get deep, make sure he came out before the whole wave shut down, Megan.
Yeah, he's super deep on this. Look how, I mean, look at the line he's drawing. I mean, I want to call that, that's how you make a score out of a closeout, honestly. Like, let's get real here. Look how deep he is. He's driving through this barrel. It's kind of frothy. And he finds this little dog. I mean, it's not even a doggy door.
It was
That's
just,
a huge door.
bashed
Or
with
no
the
door.
lip.
Yeah. Yeah, Laura, that's no door. He
Yeah,
punched
just knocked
through
it down.
that.
Things are just shutting down, and Kaio's just feeling free to roam. What a beautiful exit from that tube. And a little reminder on the left side of your screen, the reef showing up, how shallow it is on the inside. We saw Rio get dry docked on opening day, paddling back out. For Kaio, trying to better a 1-1-3, that's long gone. And he's 1-0 over Zeke in the past. So he's trying to stay undefeated over the big Hawaiian. Kaio, what a year it's been. He's been really enjoying surfing crazy slabs. Some of the waves that he spends time on in Brazil, they don't even look like waves. They're backless, gets the ski going, and looks like we've got something happening for Sammy Pupo. Pupo comes out right in front of Kaio. He'll be able to get his finish. Kaio actually delayed his paddle because he just got news of an interference. So he spent time reacting on that interference call.
I saw that before. I saw the boys at the top of one of the waves just sort of, putting their hands up. So that must have been Zeke saying, hey, Kaio was in my way. I'd love to hopefully see that. But that is heartbreaking. Kaio's not happy.
Right there, Kaio dealing with a tough message after getting that crazy wave that he made it out of. He's going to lose an entire score, which sometimes makes it impossible to move on, depending on the scoreline. This is what just happened, Megan.
Oh yeah, you can see they actually touched. They actually had physical interaction with one another. So that is not accepted. That's not accepted on tour. I mean, you can't actually physically touch the person with priority, right, Laura?
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like it to me. I mean, if we slow it down even more, but and when you block someone, the point in this is so that no one gets hurt out at high climb. Oh, here we see Ryan Callanan. Oh, nice.
Ryan wide open. He's been loving these lefts. More travel time, but that one stretched out on the sandbar. He's in the non-priority heat with Samuel Pupo, but still digesting the interference call on Kaio Abelli that just happened. Losing an entire wave. Now Zeke will go right to first. He has a 3.5 and a 2.57, so Kaio can still move on from this thing.
He only needs a 6-point ride car right now, so I mean, totally doable. But yeah, I'd love to hear both sides of what happened, in the lip there. But it looked like Kaio was, off his board or, just slid off. But yeah, interference, that sucks.
Yeah, stand by for an update from upstairs. We'll get a visit with the head judge when he's got a moment to get more insight on the call, as Kaio's last wave hadn't been scored yet. So sounds like the interference call was previous to Kaio taking that last wave at backdoor, because now that score is counting at a 7-point ride. One single score is enough at the moment to still have the lead with an interference. And now Zeke Lau's chasing a 3.51. It's not over yet for Kaio Abelli.
This is so exciting. I mean, 3.51 for Zeke now, that's not a lot, but with 3 minutes to go, it can sometimes be the hardest score to attain.
Yeah, sometimes, Laura, right? Those smaller heat scores are the ones that make you the most nervous, and they put so much anxiety on you that sometimes you don't even catch the right wave.
And there's a big difference between a 3 and a 3.5. That's, could be 2 turns, be one big turn, one maneuver, but if the barrel's too small, he's not going to be able to get that.
And I think that the biggest lesson in this is, there's the priority system in place for safety, so you don't hinder anyone's scoring potential.
We'll take one more look here, Megan. What do you see?
Yeah, it looked like, I mean, honestly, they weren't both aggressively paddling for it. They were kind of parallelly paddling for it, and then, right, Laura?
Zeke was looking at the left there and just went to try go, and Kyle was right in front of him. So he obviously very unintentional right there. He just ended up on the wrong side of Zeke, but
I think it might be a fair call. I think that call is actually brilliant. Just looking at Kaio's space, Zeke couldn't get into it. There's a lot of people that will try to even hang on to priority for a while, kind of fake they're going and see how long they can have undisputed right away and what they can get away with. As we'll pull up the WSL rule book, the surfer hinders another surfer's ability to maximize their scoring potential while riding a wave. Then the obstructing surfer will receive an interference. We've got the priority interference there where you lose an entire wave, so a score equaling 0. Good thing for Kyle, he's got a 7, and it's still winning the heat right now.
Yeah, and as a surfer, when you don't have priority, you really position yourself. Like, there's no need to go shoulder to shoulder with the surfer with priority, right, Laura? You're smarter than that. You know that.
Yep. You don't want to be painting their toenails when you don't have priority.
Also, that additional rule when you pass the 5-minute mark, we saw the heat with Kyle Medina here at Pipe years ago. That rule ended up being updated from what you can do of taking off intentionally with priority when you know you can afford the interference. And now entering the final minute, can Kyle survive with one wave? So far, so good with that 7-point ride.
And you see him right there. I believe he's praying. He'd have a great score line too if he didn't get that interference out there. He really would.
This is passion right here. This means so much to Kyle. He was saying in his interview when he won his heat against Kelly the other day that his off season wasn't really off. It was on. He trained so hard. He wanted to come into this year, and he wants it. He wants to be in that top 5. He didn't party. He went straight into training.
He's so solid. He said it was the first time he ever did that type of work to prepare for the world title race. He doesn't mind a paddle battle. He doesn't mind taking his own path. We saw how scrappy things got for the start with Kelly the other day. And now we're down to 24 seconds. Zeke with priority needs a 3.51. And it looks like he's choosing this wave. Head down for the Hawaiian to try to make it into the round of 16. Coming down to this first pump, solid at backdoor, punches out free, already celebrating the completion.
Wow.
And it's going to come down to that wave.
I don't want to be a judge right now.
Megan's got some feelings, and I want to hear from you, Megan. Your first reaction, is it enough to turn the heat? Just needing a 3.51.
Joe, it's close. They're going to replay this, as we can see right now on screen. I mean, beautiful positioning. He's pretty deep in that thing. He picked the perfect place to come out with the doggy door, but was he in there long enough?
Just thinking back to maybe Seth's wave in the last heat that he got a 4.54. He was deep in that, and it was a chunky little section. But,
and I think the great thing for the judges is they have Zeke's 3.5 that he does have. He basically needs just a touch better, 3.51. So that's their direct comparison. This was Zeke's 3.5.
Yeah, I went a little silent there because I was just kind of thinking to myself, pretty comparable, Joe. Really comparable. The only difference is he came out of the doggy door on one, and the other one he just kicked out.
Yeah, very similar type of waves, needing a similar type of score. Incredibly close. Kaio's been in this spiritual place ever since he heard the interference call. As we'll see this wave one more time. Is it a 3.51, Laura, as we take another look?
This is a really hard one. That wave was smaller. That 3.5 he got at the start of the heat was a bigger wave. There it is, just under.
Scores coming through for Zeke Lau. 3.10, not enough. Kaio Ibelli is beside himself.
Almost broke his ankle.
Wears his heart on his sleeve. Got the interference call, and he basically wasn't even surfing the heat anymore. He just sat out in the water with his hands to the sky and ends up taking out Ezekiel Lau with an interference on one wave of a 7-point ride. More drama, more action coming up next. Let's flash back to the biggest day in pro surfing, the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. It was Felipe Toledo's day. Lights out, back-to-back wins in the title match over a rampaging Italo Ferreira. Destiny was realized for Felipe into his 9th season on the championship tour, blitzing every section at Lowers on that famous Sharp Eye surfboard. Didn't even need to go to the sky. Blitzing every section with searing cutbacks and carves. And Italo had a valiant effort to fight back, but it'll always be remembered as Felipe Toledo's day. He hopped on a flight soon after, went back to his hometown of Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, rode on top of a fire engine, went to the mayor's office, and the celebration continued. It actually rained a lot that day in the celebration, but the fans did not care. Soaking wet, celebrating the new world champion.
Almost as big as Carnival, that celebration. No, Felipe was in sizzling form that day. The finals, what an unforgettable time for him in his life.
So cool. For Felipe, just having all those hard years of coming up short of the title race. 2015 was when he started winning championship tour events. That's when he went crazy at Snapper Rocks, kicked off the year #1 in the world. He'd have a chance when Pipe was the final event of the season, and he'd slip out of contention as the day would go on. And to pick yourself back up again to try again, that's sometimes easier said than done, Megan.
Yeah, Joe, especially at the end of the way it used to be set up where Pipe was the last event of the year. To come into an event like that, you have to have that confidence. And then if you're going up against anyone who maybe is more of a pipe specialist, so there's all that to deal with and contend with as well, even though you're usually everybody's favorite surfer.
And the scariest thing is that after Felipe won his world title, it wasn't like that relief. It wasn't that, I've ticked my goal off. It was, I've just started. So that's some dangerous attitude there.
Sometimes the year following your world title is sometimes your toughest year on tour. For Derek Ho, he won his world title and then had a tough year to follow after that one. For Potts, he said coming after his world title, after 8 years of gunning for it, 1990, he was just still in celebration mode and didn't have that high level of, I want to beat everyone still, because you finally got that cup. De Souza, I think, lost that edge a bit because it'd been such a long jersey to be #1 in the world.
Yeah, and there's that famous saying, everything that goes up must come down. And you think they spend 9 months of the year, like, putting that energy into winning a world title or however long it is that they do. And if you take that over many years, it's all that energy that you're exuding, and it comes down.
What an emotional win for Kyle Abelli. He's standing by with Dimity Stoyle.
Wow, Kyle Belli, there was so much drama in that situation. Tell us what's going through your head when you hear you have an interference and something like that happens and you manage to back it up with an amazing barrel.
Yeah, it's so hard when that happens. He wasn't looking for the wave. He was intentionally trying to put me in interference. It was so clear that with all these camera angles like we have, I really thought the priority judge would have enough understanding of the situation, especially because the wave wasn't rideable in any sides. So I wasn't really stressing out about it. Like I went out there to surf, and that's how I want to win my heats. I don't want to win with technicality. So I came here to do my job. Nobody worked harder than me during the off season. I'm physically strong, mentally strong, and spiritually strong. So after that happened, I knew God had something for me, and I was praying really hard. I was just asking God, like, that situation doesn't come to my heart. Like, I would never try to put somebody in that situation. So I just asked God for justice, and the ocean went flat for a while. I didn't have anything in my power. Like, I was just like, if it's meant for me to make the heat, it's God's way. So I just prayed, and I was crying the whole time. I couldn't handle the situations. Just like we trained so hard to get here, and we trained so hard to get the best waves out there, and it's already a hard task to do that, and to have that situation where one of your scars get blocked, like, it's just something, it throws us off the handlebar. So I'm psyched.
Well, thank you so much. We all know you've proven yourself in heavy water waves like this, so good luck for the next rounds, Kaio.
Thank you, Dimity. Kaio Belli always shares so much with us. His heart, his emotional roller coaster of what happens in a heat. As we get caught up quickly with what just happened, Toledo just got started. One of the fastest surfers on the planet uses that to his advantage at backdoor. On the split, Ryan Callanan in the priority heat. Megan?
Yeah, that was a beautiful split peak there, nice and deep. Unable to come out of that one, but I love seeing that when both surfers taking off and you see them both pulling just good barrels.
Well, Sammy Pupo will be kicking himself that he wasn't on the other side of Ryan for that wave there that Felipe got. And under priority, we've seen that story a lot today. You know, the second priority heat just jagging some waves under the first priority.
Great shot here of all the fans sitting on the sand here at Backdoor and Pipeline. Some famous homes there that have the legends of the sport watching all the action go down. There's those two houses next to each other on the other side of the Jerry Lopez famous house, also Herbie Fletcher's home back in the day. That was where the Momentum generation used to hang out all the time. Benji Weatherly's family were living there, and they just would surf pipe all day long. And then with the sponsors grab a hold of these homes, and then they get to really have the young Groms, you know, go through. Pardon?
Do the dishes.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it, but also learn the ropes here at Backdoor and Pipe. But it's all about, right, being a good traveling surfer, understanding how to, you know, have a successful career at Pipe and Sunset Beach. It's a great story. Felipe, what a start. 6.83 on his opener, Megan.
Yeah, he's got to be happy with that. Early days in the heat, beautiful score. Oh, he's looking really comfortable and confident on those rights.
I enjoy how fast he is at backdoor. He's had a 10 out here in the past. Speaking of 10s, remember 110 for a 10 all season long. Surfers get a Yeti Tundra 110 for all those perfect scores. And so Felipe remembers how quick he can go on his forehand. You see how many barrels he makes at different venues around the world. And I feel like it makes sense as a world champion. Now is his time to enter a final showdown at Pipe for the first time in his career.
Yeah, I feel it. I think that that would be one of his main goals right now. You know, he's got the world title. Now it's like, okay, how am I going to get as far as I can into the event at Pipe, at Tahiti, at all these heavy waves? And, you know, he's pushing himself, and he is an incredible barrel rider. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. And obviously he started the heat with a bang.
See that big park in the background there? See a lot of young kids playing soccer, baseball practice, all happens right there. And then they walk across the street and try to get barreled like Felipe at Pipeline. Couple of sections to try to fight through, and he will go down on his second effort.
Joe, this might be his year. You know, everybody knows he's the world champion, right? But now that this might be the year, like, okay, any small little weaknesses or areas that I haven't won an event or what, this might be where he's going to try to capitalize on that. So this could be a really exciting year to follow Felipe.
And I feel like Felipe is the opposite of like a defending champ, feeling like he's got to protect something. More on that in a second. What did he do on this left, Laura?
Yeah, no, he rode this really well. He was almost going to manufacture a score out of this smaller wave, but just couldn't punch through that doggy door.
And I was thinking when he wins an event, he often goes back to back. You know, think what he did at J Bay when he sort of picked new lines and went above the lip, and it was almost impossible to beat him for a couple of seasons in a row. He's become the king of Rio de Janeiro, where he just repeats success and podiums and victories now with 4 titles on that venue. So I feel like once he wins, he comes in to play with more confidence. As we see the GOAT. Kelly Slater preparing for Yago Dora coming up next. And a longtime friend, longtime competitor of Kelly, Ross Anthony Williams, standing by in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Ross, always excitement when you see your good friend Kelly suit up in the jersey once again.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, it is really cool. Almost 51 years old and still doing it. It's just really hard to believe. But I was talking to Trav Lee, who's in charge of all the surfboards for Slater Designs, and Kelly's got a couple boards. He's actually had a good amount of time here the last few weeks warming up on them. Basically 6.0, 6.1. We're looking at pretty basic boards. The one he grabbed right now actually has 3 fins, but Kelly's notorious for riding quads out here. I'll be surprised if he doesn't ride a quad because of these fast running rights. You'd think that would be his weapon of choice. He's got his own fin company too, the Endorphin, which is looking really good under his feet.
Ross, you're actually right. He's just switched to a quad.
All right. Yeah, and I think that's probably the right call, to be honest. And I'm surprised more surfers don't do it because you got these long stretched out rights. It really does have a little more speed than a thruster.
Good man, Ross. So we see Kelly heading out to the battlefield to take on Iago Dora. Ross was telling me earlier how this matchup is great because Iago's not afraid to go above the lip as well. They're going to have the goofy foot draw to see if he can find some great lefts at pipe. Callanan's been taking that approach as Ryan's still leading over Samuel Pupo. So there's a little bit of everything at the moment as far as backdoor and pipeline, Laura.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, Sammy Pupo has 6 minutes to go and he just hasn't really, like you said before, Megan, been taking any of bites out of the pie.
Yeah, he's only got one wave ridden, and that includes every wave that's under his belt. So I'm sure, you know, he's got priority. Oh, as we see Ryan right here up on this one.
Air drop, blow tail, and goes down. One of the best aerialists in the game. And some of them are just big turns where he blows his entire board out. It's got a nice mix of Craig Anderson in him. Nice mix of Luke Egan into him. As we see Felipe Toledo just up and out.
You can't help but when he makes that stance that you think, okay, what's he going to do here?
Yeah, shuffle the feet a bit wider. And yeah, Ryan Callanan, he's known for those big wafting blowtails and airs. And yeah, I can't wait to see him make one of those.
Like those surfers that push the limits above the lip through their junior career, he dealt with those injuries of landing hard in the flats. He always had the ability, and then he just started falling in love with training. He's gigantic compared to his junior self, and he definitely handles injuries a lot better as far as knowing how to do the right type of exercise to prevent those injuries, knowing how to throw away an air if it feels like you might hurt yourself.
And talking about injuries, I mean, Ryan Callanan missed out on this event last year due to a broken wrist, as we see Felipe just a little flyaway there. But what a different story for both of these guys in this heat. Ryan missing this event and Sammy obviously getting the semis in his first ever pipe as he's going to pull the trigger.
Samuel trying to burn off some speed, not quite barreled yet till now. Smaller inside section, but effective in getting a second scoring ride, only counting a 3.93 until that stage, now with 4:24 on the clock. So being very selective in comparison to Ryan Callanan, who's caught 6 waves already. Here's Samuel, Megan.
Yeah, look how smooth. He almost kind of just side slipping into that one, just fits in there so perfectly. I love how compact he gets, but really, again, he just like the way he places his hand in the wall. He has so much style on his backhand in the barrel.
Yeah, it's so wild to think that he surfed out pipe for the first time during the event last year, or when he came to Hawaii, when he qualified for the tour, and basically learning on the go as the waves were absolutely crazy last year in the event. And, you know, 2.57 for that wave for Sammy, so he's still after the 5.0. So unfortunately that wave, you know, he's got everything. He's got the technique. He's an amazing barrel rider. He just hasn't been able to find one of those waves.
Now running through a quick one there, Carlos Munoz, representing Costa Rica. Pura Vida is something he says to you every time he sees you in the water or on land. He's going to be the injury replacement all season long. And unfortunate news for a rookie from Morocco, Ramzi Boukayem. He had to pull out last minute, but the opportunity showed up for Carlos Munoz, and everyone was thrilled to see the Costa Rican out there. After injuring himself in competition at this event last year, dislocated shoulder, straight to surgery in the middle of the heated competition. So great to have Carlos back at Pipeline.
Yeah, it's great to see him in the water. That's always a tough thing to overcome, you know, going straight from your heat to the hospital, like to surgery, as you said. And then the mindset of going to the very place that it happened at, you know, be able to kind of put things on reset.
Yeah, for Carlos and for Liam O'Brien, who broke his foot the morning of the event. It was such a, you know, bummer of a day for the rookies last year, and I'm just stoked to see him out here having another chance, and hopefully he can get back on the Challenger Series and be here one day where he belongs.
There's an event back in the day at Lowers where they actually went to a video voting contest for a wild card spot into the main event at Lowers. And we saw the power of Costa Rica loving Carlos Munoz. It was on every news channel soccer players, all kinds of athletes were saying vote for Carlos. He easily got into the main event, and he exploded in the opening round with a big win. That heat included Gabriel Medina back in the day. And that was sort of, he put everyone on notice. He was spring-loaded, giant airs, huge corrupt flips, and all the regional events here at Pipe he was a part of. Amazing at backdoor, where he could actually look like he was putting on a free surf. I think what we're waiting now is for that momentum shift in his favor after that injury to kind of put that magic together in a heat again.
Saw him just shaking his arm there, and that's the annoying part of a dislocated shoulder. They can be really tricky and niggly for a long time. So it's obviously a year later, and Carlos is still feeling that. It's just going to be a long-term injury that he has to manage.
As we look at Samuel Pupo slowing down in a small one at backdoor and hitting the inside section. He's celebrating that finish. Pupo chasing a 5.08. Now, didn't have the size or a huge section, but he surfed it incredibly well. Megan's just digesting that in her head right now. Did he do enough? Do you think it will be anywhere near the score?
Yeah, he just slips right into that nice barrel. He's pretty deep there, but this is how he capitalizes, making that last maneuver. That really helped his score there.
Yeah, I think that it's just going to come under. Me personally, it's too small. He got this end turn in here, so that'll give him a few more points. But I just think when we look back at Zeke's wave and the waves in the last heat, that it's probably not going to go there.
As we look at Ryan Callanan lunging through this section, incredibly deep. Our cow makes it, stays with that high line to float it. That was impressive. And if there was any question if Samuel was going to come close, that ended it there with Ryan certainly improving on his last wave as we're into the countdown.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ryan just would have put the nail in the coffin there, and that was one of the better waves of the heat. He was so deep, and then just loved the way he read this, just big pump into this big section here and just flew on through, spat out and into a nice float there. Little head nod, that would have felt very, very good. Loved that, just backdooring that section. Got quite small at the end there, but the whole wave was just so hollow, so.
Spit out into the floater.
Yeah, spit out into the floater.
Job well done, all starting off with his intensity and drive before that section really put him deep. And he felt good. Ryan just slapping the water after this with happiness, knowing that he probably got his best score right at the end of the heat. Last score in for Samuel Pupo, 4.83, not enough. Last for Ryan Callanan, a 7.83. And our Cal will move on into the round of 16 to compete once again later on today. Very impressive from the Goofy Foot Australian. As more action continues, Yago Dora taking on the GOAT, Kelly Slater, coming up next. We're bringing Kaipo, Ross, and Shane Dorian right after this.
For sure, one of the best waves of my life was when I caught the first year I surfed the pipe contest, 91, 19 years old. It was a four-man heat and I needed a wave, basically. I kind of paddled over towards the channel as the set came, and it didn't look like a very big set. It looked like about a 5-6 footer to me, but it was a full-on double up, joining on another swell. I ended up just like basically falling into this wave, somehow landing with my heels in the perfect spot on the board, getting under thickest lip of any wave I've ever ridden at pipe. I was honestly kind of in shock afterwards, and I got a 9.3. As it blew me out, I went over this weird double up that was kind of bending sideways at me, and then there was another wall bending down the line, and I remember just like, okay, I got to make it over this lip that's like in my way, and I saw daylight again, and I just threw my hand up. I was so stoked. It was the best wave of my life.
Best one ever. Thank you, Billabong, and catch the whole series on worldsurfleague.com. We got the goat in the water, both the skinny goat, Yago Dora, and the actual greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, in this matchup.
What?
Yago Dora with a nice alley-oop attempt, but no completion, so that's going to hinder the score, keep it to a fractional score there. I'm Kaipo, along with two North Shore legends, Ross Williams and Shane Doran. Thank you for joining us, Shane.
Thanks for having me. Good morning, boys.
Yeah, boys.
Great matchup right here. We have some of the new guard, in the way of Yago Dora coming up against the winningest pipe surfer of all time in the way of Kelly Slater in the non-priority heat.
Wow, that was a pretty cool little statement there from Yago, trying to throw a little dart at the other goat's neck. That would have been cool if he made that. That would have been a trippy score for the judges. A 3-foot wave and a big old alley-oop.
Yeah, take a look at the head-to-head matchups between Yago Dora and Kelly Slater, and it has been all Kelly Slater as we dive into the WSL stats, Ross.
Yeah, he's kind of handled Yago so far in their careers, but Yago is he's kind of one of the guys to beat out here at pipe. He's so well-rounded. He's actually pretty sneaky good at backdoor as well, but yeah, as you guys know, Kelly created this format we're looking at right now, and he really likes to compete this way. He likes to spend 20 minutes scouring the lineup, looking for backup scores. No one does it better than Kelly. He finds those little waves at backdoor, and he's going to be tough to beat for Yago.
Yago Dora here live, finishing off with a snap for Dora. Yago Dora on his 5th season on the championship tour, 26 years old, out of Santa Catarina, Brazil, and is well healed, Shane, after a broken foot last year, which kept him out of competition for half the year.
Yeah, it's great to see Yago back in action and feeling good and looking 100%. And I love this matchup. I think we always think about the matchups as, being fun when it's like, say, like two local Hawaiian regular footers like Seth and Barron, and they're going head-to-head, back-to-back, and they have a lot of similarities. I like this matchup because it's such a cool and different contrast. Kelly's been on the tour for 100 years and has a million wins, and he's a much older dude. Sort of at the more like towards the end of his career, and like Yago's like young buck, incredibly talented, above the lip surfer, especially like. I'm such a fan of Yago Dora's approach because he's incredibly proficient technically, especially, just all over the wave, but especially above the lip. But his style like really sets him apart. Like he's got such a beautiful, graceful style as well.
Yeah, he's got a couple of epic waves in the free surfs out here, looking Lopez-esque, standing up straight in the barrel, Yago Dora. But Ross, when we look at the Slater numbers, they're baffling. 30th season on the championship tour for Kelly Slater, 31 appearances here at Pipeline. Of course, we know about those 8 wins, the last happening just last year. He's our defending champ. 13 finals for Kelly Slater, 24 semifinals.
It's going to take you a while to get through.
I'm going to keep on reading. 148 heats surfed at Pipeline. He is in touch with this wave, as well as the prime mover that creates all of this action here at the world's most dangerous wave.
He's insane. It just not only in surfing, but for sports in general. Kelly's, he's on a path of his own. But again, we already see him sort of drifting a little towards. I'm not even sure if Kelly's the one that named it Aints, but that is his little section right there. He gets his backup scores down there, and you can see he's already got his eye on it. He's going to be really tough in this heat for Yago to beat him because he's relentless. He catches a lot of waves, and he just keeps trying until he finds that 5, and then he gets his 6. And next thing you know, later in the heat, Kelly will have priority, and he'll get his excellent score. He's just relentless.
Yeah, Ross, what do you think about Slater's positioning right here as he sneaks away from the pack? in non-priority.
I mean, that's exactly what he's doing. Shane knows this. He free surfs this way as well. He's not complacent in the lineup. He really is constantly eyeballing the lineup, looking for those little waves. And Aints, you could get a little 3-foot wave down there, and it can be a great hollow little barrel and definitely get the judges' attention.
All right, well, let's hear from Arcal. He won the last heat. He's with Dimity.
Well, Ryan Callanan finishing that heat with an absolute bang, a 7.83. Tell us about how that heat went for you.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the last wave was beautiful, but it was kind of a grindy heat. I was lucky enough to get a few under priority in the non-priority heat, and I kind of expected just to try and build off those, but they ended up being my scores for most of the heat, and I knew he got a good wave at the end, and I just had to go on the last wave in the last minute, and it ended up being a bomb, so I was stoked.
And you had an amazing performance on the Challenger Series, got yourself back on tour where you belong. What's in store for us this year for you?
I don't know. Hopefully better than the last few years, but yeah, I'm enjoying just being back here and competing and getting to surf, pipe with a few guys out, those experiences, and, you see all these amazing waves and I normally can't get them, so this is my opportunity to get them, and I'm just trying to stay alive as long as I can to get some bombs and, yeah, hopefully keep it going.
Well, enjoy that lineup to yourself, so we can't wait to watch you in the next rounds. Good luck, Ryan.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan building up some momentum this winter, already finaled at Haleiwa in the final challenger of the year, coming in here looking very confident at pipe. Shane, I got a question for you. When we talked about all the accolades for Kelly Slater, but for Yago Dora, how does Dora beat Slater in this heat?
It's going to be tricky. I think it's going to be wave selection. I think what Ross said is super true. He's probably the most dangerous person with this format, where it's overlapping heats. You have 20 minutes to kind of search around, hunt around, and try and find scores under priority. And Kelly knows this reef better than anybody, including Agadora for sure. And Ross and I have seen him win so many heats kind of effortlessly because he's always hunting. He's hunting everything down. And I think his biggest weapon is he's pretty high risk out here. If a wave comes to him and he thinks there's like a 50-50 chance or like a 30% chance he might make it, but it's a good one, he's going to send it. And he's pretty high risk in that way, and a lot of times that turns into a 9 or a 10, and that's makes him such an exciting surfer. The flip side of that is sometimes it bites him in the butt, and it's overly aggressive, and he starts wasting time going on all these little waves, and then Yagodora's out the back with priority and bomb comes.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Kelly talked about his best one ever. Let's hear about, Shane, your best one ever out here at Pipeline.
I love these best one evers.
Cool.
I was kind of fresh out of high school, and I showed up to Benji's house. It's where we all used to hang out, and Todd said, we're going to paddle out to second reef and see who gets the first bomb. I remember paddling out and going, just tripping, like waves were huge for me at the time, and I got like halfway to second reef, and this wave came in, and I was pretty deep, and I whipped it, and it somehow kind of coasted into a little chip shot and stood up, and the whole thing lined up, and I remember feeling so overly committed and just tripping. I had never been on that big of a double up at pipe before. And yeah, I just got this warehouse-sized barrel and got blown out like crazy and claimed it, and I was so pumped. All my friends were so psyched for me. When you're a kid, there's those little things you kind of mark down in your brain, did that. And it was a confidence booster for sure. Yeah, it was sick. It was definitely one of those ones that's unforgettable.
Ever. The whole series was on worldsurfleague.com. Ross, were you psyched for Shane when he got the best one ever?
Oh, yeah. I mean, all of us were baffled because, we were competitive. Everyone's trying to one-up each other, but usually that was in the form of doing tail slides at gums. Shane was a little ahead of the game there with getting, obviously, a 10, 12-footer at pipe. And who filmed that? Because that was just a camcorder.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. That was back in the day when there wasn't 100 guys lying the beach with big film cameras, and I forget who it was, but it was one of our friends was on the deck at Benji's house. You can literally in the shot, you can see the railing kind of going through the screen. But I just got lucky. One person filmed it, and at the time it was like the wave of my life. And it's funny because that thing's called the best one ever. And since then I've gotten longer barrels, bigger waves. I've gotten deeper. But as a kid, there's those moments where you like break a glass ceiling personally, and I feel like those unforgettable experiences, those little moments with those waves are just those moments in life that are like incredible.
Yeah,
Because that one of
points.
Kelly's was amazing.
Yeah, turning points in both of your careers
Yeah.
as young men coming out here, the world's most dangerous wave. Yeah, that was.
And Shane, you were 18 for that?
I think I was 18.
Crom, that was a big wave.
Hey, that was filmed on VHS, you guys. I'm sure.
It was so good that even though it was probably Benji filming with his mom's camera, Taylor Steele put it in Momentum, right?
Yeah.
I think it was one of the
Yeah.
very first movie. That was a while ago.
Yeah, I think it was Momentum or Momentum 2. The really cool thing about that, like growing up here on the North Shore, being like 15 years old, 16 years old, 17 years old, our group of friends would have those moments where we would break glass ceilings personally. And I remember Ross would get really good ones out here at Pipe. And I remember being so stoked for him, but also jealous, like, wow, Ross is really leveling up. Or another one of our friends would get one, and I'd be like, wow, those guys are really leveling up. And that competitive vibe kind of kept you fired up to try and, get one that was better.
I think that I'm an outside observer of the Momentum generation, but I think you guys all pushed each other. And then you guys had guys from my generation, like Brock Little, who was always telling you that you weren't doing good enough. You needed to charge even harder.
Yeah, it was tough love.
And
then we had guys like Kelly coming from Florida, where the waves are 1 foot every day, and he's all of a sudden he's going on like 12-foot double ups.
Crazy.
There we go, Dora. Quick little bubble there for the goofy foot out of Brazil. Throws the tail like we've seen him before. Spins it around, going to turns to get some numbers on the board against Kelly Slater. The crowd likes it, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, he can tell that he is trying to stay busy as well. And he's definitely, I think the one thing he has over Kelly is he can do airs. And I mean, Kelly can do airs, but Yago is one of the best in the business at airs. So you can see he's really trying to make a statement.
Here we go, stalling. Carlos Munoz needs to dig himself out of the deficit that he's facing against Felipe Toledo. Munoz has yet to break the 1 point mark. Toledo in the lead in the priority heat. Carlos Munoz needs a 7.36. Shane, if he wants to do it in one wave, do you think he got a chance for 2 waves right now?
Well, there's 4 minutes left. It's going to be really difficult. He's I think the only way he would get 2 waves is if he went left. Like when you go left here, it's pretty easy to get back out really quickly. As we see Yago there getting a little tiny cover up. Not much of a barrel there, but he has this really nice little air reverse. He has so much confidence on those things. His strike rate, Ross, is incredible. Like it's like he knows he's going to make it before he even does it.
Yeah, and you said it too at the beginning of this heat that he's got such good style, and there's a reason why Yago Dora is quickly becoming everyone's favorite surfer, and it usually comes down to style. Like Ethan Ewing, that's what makes him. Everyone loves to watch Ethan. Yago Dora is the same. It's hard to say that your style can get much better. And to top it off, Kaipo, he does airs, barrel rider. He's the complete package.
Yeah, really came onto the scene as a free surfer, and his glass ceiling was really broken in 2018, where at the Rio Pro, he came in as a wild card to that event, known as a free surfer, and dismantled on his way to a semifinal finish 3 world champs. He beat John Florence, he beat Gabe Medina, and then he beat Mick Fanning on his way to that semifinal finish, Shane. And so it's moments like that, I think, that turn the corner for a young competitor like Yago Dora, and he has not looked back since.
Yeah, he's leveled up over time, and he's we've seen him since he's been on tour go from kind of a grom, kind of like a little like skinny kid to a big dude. He's strong, he's very mature, he's put on a ton of muscle over the last couple years, and he just looks, not only super acrobatic, but when he needs to bury the rail or make a late drop, he's super substantial. So. He's going to be deadly in this heat, but we see time ticking down in the priority heat, which is getting a little bit of a nail biter here.
Yeah, it is going to be dicey for Cali. Carlos Munoz, our representative from Costa Rica, getting the call for this event, and with Ramsey Bukiam having to withdraw from competition, but he's got his back against the wall, raw 7.36, and he's sitting under the priority of Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, I mean, this is a stranglehold for Felipe. Very comfortable matchup, too, for Felipe. Carlos is a great surfer, and he's spent a lot of time here in Hawaii, but, I would say this is a comfortable matchup for Felipe. So these conditions also with a lot of backdoor waves. It's been a great heat for him, and he's got a lot of momentum.
You know, in Joe Turpel's infinite wisdom, as covering surfing, his fantasy power surfer is Felipe Toledo. And now that I look back at it, I really like that pick because it wouldn't be the average pick that most people would be playing. But Shane, with the forecast and what we have in front of us, Felipe Toledo could be a favorite to take the championship this year.
He's definitely a dangerous surfer. You know, I would agree with you that a lot of people who play fantasy surfer, Felipe with his record here at Pipe, probably wouldn't be a power surfer for a lot of people. There's way safer bets, but you know, I totally agree. Like given the forecast, I think I like Felipe's chances. He's great out here, especially a backdoor as a weapon.
Oh, hold on! Oh, Carlos Munoz just looked like he mounted the comeback. Went for that extra section, Ross, instead of seeking the doggy door exit.
High risk for Felipe to give that wave up, but here's a wave.
Oh. And just Toledo ducks out the back. So no harm, no foul. Carlos Munoz does not complete his ride. Everyone looked at this one, Ross, but it was Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, that was a bullet dodge there from Felipe. I don't like that. I really think he should have blocked him. It was almost like Felipe was looking at the shape of the wave and going, you know, this wave's not that great. I'm going to let it go, but that was dangerous.
And Kelly Slater just fishing through the lineup, looking for something as he is under priority for another 35 seconds. Doors about to shut on Carlos Munoz with the clock winding down. Munoz still requiring a big number and does not have priority.
Well, yeah, again, bullet dodge there for Felipe. That was dangerous. Carlos could have doggy-doored that thing and got the score. So, yeah. Conditions are looking good, though, man. This southeast wind is looking buttery.
Oh, that's what we like to see, and we are going to see off Carlos Munoz as he's going to be eliminated in this round and leave with an equal 17th result. Felipe Toledo on to the round of 16. We're on to a short commercial break. We'll be back right after this with more with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian.
I'm Rio Waida. I'm from Bali and I'm 23 years old. I got into surfing, I think, from my parents. I'm really grateful for my mom and my dad. When I make to the tour, they just cry and they're just happy and they just say congrats and you did amazing. I'm proud of myself that I work hard and then reaching my goals. I hope I inspire more kids and then I hope just more Indonesians make to the tour. When I put the jersey, I'll be like, wow, it's happening. Probably I will get humble a little bit, but you know, I will slap myself and Rio, I'm here to win, so I'm gonna give everything to beat these guys.
Getting to know an exciting rookie class we have here on the championship tour. Rio Waida, Maxime Busno, Ramsey Bukiam, and Ian Gentile, all part of that rookie class. We got a new challenge in the water right now. Rio Waida versus Connor O'Leary. Heat number 11, the non-priority heat, and the clock is ticking for these two surfers, Ross.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup here between Connor and Rio. Really extreme polar opposites in a lot of ways. Tall, goofy against a shorter, regular footer. But there's a lot of shades of Karamas out there. I would think Rio would be feeling pretty frisky right now.
Rio Waida, Shane, making history as the first Indonesian making it onto the championship tour. But the development of Indonesian surfing, Shane, has been incredible. Just given the fact that they have such great waves there. But now we're seeing a new generation of hot Indonesian surfers.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I'm not alone when I say that. I'm a huge Rio Waida fan. Love his surfing, love his approach. High speed, high risk, great power surfer, great, incredible rail game, air game. Really cool story about Rio. Like during COVID, he went to Lake Peak with his brother, and they shut all the airports down, and they got stuck there. They got stuck there for months, and they couldn't leave, and they got stuck in Lake Peak.
Not a bad place, though.
Yeah, and I guess Rio like broke all his boards, was like borrowing boards, but like during like those couple months, like his brother said that he leveled up so crazy after. That's all they did basically. There's nothing to do, just surf. But I guess he like really that was like kind of a game changer for him during COVID, because like anyone who's seen him surf the last couple of years, he's really come a long way. He's like his performance levels accelerated, and yeah, I'm a fan. I can't wait to see his whole year this year.
Yeah, and his confidence and his hunger. You know, he won 2 Challenger Series events, one in Sydney, one in Bolito. He had qualified very early. He was the first to qualify for the championship tour, but he still wanted to compete in all of the events and win. This guy knows about winning. Kelly Slater seeks the barrel in that 8 section, and Slater fights for the exit, gets just caught up on his toes on the way out, Ross.
Yeah, Kelly was really smart to dodge that first section. He knows this reef so well, and if you catch a smaller wave deep on the peak towards pipe, going right, it will pinch, and Kelly brilliantly dodges it. Right here, he knows it's going to kink, takes his time, goes around it, then stalls, but just got a little low on the barrel there and got rinsed a little bit too much and got clipped. Wasn't ever going to be a big score, but he'll be a little irritated. This is not a typical Kelly Slater heat. He likes to start with a million waves, already have a couple 5s under his belt, so behind the 8 ball just a little bit.
Strider, what did you see?
I just saw the entry in from the behind the view as I'm looking at the peak from over here at Pipeline, and I heard the crowd roaring, so I thought that he made it, but it sounds like at the end there it kind of got tangled up. I'm having a rough heat right now. I'm in between surfers here. I'm a little bit torn, I guess you could say, for the CT Shaper rankings, because, you know, we got Yago out here on a mayhem, and then my buddy Slates, I always want him to win, so it's a tough go right there. I don't know who I want to win, but those points don't start counting until the quarters. Can't wait to see who comes up with the win here at Pipeline.
Yeah, of course, Strider talking about the CT Shapers rankings, a new competition for the 2023 Championship Tour, in which Shapers will be competing and their team for a title. And like Strider says, you don't get points as a Shaper until the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Felipe Toledo with Dimity Stoyle.
Well, Felipe Toledo, leaving it to the last minute there, nervous moments. You actually got your first scoring ride at the very start of the heat, and then it went quite slow after that. Talk us through those nervous moments at the end where the doors left slightly open.
Yeah, you know, if I want to do this, I can't just leave the doors open like that. You know, it's I got super lucky and blessed that, you know, not a single wave came after. You know, I had that one point as a backup, and I definitely was looking for a backup, at least a 3-point, so I can make like the 2-digit number. So he would need like a combo of just over 10 points. But you know, the ocean just went quiet. You know, Mother Nature, we can control that. What I could control was, you know, the strategy that I had, and you know, kind of like protect, you know, my priority, and that's what I did. I was trying to, move around with Carlos up and down the reef and trying to look for those backdoor waves, you know, that first one that I got. But yeah, well, it didn't work, but I'll take it. A win is a win, and I'm happy to move on.
And you're looking so comfortable over here. You're staying right here on the beach with your family and your filmer and your crew. So what's the plans for this event? And we know you've had some amazing free surfing clips over the last few weeks. So talk to us about just your strategy for this event.
To have fun. You know, that's the most important thing for me. As you said, we're right on the beach, you know, waves right in front, so we're surfing all the time and hanging with the family. so I can do it all in one day, you know, like focus on my performance, you know, my career, and at the same time, you know, go hang out with the kids on the beach and recharge my batteries, and you just you know, really enjoy the process. And yeah, you just, you know, start the year with the bang. It's really good. 2 good results here in Hawaii just puts me, you know, right up there, and you know, I just don't have to really think about that cut mid-year, you know, which is kind of scary for all of us, but you know, just focus on my strategy and try to, you know, put good results up, like right first the 2 events here in Hawaii and then Portugal, and you just stay, you know, away from that cut and go for the end of the year.
And would you like to say anything to your fans back home?
Yeah, valeu a galera que tá torcendo, bateria pouco difícil, muito pouca onda, mas consegui fazer, né, o que eu tinha que fazer naquela primeira onda, 6,80, e amarradão de ter ido pro próximo round, e vamos pra cima. Obrigado a todos pela torcida e tamo junto.
Yeah, right around dinner time back home in Brazil, 6:30 p.m. there, and I'm sure we have a lot of eyes on Felipe Toledo. Toledo, you know, Ross, he wants to keep that yellow leader's jersey. I think he feels comfortable in it. You know, he doesn't want to give it up. You know, yellow's good on him.
Yeah, it is. I think the most impressive thing for me last year watching him during the finals is how relaxed he is in a competitor's area. A lot of competitors, most of them, men, women, all the same, they put their headphones in and they get in their silo, they get in their bubbles, and they really try to stay ultra focused and calm. Felipe is out there, it looks like he's just chilling, having a barbecue at his buddy's house during the event. I mean, he's eating, drinking, you know, liquids, hanging out with his friends, joking around, playing with his kids. And that's, he just mentioned it. He said the main driver for him is to have a smile on his face, to have fun. And that's what makes him tick.
Yeah, got 2 kids, Mahina and Koa, and quite a family man. The entire Toledo clan moved over to San Clemente after his professional surfing success. The motivation of family and the motivation of the beautiful ocean. Kohola, our humpback whales on their migration here, Shano.
Yeah, beautiful, huh? Amazing. It's like Hiki, huh?
That's a little, they give birth here, and then they start that slow migration back up to the chilly waters up there near Alaska and the Bering Sea. So the ocean's alive here, and it's the playing field that provides, and sometimes it gives us a little X factor on when it's going to turn on. Could be turning on right now. Priority with Iago Dora in the priority heat. Iago has a lead over Kelly Slater. Let's see how he executes his priority.
I hope these guys get a couple chances because the conditions are so good. It's pristine out there. Like, you couldn't ask for a better wind. This is kind of the north. This is the North Shore, but it's really the northwest shore the way it faces. And you know, today we have a very beautiful light southeast wind, just grooming everything perfectly. But for some reason, Mother Nature is not sending these guys a whole lot of waves.
Yeah, we look at the past 10 years of pipe for Kelly Slater. Look at the numbers. A couple of wins in the last 10 years and a bunch of semifinals, quarters. I mean, the worst ever was at 13th in 2014. Other than that, it's finals day all the time for Kelly Slater, Ross.
Yeah, and you look at the names, too, on that right column. There are a bunch of gnarly dudes that take Kelly out. And again, he's just so consistent out here. He's relentless. He catches a lot of waves. He rarely makes mistakes out here as far as tactics and backing himself up. So this is an odd heat for Kelly. It's a slow one. It's not how he likes to compete. He likes to compete fast and furious and catch a bunch of waves.
Maybe some opportunity here. As Shane said, great conditions. It's just waiting for the swell to kind of filter in here. Slater takes a look at this one. Interested? Let's see what Kelly Slater has for us. Long wall in front of him, in the barrel, travels through this first section, and no way he's going to make it out of that one. Not even the GOAT, but some travel time into some pretty dry reef in the ending, Shano.
Yeah, that little bit on the end just kind of got him, as we see up and riding there, Iago getting clipped. Yeah, that was a long barrel. He was driving through that whole thing, full speed, doing those big old Kelly pumps through the barrel, and it just shut down at the end. He's such a miracle man when it comes to those rights. We've seen him, you know, create magic over the years at that section right there, back door, and just wasn't able to do it on that occasion. But looks like he might be getting back out there at back doors. We see. Wow.
Oh, we didn't even notice that.
I didn't see that the first time around.
This is
yeah, it was a split peak with Kelly Slater. This was the left, Ross, and
Wow.
you can see Connor muscling out of there.
That was
There's a doggy door, then there's just like breaking the door.
Exactly. He just took the words right out of my mouth. That was not a doggy door. He busted through the side wall. And like as Shane said, Kelly doing a good job. They're getting big pumps, driving through that barrel. But this is not a massive swell, but it is a fresh swell with slightly longer interval, Shane. So we're seeing a lot of straight lines out there. Would you agree?
Sure, it's a little stretched out today. Normally here at Pipe and especially at backdoor, you want a little bit of shorter period, right, Ross? You want more. Like I think the perfect backdoor buoy is like 8 feet at 13 seconds, and the 13 seconds part is the period between the waves. So if that's like a 16-second period or an 18-second period, a lot of times you'll get these really stretched out ropey lines coming in that are pretty good for the lefts at Pipe, but for the rights you want that peaky apex, what we call like a teepee, which makes those rights just fold onto itself and get those big spitters and stuff. But there are a few out there for sure. Like we saw a few earlier, and things are cleaning up. I mean, it's been a little bit quiet, but I think we're gonna have a flurry of really good waves for these guys before this heat's over.
Well, in the priority heat with Slater and Dora, 5 minutes, 35 seconds on the countdown. Dora with heat control with the lead, as well as non-priority heat. Connor O'Leary pulling into this one, gets a pump from the takeoff, travels through that first section, and completes a beautiful barrel ride. Bangs the oncoming section for a little accentuation on the exit, and that is going to be the best number in the heat between Connor O'Leary and Rio Waida. Slater, backdoor, has to pull back.
No, Kelly's got the right idea. He's all the way down there at the end of the reef, just searching for some sort of wave to open up for him. He was kind of close on that one, actually. There was a little exit there, but just a touch too deep.
That's what makes Kelly so dangerous. He just keeps trying and keeps trying and keeps trying, and sooner or later, you give that guy 3 or 4 or 5 chances, and he's going to sniff out one that's going to let him out.
Big pump here, and really that wave did have an exit, but Kelly was just behind.
This was deep. He was behind the foam ball there for a moment. Great little snap there from Connor.
Those are always sort of the most underrated barrels at Pipeline and Backdoor. A 3 to 4 foot left is always so tricky because it's a technical barrel. It fills up with whitewash, and you usually have to be really high.
Still in another barrel, quick to get back and catch another wave. Connor O'Leary, one more time. That one with a different ending and no exit. Here we go on the paddle. Waida drops straight into it and takes a brutal wipeout.
That was hectic.
I'm surprised he didn't see the right. The right was the best wave I've seen all day, but stuck on the apex and went right over. That was a dangerous wipeout from Rio. Yago poking behind, giving way to Connor as he is the priority heat. Excuse me, Yago has a priority, but he
So that could be
there.
tricky.
Interesting, Kaipo.
I think there was some separation, but what about this, Shane?
Yeah, that was, he let go of the rail. He really needed to knife. He really needed, the only chance to make that wave was to not let go of his rail and knife into it, but he was pretty darn late. But you saw him, he had his weight a little bit on his back foot and kind of airdropped. And if you ever airdrop at Pipe, by the time you get to the bottom, it's all over anyway. So, but the interesting about that whole exchange was that Kelly went on that first right and had a look. And I was talking about earlier how he kind of dies by the sword sometimes. He keeps trying. He gets really, really aggressive, sometimes overly aggressive. And he caught that right all the way in. And instead of getting back out and being in the spot for that whole set, he was on the inside just getting clobbered the whole time. So I guarantee if he didn't go on that wave, he would have got that big right, Ross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw.
There he is, still paddling out. And with the clock ticking down, Ross, these are valuable seconds for Kelly Slater to mount a comeback.
Well, he's making the right decision. He's wearing a few of these waves on the head, but he's sticking to it. If he paddles around Pipe, it's going to take too much time off the clock. So he'll get through. I see there's a clear horizon now, so he should break through and have time for a buzzer beater. Only needs a 4.43, but again, put a little bit of a microscope on Rio as a rookie. A pretty big mistake there going left on that perfect right-hander. He just didn't quite identify it.
Strider.
Yeah, just touching on Slater trying to paddle back out through that whole set. I mean, I just been watching it. Take donuts. You guys have been watching it. And it's a gamble of whether you can pop back through and get out there in time to reestablish, or do you take the elevator ride around? He's the most dangerous surfer at Aints and at backdoor, and I feel like he just knows that if he gets a chance to get back out, he's going to slow roll the paddle back out and try and find one of those waves because he's notorious for it. But as you can see right now, if you get a big wide shot, Iago stroking across the lineup to him, knowing how dangerous he is. So Iago, very smart competitor, on his way over there to sit on the goat.
Well, here we go. There's the two in frame. Iago Dora with the heat control, defending champ. Kelly Slater in jeopardy of elimination here in the round of 32. Iago again with the lead and priority. The two are going to stick shoulder to shoulder for this final minute, Ross.
And the only thing Kelly can do is try to sell him on a wave. Obviously, the clock is against him. So Kelly needs a couple waves to come in. He needs to quickly sell him on a wave, force Iago to go so that he can have a crack at it. But looking at the lineup right now, Shano, it looks pretty dire for Kelly.
Yeah, sure does, Ross. As we see Iago there sitting a couple of inches away from Kelly. Iago's dad's actually one of the best surf coaches in the game.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, he's been through this drill a million times. So
yeah,
he's
Iago's
gonna ride
dad.
this one out.
Yeah, Leandro Dora was coaching Adrian de Souza to his 2015 world title, and Leandro also a coach now for Jack Robinson as well. A coach that has a high heat IQ, and so he knows how to play the end of this, and he's just going to play out these final 20 seconds. It's a done deal.
Yeah, he knows they're both looking at the horizon. They know there's no action, so good sportsmanship from Kelly. Kelly's always dangerous, even though he's the veteran of the whole crew out here. He could still win this event, so that's going to be a little bit of a bitter pill for Kelly.
Yeah,
well, we're going to call it upset. Shane, there's
great
the numbers.
Sportsmanship, though. Great to see those guys. Two of my favorite surfers in the water. Awesome.
Well, that was the matchup there. Iago Dora onto the round of 16. Kelly Slater eliminated from competition. More on the way when we return to the Billabong Pro Pipeline. In, João Chambinho comes out of the barrel, spit out right at the buzzer in his challenge against Kanoa Igarashi. Rio Waida, the Indonesian, pulls in. It's a cavern, long stretch wall, and Waida survives through that one, looking at the beach and kicking off with a sigh of relief. Oh, back to live action. We got a new heat in the water, and we still got Ross Williams and Shane Dorian here on the set. The new heat, Kanoa Igarashi versus João Chianca, and we already saw Chumbinho, João Chianca, start off with a great wave, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, Joao is one of the toughest guys to beat here at Pipeline. He's just such a beast. That number 32 rank right there is really deceiving. He's going to be really hard out here. He just doesn't ever make a mistake. If you give this guy a slabby wave, he's going to make the drop. He's going to get pitted.
What's your thoughts on this, Shane?
Beautiful wave selection there from Rio. That wave, I mean, you almost couldn't mess that thing up. That other wave he had was so hectic, so gnarly, and really like a late double up, but that thing just green-lit him all the way through.
Chianca, no problem. This time going back door, and Chumbinho on fire is going to have 2 scores against Konoogarashi in quick rotation.
So good to see these guys get a flurry of great waves.
Yeah, that was rough there for about a half hour, and in the last 10 minutes it's been on fire. And it's nice to see Rio get back up on the horse, because that was a pretty horrible wipeout he had. He could have even got injured. It was a horrible wipeout of the day about 10 minutes ago. So for him to get that set right away and get back on his feet must have felt really good for him.
Well, he's got millions of people from Indonesia probably tuning in to watch this. You know, he's like a national hero, and you know, to see him out here at Heavy Pipeline is really cool. Like, you know, it's so exciting. Like the start of the year here at Pipeline, to see some of these younger guys get tested is a lot of fun.
Here's a test for Konoogarashi, Ross.
He's gonna pin drop right here. He saw that wave stretched down to gums. There's no exit for him. And believe it or not, that's a safe thing to do. That looks wild, but he's going to penetrate the water, get underneath the wave, and he'll pop right out the back. But it just looks crazy.
There is an art to the pin drop, and there's a bad way to do it where it doesn't work at all, and then there's like flawless technique like that. And if you can learn how to fall in surfing, especially here at Pipeline, it'll pay dividends.
I want to know the good way to pin drop, Shane.
It's the angle. It's totally committing to the pin drop, doing it at the right time, and then the angle, especially the angle of your feet entering the water, and the angle that, like the velocity and the speed, and then the angle of how your legs enter that water. It gives you that good penetration. That's kind of what you want, right?
That's what it's about, right? Is penetration. You got to pierce the water and kind of needle your body through the water. Otherwise, you'll skip. When you skip, most likely that lip is going to get you.
It's definitely
Strider.
the safest way, though.
Strider out in the water.
Yeah, I'm with Kelly. Kelly's upset, obviously, after that heat, but, you know, sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Yeah, I've been really kind of out of sync with my free surf, too. And I was really sick yesterday with the 2 nights ago. I broke a fever, and yesterday I don't know if I could have really even surfed, but I felt fine today, and I felt really relaxed, and I was just patient, and then just, I went, well, we might be fighting for threes here because there's no wave, so I started trying to make something happen at backdoor. I almost made a little one, kind of fell out the end of it, and it probably would have put me sort of almost balanced in the heat, but then I took one of the first waves of that set towards the 5-minute mark, and I just got hammered by like 15 waves. I got washed to the beach. I was like, well, I mean, sometimes it's just not your time, you know. Last year was my time. It wasn't this year.
Well, and then right after, to add insult to injury, we saw those beautiful waves coming in. That was, you know, I must have hurt a little bit to see that after your heat.
Unbelievable. Life just lit up right there to start this heat, like 8 waves in a row. Tons of waves in that set. I mean, we were sitting there just, with Felipe, we were just laughing, just going, who turned the tap off out here? It's just the waves that disappeared 20 minutes, the last 20 minutes of his heat, the next 10 minutes of my heat. So like 30 minutes in, there was nothing. Then there were a couple small waves. There were a couple small sets in the last 10 minutes of my heat that were, there was a wave or two that would have won me the heat.
Looks like Joao going on this one, pulling up under the hood, gets squashed. Well, Kelly, we'll see you at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, bud.
All right, thanks, Strider. Let's pay off some scores right now. During that flurry that started, that Strider and Kelly were talking about, Rio Waida got a 7-point ride for his pipeline barrel. Joao Chianca came out swinging. Excellent score, Ross, an 8.67 for getting spit out of a pipe barrel.
Wow. Yeah, that's the highest score of the day, and I think the judges really liked how critical it was. That's kind of the buzzword of the whole criteria, is critical. Like, is it a wave of consequence? Is it difficult? And that drop was really technical for Joao. And he got barreled. He did get some tube time, but it was a pretty gnarly wave.
Coming out with the spit, Shano, I mean, coming out with the spit or after the spit, how much more does that add to a score within the impression to the judges?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's a game changer, like, to get into that excellent range. You kind of have to, as we see as we see Kanoa up and riding. Nice little right there. I thought he was going to make it out of that thing, Kaipo, but he just kind of gobbled him up. Sometimes as the lip is kind of falling in front of you, there's a little foam ball, and a lot of times you can get above it and kind of kick over it, and other times it just picks you off.
And tucked in here, Conor O'Leary, just very consistently picking off little barrels. He's in the lead over Rio Waida, but Rio does have that 7-point ride, so Rio in that matchup has the highest single wave score. That was a split peak. We'll catch up with what happened with Joao Chianca here, Ross.
Okay, he's pretty far down. He's on the bonus peak. Whoa, beautiful barrel there from Joao. A couple of huge pumps there, too. His board looks really nice. It's going super fast through that end section there. And Conor has to be careful because he keeps choosing to catch these little 3-4 footers at pipe. If he's gonna impress the judges, he needs to take off on a set wave.
Yeah, speaking of Joao Chianca, you're saying the board looking really good. He's riding a 6.0, 18 3/4, 2 3/8. It's a new model that he is configuring with Channel Islands' Britt Merrick. So whatever they're working on in the kitchen there seems to be working out for Joao Chianca, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, his board looks perfect. I mean, it's so interesting. Like, you know, I mean, Joao's a pretty big guy. He's probably 5'11". So, like, that's kind of a short board if you think about it. And to be out here at Pipeline, some of these sets out here today, you know, like some of those waves we saw a little bit earlier, isn't that 8-foot Hawaiian range? Like, it's probably like a 12 to 15-foot face.
Yeah,
and ride a short board is you got to be pretty darn confident out there to ride.
I'm going to guess them at, you know, 6.0, 18 3/4, 2 3/8. The volume on that board is probably around 28 liters, you know, maybe a little under 28, which is not a ton of volume for a guy that size, Ross.
He falls into a very small group of surfers that could care less about paddle power. He just wants sensitivity. He's so confident in his ability to knife a drop and really stick to the wall of a wave. Not that many surfers are that cocky and confident with that, and Joao's right there at the top of the heap. There's maybe 2 to 3, 4 guys that are as confident as him in slabby waves.
Ross, I mean, Shane, you've ridden some small boards, pretty thin boards. I'm thinking back to like the JC era in some heavy waves.
For sure. You know, I mean, we all sort of like messed with sort of whatever would work. It kind of tested different things out, and we definitely went too thin for a while. But that shortness, he's basically riding like a board you could ride, you know, small high performance waves in is kind of amazing. And it, you know, it just kind of goes to show how talented these guys are. And you know, someone like Joao, he doesn't need a clean entry. He doesn't need that early entry. He's not trying to get to his feet early, and he's basically airdropping down the face every single time he surfs. And the cool thing about Joao is, like, I feel like almost every top pipe surfer, you see this ascent for years, you know, like when they're 14 and then they come back when they're 16. You're like, oh, there's that kid. He's getting better and better. I swear, like, I kind of feel like Joao kind of came out of nowhere to be in the top 5 guys at pipe. And, like, he's like Jack Robbo level. Like, he's so good out there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, him and his brother are not normal. They're kind of just beasts. They love action. They like slabby waves.
Yeah. Well, Joao, like, he turned the corner in 2020, I want to say, when he made the final out here for the QS for the Pipe Pro, and in some, you know, real deal pipeline, which actually that Pipe Pro used to happen at this window, at this calendar window, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so incredibly impressive. If you doubted him, like, oh, he's from Brazil, he's like a beach break surfer, I mean, you were silenced. He's probably one of the toughest draws on the tour here at Pipe, I would say. I would say he's one of the scariest for sure.
And he's been unlucky a little bit with some of the seeding when we look back to 2022. 2022 at Pipe, he came against John Florence, and he exited the water with 16.74 two-wave total. He earned a 9.87 in that heat. But John Florence, 8-point ride, 9.77, got the best of him. Here, just right back in there and traveling through Rio Waida. Now gaining some momentum in the back half of this heat. He's going to take the lead off of Conor O'Leary, and he did that under priority.
He's about ready to go right to the beach and order a jaffle from the hut there. He's just feeling like right at home. Yeah, the Orang ahead. Yeah. That was shades of Karamis right there. That was crazy. And he's in such, we talk about rhythm. He just got 2 perfect waves in this heat with priority.
This definitely looks a whole lot like Rio's home break of Karamas in Bali, Ross. He's done it a million times, and then I'm so stoked he was able to get this turn going. I love his rail game, his style and poise, and he goes into it like, full speed into those turns.
Connor's going to be up against it because it'd be a good score. I wouldn't be surprised to see this in around a 7. So just a little unlucky there. He couldn't get a big turn. He still manages to do a sweepy cutback right here, but a nice barrel, and the judges will definitely count it.
That wave was such a green light. It just was one of those ones that just almost feels like you're on like remote control when you get one of those rights out there. It's like you pull in, and before you even the lip goes over, you're going to make it out. Just one of those long runners.
Connor, who had priority, just got caught looking left on that one.
Yeah, he's got goofy foot-itis, which is interesting. He's just looking for that toe side rail, and I talked about it earlier in his heat. He kept looking at those little 3-foot lefts, and he's paying the price now.
Yeah. So the score comes in at a 6.6. Rio Waida takes the lead. Parabéns. Iago Dora, let's hear from Iago. He's into the round of 16.
Well, Iago, coming up against one of the most dangerous surfers to ever surf pipeline in Kelly Slater, what was your strategy going into that heat?
Yeah, I knew I had to be at my best, and if it wasn't on the waves, it would be on the games and trying to play the heat on the right strategy. And that heat was just a chess match, It was really slow for our heat, and there's actually one really good set that came. I was just out of position. I ended up going all the way from up top and had a big wipeout. But I was just I started the heat with a couple of low scores, and I was just making sure Kelly was not in the best waves because, he's going to make them. And I was just trying to stay close by. And yeah, and then in the end, just kept getting slower and slower, and that was it. I had a 3 and a 2 and made it.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that heat was really lackluster conditions, but you've had some great performances so far in this event. What's plans moving forward into the next round?
Yeah, I'm really happy just to advance, of course, and it's an honor to surf against Kelly. And we've had a couple heats together. That's something I would never dream of growing up, and he had multiple world titles before I was even born, so it's just great, and I'm looking forward to the next heat and hopefully getting barreled next time.
And would you like to say something to your fans back home?
Yeah, obrigado a todo mundo que está acompanhando, minha família, meus amigos, beijão para todo mundo. Tá começando a melhorar o mar, o João tá na água, então vamos continuar torcendo, previsão de dar boas ondas ainda hoje. Valeu.
Valeu. Yeah, so, I like it. Spoken like a true coach's son. Sometimes you got to play the games, and he did just that.
Yeah, he did a Kelly on Kelly. He was the one that stayed super busy in the beginning, got the little 2 and 3, and lo and behold, those scores held up.
Well, back to 4 minutes remaining in the priority heat, and in non-priority, it looks like Kanoe Garashi in the barrel, way back there, somewhere in the spit, with no exit. Priority heat, however, with Rio Waida out in the lead over Connor O'Leary, turned that heat in just the last 10 minutes, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to wave selection. He got that he got that really big, beautiful left where he got that long, nice long barrel, and he got a 7 on that one. And then he just stayed really aware, really mentally flexible. He was looking at the lefts. He got that great left, and then he was looking for kind of anything that came in. Really good wave came in. He didn't have priority. And Connor didn't want the right, and Rio identified that it was a great wave, and it was a no-brainer to go on that right. And had Connor went on that right, it'd be a different heat.
Yeah. Got to be careful. If you're a regular footer, I'm definitely guilty of that over my entire life. I just look right always because it's
especially
easier,
here.
right? It's easier to fall on your toe side rail. It's a little sketchier. It's a different type of skill to get a barrel on your backside, and it looks like Connor really wants to go left.
Well, and there's some rights out here that your backhand is a real disadvantage, just the way the shape is and the speed. But that wave was just the full green light wave. Like had Connor gone on that right, he would have just dragged and just had the most perfect.
So are you pretty confident he would have made that on the backhand?
Oh, yeah. That was a super makeable wave on your backhand. I mean, he'll watch the heat replay back and be like, wow, that was kind of a I don't know what I was thinking, but, you know, that happens out here. It's so easy to make the wrong decision. You know, I mean, he could have seen some lumps out the back and wanted a big left. So just a tricky thing because you have to decide in the moment.
And they're instantaneous decisions. As we take a look back at the heat recap between Rio Waida and Connor O'Leary. Started off, Ross. Connor's getting into some sneaky barrels for early lead.
Yeah, you can see he's caught, I think, close to 8 waves. So he's staying really busy, but he's stuck in that cycle. Whereas Rio has been pretty fortunate, actually. You know, he got caught on an apex and had that crazy wipeout, went right back out in this wave, came right to him with priority. Took a look at Connor, and Connor said, I'm not going to go, and said, Rio's like, cool, I'll just get this sweet 6.6 right here and reminisce Indonesia. It was such a perfect wave. So really, Rio has been a little bit fortunate with rhythm, timing, having priority, and Connor's just been sleeping a little bit over on those little pipe waves.
I saw Connor actually get the best wave of the morning out here this morning. I'm pretty positive it was him. I was watching from the Billabong house, which is in front of off the wall, so it was a little bit of a back angle, but pretty positive it was him. It was like his unmistakable. The way he gets up, it was a big double up. It's kind of like almost like a 10-foot wave. He got under it and knifed and just arm barred the takeoff, and I thought he kind of poked. I thought he kind of pearled a little bit, but the whole wave unfolded and he got blown out the end, and I was thinking, wow, Connor's going to be on fire today. But, you know, like decision-making, rhythm, it's interesting.
Yeah, he needs to dial in a mirror performance right now because he needs an 8.27 with priority. So he would have to do exactly what he did, Shane, in that morning dance at Pipeline.
Well, we know he can do it. I mean, he's done it before and he did it this morning, but, you know, in surfing, we're dealing with Mother Nature, and sometimes you just don't get that last chance. And we're going to see Rio Waida, a lot of people's favorite surfer, moving through the rounds here at Pipe. Pretty awesome.
He's already paddling in, kicking, he's psyched.
He can't talk without a smile. I love that about that guy.
Well, a great effort by the rookie, Rio Waida, confidently paddling in right now with 10 seconds on the clock, waiting for the horn to blow to make it official. And he's looking good. Into the round of 16. Connor O'Leary.
For the post-heat interview.
Yeah, we're going to have a good one there. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Shane. The action continues here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. We'll be away, but we'll be right back.
When I was out there wasn't a lot of good waves, and you know, you kind of get frustrated sometimes on the first reef because it's so crowded. You get a little pissed off and you just want to get away from the crowd and go outside. I was like to a couple of my friends out there, I was like, I'm going outside, I'm going to get the set. You get onto the chips out there, like you can chip in, like just catch a bit of a chop, and I remember I just caught it because I was on a really small board, like a 6.6. Yeah, I remember I just scratched into it, and then the wave never broke. Did like 5 turns, and then I just went past everybody on a moving piece of water, and I was like, oh, where's this wave gonna go? I didn't get that deep, but it was a cool moment. That wave was the first just real pretty like second reef section that I had on the inside to roll in from out there, and just like the anticipation, you never know what you're gonna get. So it was the first like taste of it, which was really cool.
What an incredible memory to share. Best one ever with Jack Robinson. Let's hope he outdoes it in this heat. Live in front of the world as he's looking for his first pipe title. Hi, everybody. Joe Turpel with former runner-up in the world, Megan Abubo. Fun just to dive into Jack Robinson's story, how he's probably destined to win this event someday. Why not happen this year?
Yeah, isn't he? That wave was incredible. Common theme, you know, it's too crowded on the inside. Let's go outside. But he puts a lot of time in. He has great equipment out here. You know, he gets to stay right here. He has great tutelage. Just, you know, a lot of good people in his corner.
Takes on Michael Rodriguez right now here in the round of 32. Memrod coming off the Challenger Series. It was an exciting rookie. Had 2 seasons back-to-back, 2018, 2019, before he finished 26th and had to go back to re-qualify. Got a taste of him last year, got the wild card call-up in Rio, where he lost to Italo in the round of 16, but also made a final at Haleiwa, the end of the Challenger Series last year, to finish 6th on that Challenger season. This is how Jack Robinson opened up the heat, Megan.
Yeah, I want to say Jack sneaking in nice and early there. Not a big barrel, but a great way to get started. Drove through that thing really well. See him checking the fins right there, Joe. That's always sketchy on that backdoor section. You know, it's so shallow at the end there.
Always got to double check just in case, so there's no surprises on your next wave. Jack Robinson, what a turnaround he had from his rookie debut. It was all about requalification for Jack when he showed up in Mexico. Ended up winning the event to keep his spot on the championship tour. 2nd season in the title race and finished 3rd in the world. Learned the ropes in a very short period of time. Apply it.
Yeah, he really got in a great headspace. We saw the best of him mentally, and then, I mean, we all knew that his surfing was up to par to go after a world title, but really, like, mentally he grew and he matured, and he has so much support. He travels with his wife, and you know, he changed sponsorships last year. He just really, everything seemed to kind of come together for him last year. Yeah, looks like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties out there. I know Joe is just kind of reiterating that Jack is just a super, you know, got to put everything together on tour and really in a great headspace on tour. And then, you know, he stays right here at the Volcom House next door, and he's got a big support team behind him and one of the most talented guys to surf out at Pipeline. So, and coming from WA, you know, a lot under his belt when it comes to big, powerful waves, right, Joe?
Loves the slab, loves surfing that wave called the box, which has been an important part of the venue at Main Break Margaret River. It's often there, then can switch over to the slab that Jack grew up in, and he's put on some stellar performances there, a master class, if you call it. And so I think he's always expected to do quite well here at Pipeline. That he's just getting started. Joao Chianca, though, meanwhile, has Kanoa Igarashi, world number 5 last season, up against the ropes. We knew Joao would be a challenging draw with his quick reputation in heavy water waves that he showed us last year in the rookie debut. And he's looking like he is more comfortable than ever. The Chianca household has a lot of talent, especially in big water waves. And Joao's always saying his big brother, famous on the Big Wave World Tour, Lucas Chianca, is always telling him, you've got the same skill sets as I do. Let's show the world what you've got.
Yeah, and he, first wave of the heat, he really lit it up, didn't he, Joe? I was in the competitors area, and they were just erupting in there. It seems like he's in rhythm with the ocean out there this morning, and you know, having that deep connection with the ocean, it's a part of competition. And you know, when you're in the zone, you're in the zone.
And it's a special thing because it's an unpredictable playing field. When you see someone with consistency, you know, often a loss, you have some people close to you say, hey, the waves were this or that. But there's some people that find a way to win, no matter what the conditions look like. Joao certainly learned a lot, had some key heats, some of the heats of the year, from Pipeline with John to Bell's Beach with John. Those big names push him more than anything. And he's got a big one next to him in Kanoa, who really had his first taste at the world title race last year.
Yeah, they say, I mean, you got to beat the best to be the best, right? And he's on his path. It's great to see him putting things together here on the CT Tour, and also just, you know, having that energy behind him, especially when the waves are nice and heavy.
Rio Waida standing by with Dimity Stoyle.
Well, Rio, amazing performance, scoring the highest heat total of the day so far. You had a crazy wipeout, backed it up with a huge barrel. Talk to us about that heat.
I'm just stoked to get a couple waves, and you know, I don't know. Definitely today was my best session at pipe. You know, free surfing I was always mad and struggling to catch a wave, but today, like, finally, I got like 2 good waves in 40 minutes. I'm stoked.
And this is your rookie year on tour. You know, how nice is it to get the ocean out there with nobody out and just spend time in your heats learning the wave?
Yeah, this is what I was dreaming about. In QS, I was struggling, competing in bad waves, but now I qualified in the tour, and finally I get to surf pipe, and I'm just stoked to do this job, and I don't know. I hope more to come, and I love this.
Well, you're surfing amazing. Would you like to say anything to your fans back home?
Hello everyone.
In Indonesian.
Okay. Halo semua, saya senang sekali masuk ke babak berikutnya, dan saya akan bertanding lagi, jadi saya akan lebih semangat, dan terima kasih untuk dukungannya.
Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you so much. Rio Waida, what an incredible talent. I just remember when he was shaking when he had a wild card call up to Mexico, and he was able to beat Felipe Toledo, and he couldn't believe it. That was his favorite surfer, still is. Someone he really tried to model when he was free surfing. But his dream's coming true as we are enjoying a replay from Kanoa Igarashi that we saw during the interview, Megan.
Wow, wasn't that a wave? What a replay there. As we can see, you know, he was in the barrel for a super long time, just searching for the doggy door at the end there. That wave was traveling super fast too.
A very quick surfer, a very methodical surfer, well-trained. Everything's really thought out as he prepares for world titles. He grew up in Huntington Beach, you know, where there's a lot of activity, a place you'd compete all the time, Megan, in the U.S. Open. He became a U.S. Open champ, but representing Japan around the world. His parents from Japan moved to Huntington to create a pro surfer to grow up in Southern California. And he became the breadwinner in the house, started taking care of his whole family, knowing that his family gave up so much for him to realize this dream as one of the best in the world. So everything he does is for them. He's motivated. And I really enjoy that he's kind of moved to Portugal in the last few years. He said it allows him to make decisions as a man and kind of do his own thing, and also have a normal life and just hang out with friends where they don't talk about the tour. He's found a really cool spot in Portugal that obviously has great waves, but also gives him a kind of some peace and quiet from the tour when he needs it.
Yeah, if you've never been to Portugal, it's a really beautiful place, and there's great waves there. Tons of surf, and a lot less surfers than most places. The water can be kind of cold, but you know, Kanoa, as you said, at Huntington, I remember going there and see. I don't even know if he was 10 years old, him and his dad, in the surf all the time. They were so friendly when he was just like a little grom, and just so much energy and so stoked. So it's so great to see him, you know, become a man and just be such an amazing competitor and role model. And again, like you said, taking care of his family, you know, his kuleana, as we say in Hawaii. I'd love to see that.
Oh, it's a beautiful word. And we love that he's just taken charge of his career as he wants to repeat his success and show up in September at Lower Trestles once again. Surfers are on the move now and locking into a nice hollow section and kicking straight out the back. Not much on offer there. As we pass the 8-minute mark, Kanoa just punching through that right-hand option. Another one going by unridden, but it's really interesting when you look at the draw. Strider Wasilewski loves playing fantasy. We're always looking at the big favorites that we think are going to win these events, but Strider, we've had a lot of upsets.
Oh, it's been a tough go out here at Pipeline. I mean, losing some of the best surfers in the world world, Italo Ferreira. We've got, Ethan Ewing went down. You lost the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Igarashi's on the ropes right now. The top 5 getting decimated from last year. And you start to think about the road to the final, the Rip Curl road to the final here. And it starts now. I mean, basically everybody's just now actually thinking about requalification. So they're actually making the cut and all these different things have to be in their mind. We've seen so many big dogs go down. It's unbelievable. Pipeline having its way right now with the surfers. You just never know who's going to be in rhythm out here. So we'll see if we have a fresh, new faces all on that top 5 coming to the end of the year.
Such a good call, Strider. Looking at all the big names, like you mentioned, Italo, that was surprising for all. Shockwaves went through fantasy surfer teams with that loss. Also seeing the loss of Ethan Ewing, who turned in his best year to date, finishing number 4 in the world last season. A lot of people didn't see that one coming. Even just local favorites who made a big dent in the Hawaiian leg. Baron Mamiya was a favorite to do some damage this year. But yeah, you can't go past the GOAT, Kelly Slater, who won this last season, his 8th title, kicked off the year number 1 in the world. We're going to have a lot of new stories at the end of this event.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of new stories. A lot of people's fantasy teams might have actually gone down the tubes with today. But yeah, today was a day to remember because we saw so many giants fall. Not so much fall, because I don't want to say that's the only reason why the other surfer won, but just defeated in good waves. It's not easy to bite off out there, especially when you have a relationship like Kelly does with Pipe, and he's so good out there. So this is going to be a day to remember for sure.
Gabriel Medina preparing for Jake Marshall, the 3-time world champion, one of the most consistent surfers at Pipeline on tour. Had a great heat in the opening round with John Florence, where he got the win to go straight into the round of 32 as he's gunning for a 4th world title this season to try to equal the great Mark Richards. It all starts here, and as we know, there's a lot of great places to watch the action, especially a big heat from Gabriel Medina. Dimity Stoyle always finds herself in the best place on the contest site. Where are you at, Dim?
I'm up in the Turtle Bay VIP area. It's the best seat in the house. You've got the best view on the whole North Shore. The guys are getting barreled. There's plenty of action. They're serving drinks and food. And I might have to pass the mic back over to Laura because I might go grab the DJ decks and set them up here because I think there's no better place for it.
Gosh, such an amazing idea. Such an incredible DJ and surfer. DJ Shimmy Disco, when she gets going, you can't sit down. The party starts. The Turtle Bay VIP Lounge is the place to be. It's really comfy up there. A lot of nice people. And Turtle Bay is just right down the road. Great waves right on site of that incredible location. And a lot of local people work there day in, day out and try to get their surf sins on their breaks. Jamie O'Brien has his whole surf school over there with the Jamie O'Brien Surf Experience. So much to check out while you're here on the North Shore watching the best compete at Pipe and Backdoor as we're hitting the 4-minute mark. Joao Chianca leading over Kanoa Igarashi. Big thanks to Billabong for all they do for pro surfing, celebrating 50 amazing years. All started back in 1973. Only a surfer knows the feeling. Have some of the best team riders in history of the game and supporting some of the biggest events like this one.
What a tagline, right? I mean, they've had some of the best. Only a surfer knows the feeling. And some of the best movies ever in the history of cinematography and surf. Groundbreaking. Their team, I was talking to Ross earlier in the week, and I said, yeah, it would be cool to see one day maybe a Billabong Legends heat or something like cool like that, Just always supporting their surfers, like during their careers, after the support that they give their surfers in retirement or in their retirement, which is what we call retirement, but it's really your free surf career. Just always a fixture in the lineup. You're always going to see a Billabong sticker somewhere here at Pipeline.
It's so true. 2:53 on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi, his last wave was over 8 minutes ago. As you saw him getting cleaned up, trying to work his way back out into position, and he has to get there quickly. Still comboed by Joao Chianca. And you see him just having to ditch his board, get out of there with all the rips inside and the shallow reef. It's been a very challenging heat for Kanoa. And his heat before, I think he felt a little bit uncomfortable as well. He hasn't quite connected yet with a nice clean run in a matchup so far at this event.
Yeah, and it's tough because Joao got that wave in the first minute almost, nearly, and really it only takes Joao to up his second score, and it's going to make Kanoa's task even harder. At this point in the heat, everyone just wants to see Kanoa get a good ride, as we see here.
Big drive and lunging into a hollow section at backdoor and no exit. Opening up, Joao Chianca, 8.67 on his opener, is one of the best guys on tour as far as charging is concerned, representing Saquarema, where he gets real powerful conditions more often than not. But gosh, for a moment there, I almost thought he might see some daylight. The end of that wave just stretched out and clamped on him, which will keep the score the same, 90 seconds. I'll take another look.
Yeah, I was right there with you, Joe. Here he's driving through this barrel. Right there, I was with you. I thought he was going to come out, but there wasn't much of a doggy door on that one.
Yeah, that one moment where it probably would have taken one more drive. It just stretched out so quickly, and Chianca went down. The good news for Joao, Kanoa still comboed after all that time. Igarashi needs a 12-point combined total. This man's former runner-up in this contest to Michel Perez, and he might join that list of upsets from today. Number 5 in the world might have just run out of time.
Yeah, it's almost inevitable here. We don't even have a minute remaining, and he's comboed. I'm sure, Kanoa being such a great competitor, first event of the year, this is a great point in the year to just kind of turn things around. Although it's super early on, just as easily as you have a loss, you can have a win. And to keep that mindset throughout the year is really important.
So true. It's all about surviving the midseason cut. You only have one throwaway result in the first 5 events to survive into the back half of the year to fight in the world title race. Kanoa will have to move on quickly. Remember, he did finish runner-up at Sunset Beach last season, so he'll be moving over down the road and start preparing for the next event of the season. Joao Chianca keeps his reputation solid at Pipeline and moves on to the round of 16. Up next, Medina hits the lineup as he takes on Jake Marshall right after this. Medina, one of the most successful surfers at Pipeline in history. As we flash back to his win in 2018, he's had 10 previous starts here, 5 finals. This is his only win, and it came with a world title this season. This was his 2nd world title, now a 3-time world champ. I feel like he's one of the best ever backside at backdoor, giving him absolutely no weaknesses and being one of the most savvy competitors we've ever seen. The way he approaches backdoor, it feels like he has so much more time than most backsiders. He can travel, he can pump, he can drive. He's had perfect numbers going both directions. So he's familiar with this territory, and he always started off with a great result, even as a rookie, getting an equal 5th to start off a great reputation and a career against the best in the world. Medina now just getting started against Jake Marshall in heat number 14 of the round of 32. So now the priority heat is Jack Robinson and Michael Rodriguez, which haven't seen too much as far as numbers are concerned. Let's hope things really start to fire right now, Megan.
Yeah, Joe, it's a little sleepy out in the water for these two. There was a lot going on in that first heat. You know, they had those big sets come rolling through. So now, you know, the limelight is on them. So it'll be neat to see what they can do with the priority situation out there.
Gabriel Medina takes on Jake Marshall. Jake into his second season taking on the top 34 in the world, representing San Diego, California, that North County, San Diego region that was highlighted recently in the World Junior Championships right there at Seaside Reef. Jake coming out of that local wave and all the great waves around North San Diego in very close proximity to Lower Trestles. Always had a stellar amateur career, never liked to lose, no matter what he was getting involved in. And through some up and downs through his career, last year was a pretty emotional one for all of his support crew. They're so proud he finally made it.
Yeah, what a feat getting on the big show, the big stage. And as you said, like San Diego, I loved seeing the limelight for that event. It really brought San Diego to a lot of people's homes because, you know, although it's such an epicenter in surfing in California, not a lot of people realize like how many great waves are around there. We won't talk about all of them.
Yeah, definitely a lot. I think it always brought up those question marks. Like, why isn't there more contenders coming out of that region? When you surf down there, you see them in person. There's a lot of world-class surfers surfing up and down the coast. So Jake's super proud to represent that part of Southern California. And he doesn't mind being an underdog in heats. He proved that last year when he beat John Florence at Sunset.
Yeah, sometimes being the underdog, you know, you're chomping at the bit to you know, David versus Goliath kind of scenario for you. So you got nothing to lose, and it brings for some people it brings the best out in their surfing.
Jake Marshall choosing the number 4 because he wanted a single-digit number on the jersey. Thought that looked great. It's also the last number in his zip code down in North County, San Diego. He also has 4 other family members. One of those 4 got us pretty excited. Nick Marshall threw down a 540 in a free surf section, took off from back door, went left, and next thing you know, did the craziest rotation of the morning. As we see a little attempt at back door up and down quickly. Michael Rodriguez still yet to get a completion, but probably settled in because Jack hasn't gotten anything either. Here comes Robinson now. There he's starting to drive. Already a couple of great pumps. That red jersey showing us he's going the distance. Beautiful arc off the top. And Jack kicks out. That's exactly what he was waiting for.
Yeah, the sleeping giant awakens with that wave. You know, it was a slow start for both of them, but Jack's got to be happy with that. I can't wait to watch the replay on that. Jack's so cool, calm, and collective, as you see here, just taking off so smooth, driving in the barrel on the foam ball, comes out and sets up right here for this beautiful top turn. I mean, I love it that he got that barrel instead of kicking straight out. Here you can see it slowed down. Look at him. He's deep. He has to drive through that section. He's perfectly placed in there. You can just see the red jersey through the lip. Perfect exit there, and then lining up here. I think wise choice not to go too heavy on this turn because he wanted to complete it. You never want to give the judges the benefit of the doubt and like fall on your last maneuver even after a good barrel.
When Jack rides a wave, is it hard not to think of the Irons brothers?
Yeah, it is hard. You're right. Him and Ethan, but Jack, he's just got that raw style, just like the Irons brothers did. And and he fits in so well here in Hawaii. Oh, I feel like his biggest fans are all the security guards, the water patrol. Like he's a Hawaiian. He's like, WA is, I feel like growing up over there, kind of rugged, just like here, you know, and everybody's, you know, it's small town country. So when he comes to Hawaii, he feels like right at home.
And he's really polite, really respectful. Even when he talks about pipe, and you go, gosh, you're so good at this place, this and that. He always has such a humble response about taking on a wave of this magnitude, of identifying the danger factors of what happened at pipe and backdoor. He never gets ahead of himself. He stays incredibly present, and he earns that gift of a 6'5", all in his talent. Barrel to snap combination for Robinson to get a nice lead over Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, Joe, the first time I ever met Jack was actually in Eric Arakawa's shaping, in his shaping room, and he was only a teenager, and he was just so nice and respectful and just took the time out. We were chatting, you know, he was really young. I don't even think he was, I think he was maybe 15, 16 years old. But, you know, he was so easy to work with from what Eric said, and just had so much respect for our culture, for being here. And I think that's why the Hawaiians really take to Jack, because of that traveling mentality, as you speak of.
So true. Jack Robinson's the one with the most priority, because he's got priority heat and priority over Emrod, with some sets coming through. We just heard some whistles from the beach, and now some movement to position now. It's up to Jack if he wants the wave or if he can get in position for this set. Jack's probably quietly aware that the top 5 from last year is starting to get knocked out of this contest. More recently, Kano Igarashi, Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira, all out here in the round of 32. Now this ocean showing the activity on your screen.
Yeah, as your competitors start to fall, you start seeing little windows, you know, and you start seeing little glimmers of sunlight and hope. And, you know, you never want to see anyone lose, but you start seeing little moments like, wow, this guy went down. These conditions are really good for them. You know, you start thinking, your brain starts working.
And before the cut, when someone lost at a big name early, you kind of go, okay, long year. You know, used to have a couple of throwaway results in the world title race. And now it's different. We feel pressure instantly. A tough result here. They're already on the hot seat coming into Sunset Beach, knowing they only have a few events to keep their spot on tour. Paddling into this one, we'll have some activity from a 3-time world champ, a pipe champ, Gabriel Medina, up and out. And one of his best rivals on the beach, local boy, John Florence. They had a heat together in the opening round. John finished second in that one. And now preparing for Kolohe and Dino. Those guys have known each other for a long time, Kolohe and John. I'm sure they're really fired up to get in the water and start heat number 15.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting.
Now rolling in again, one of the most dangerous surfers without priority. Medina's on the hunt. How do you take that on? Do you watch him? Do you try to shadow him even when you've got 30 minutes on the clock? Or do you have to try to just get away from his energy, because he can steal the show within seconds?
Yeah, I almost think it's that, Joe. He's got such a bubble of energy around him, and he is all the adjectives under the sun. He's lethal. He's dangerous. He's a champ out here. He's incredible. So I think if you can find your own little niche, your own little spot out there and get to work, that's the best game plan.
Let's hear from Joao Chianca with Dimity.
Well, Joao, you started that heat with an absolute bomb, scoring an 8.67. Tell us about that wave and how it was to be out there with just perfect conditions.
Well, yeah, the conditions just clocked in at the time of my heat, and I mean, so incredible. First 20 seconds, that bomb came, and I find myself in the right position, like in the inside of canoa, and wow, just took pretty much like easy takeoff and like clean barrel, clean spit, and wow, super stoked. I didn't really felt like a 8.67, but like I guess like the wave was like better than I thought.
Yeah, and it was very slow before that heat. Talk to us about your strategy going into that. You know, there was 40 minutes of the heat previous where they barely caught a wave over a 2.35. So, yeah, was that something on your mind going into that?
Yeah, my mind was totally like, I was pretty much worried with the heat draw. It's not every event that like you find yourself against the world number 5 twice. I got him in the first round, but like man oh man, it's totally different situation. So my heat strategy was basically like make the most of my opportunities, and that wave like totally. I couldn't have like missed that opportunity and just got it. Yeah.
You definitely made the most of it. Amazing performance. Would you like to say something to your fans back home in Brazil?
Obrigado minha família, obrigado meus amigos. Tem mais bateria hoje, então vamos para a próxima.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dimity. As we have more action in the water from Medina, he hasn't sat still, throwing a nice air reverse just to stay active. 3 waves ridden already in the non-priority side of the heat. Looks like Medina wants some more. Driving off the bottom, there's the ramp, full rotation. Sets his feet back up and jams it shut for an exciting combination of turns. Heading towards the right of back door in the priority heat, Jack Robinson. More time in the pit for the man from WA. Throws the tail and lays back, doesn't recover. But now he's spending more time in the pit. Head down and just going straight, missing the barrel opportunity, Michael Rodriguez. Now here's Jake Marshall. He'll get spit out. Staying nice and low, clean rip off the top, and he hops out. Love all the action and overlapping heats, Megan. We've seen a lot of different stories here. Priority heat, Jack and Michael Rodriguez. Robinson is definitely getting a lot of room over the Brazilian right now.
Yeah, a lot of action there. Jack, he just seems to be in sync with the ocean. And what we're seeing from Gabe, I mean, that's a preview. We just saw everything go from barrels to, oh, we might see some big airs happen. And this could shift things, you know, and go from barrels, airs. I love it. The change each heat brings something new. And Jack, I don't know if he's felt the energy, but he went to the air too. So we might start to see some of this.
Oh, that makes things so exciting as we look at Jake Marshall finding another quick vision way down the line there. He's been solid in his performances in competition, finding similar looking waves at backdoor. As Medina starting to light up the left at pipeline, wide open pit. Here comes a ramp for Gabriel, up into the sky for the rotation to seal the deal.
Wow, Joe.
Next wave setting up for Jack Robinson. Pipeline's coming to life. Here comes a ramp right in front of Medina, and he'll end up out the back.
I mean, they're not in the same heat, but I think they're getting energy from each other out there. And that was interesting how he did the air right in front of him. Different heats, but yeah, gathering that energy in the water. And you can see Strider clapping in the channel there.
Just fun to see a lot of action back to back to back with all these guys getting a ton of rides, waiting for scores for all of our competitors now. But I think Jack and Medina do thrive off each other. They had some wild heats last year after the midseason cut, kind of focusing on G-Land, where Jack was able to turn 2 heats around back to back from beating Medina in the semifinals with seconds on the clock, then did the same thing to Toledo on the same afternoon. That was epic, watching all the different types of waves right there, Strider.
That was amazing just to see the energy that was coming out of the 2 surfers as they were paddling by. They had all this, you know, pure stoke and smile and focus all at the same time. You know, they're not surfing against each other. You're seeing that, like, that camaraderie as a surfer, you know, thriving. And what you're not seeing is John Florence sitting just off to the side, having that same energy, building off of everything that he was watching, you know, as these surfers come back to the pipeline and see these waves. Caught up with John a little bit. He's got himself a little bit of a step up. He's got a 6'2" Paizel under his feet. Said just wants a little bit more board just in case one of those big bombs comes. He's ready for it. He's getting excited out here in the channel. These guys are surfing in this heat, making me excited. I'm just frothing over here. I love it.
We love it, Strider. That's great input. 6'2", that's about as big of a board as John rides these days. As we'll go to a series of replays, Robinson gets spit out, misses the punt, but this score is going to help his cause. 7.83 for the effort.
Yeah, look at that technique right there. Just riding above the foam ball, just sticks his butt right in the face of the wave. And right here's where he goes for that air, and I believe Gabe's right in front of him paddling out. I mean, how much fun is that?
And then Medina going to the sky. Big difference from the barrels to the full rotation. Judges throwing down a 1.83, then a 3.83. And Medina's got one more to be scored.
Right here, pulls straight into the barrel. So much speed there, too. not a huge section here, but finishes it off with a nice reverse there. I mean, what a change of oh, here we see Jack threading through that barrel. I think he felt that energy from Gabe. Tries to go for that reverse himself.
Jack Robinson got a 5.33 for that wave. That's a throwaway score. The 7.83 for Jack came on the left at pipe right in front of Medina. Gabriel's 3.83 was the wave just where he went above the lip on that first section. We're waiting for Gabriel's score where he got barreled, then did the reverse to build his score line in the non-priority heat. And then all Jake's scores yet to be locked in, as he got a couple at backdoor.
Yeah, they have some catching up to do because Jake did get a couple of nice backdoor waves. Interesting to see Gabe's 3.83, where you said he took to the air a bit. So to see where their mindset is, they definitely want to weave that in with a barrel. They're not just looking for only a air. So I love that they're sticking to their guns when it comes to the pipe.
Barrel's always king, isn't it? Especially at pipe and backdoor. Medina's on the move, doesn't like to sit still. He's enjoying his job today. Super smooth and easy on the effort. Quick little tube time for Medina. 2 scores to come in for the 3-time world champ. The man has so many great records, but a special connection when you think of 5 finals the last 10 years at pipe. 1 big win. You think of the greats like Kelly. As we take a look at this again.
Yeah, beautiful. Not a big wave there, but like you said, silky smooth. You can see from this perspective, I love the channel view. He's just threading through the barrel there. I don't think, at the end of this heat, I don't think that's going to be one of his scoring waves with what we know Gabe's capable of out there. But he's staying busy, like you said. He's already got, 5 waves ridden under his belt and only 10 minutes into the heat.
Yeah, I was just thinking of Kelly with 31 starts at pipe, 13 finals. Back to Jake at backdoor.
Wow, that was a nice wave. See, this is where the judges were catching up. Beautiful barrel there. Kind of foamy, but beautiful section, and then finishes it off with a nice maneuver there.
Also, Tommy Carroll, 11 starts, 5 finals at pipe. One of the greatest ever to surf this place. But Jake Marshall, 4.5, 2.67, trying to be in the mix with Medina. Here's Michael Rodriguez, really just running out of time. A tough heat to kick off his career back on the championship tour. Leaves the heat with a 0.5 and a 0.4. And Jack Robinson easily moves on into the round of 16 to compete later on today. There's a celebration from Matty Bemrose. Solid support in Jack Robinson's corner. John John's coming up next against Andino.
Jake Marshall needs a 5.5.
For me, pipe, it's home. It's this wave that I've grown in and around from being young and just wanting to sit out there in the channel. Eventually paddling to the peak and starting to get some waves to now battling for the scariest wave. It's an evolving life challenge for me. As a kid, it's scary because you want to be out there, but you don't really want to be out there. Then there was my mom, who really inspired my brothers and I. We'd always check pipe from our house, and we had this little tree house that would look straight into the barrel. The days that I didn't want to go out, she'd paddle out on her longboard. And I'd be like, I don't want to go. And she'd be like, no, you should go. pipe is kind of the apex of it all. We still check pipe from the treehouse at my mom's. Nothing's changed.
Special relationship for John at pipe as he's getting started, but this is Jake Marshall going left at pipe. He goes down as he's battling with Gabriel Medina, needing a 5.51 to create another big upset in the round of 32 that's been filled with upsets. We've lost quite a few pipe champs. John's one now, and also a multiple-time world champ, as he takes on a good friend, a good rival in Kolohe Andino. John always jokes about the early days when they'd meet up at lowers for the NSSA Nationals, and he just goes, man, Kolohe just had my number. Year after year, winning all these national titles. Kolohe is one of the most successful amateurs in NSSA history, right with Bobby Martinez and the rest of those great awards from back in the day. I think John was going through growth spurts at the time, traveling a lot. He wasn't winning maybe as much as people think in those younger years, but then everything changed, where all of a sudden, once he got on tour, became the best in the world in 2-foot surf and gigantic 40-foot surf at the Eddy. The man can do it all. The biggest challenge for John is just trying to stay in one piece from start to finish. As we have a look here for John Florence. Couple of drives at backdoor and traveling much longer than you'd expect. Wave clamping down. He's got such a solid stance. Using a 6'2" John Pizell surfboard. And that is a very special relationship going back a very long time.
Yeah, ever since way back when, ever since I think I ever even knew John, and you know, John was a Grom, and John was just surfing, local shaper out here. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, Kolohe won in his backyard when John would come and do, you know, nationals and lowers and whatnot. And then Kolohe comes to John's backyard, and John is definitely the king out here when it comes to that.
It's going to be fun to watch this battle because they've got some history. John leads it 5-2 over Kolohe Andino, and they've had some great moments, including final series moments at Main Break Margaret River, where Kolohe has reached the final, and John was the only man still swinging. Obviously, John kind of owns that venue as doing the best radical surfing. But Kolohe, a student of the game, he's a veteran now. He often had interviews where he was just a little kid as he qualified when he was still 17, and he's learned so much and still waiting for that anticipated first championship tour win of his career. All the Kolohe fans hoping it's going to be this year. And we'll see what happens here at Pipeline, because he's certainly put in some time over the years.
Yeah, he has, Joe, and I still can't, I'm in disbelief that he hasn't won a CT. He's been in multiple finals, he's been on tour for so long, and he's poised to. And they say it just takes that one victory, that first victory, and once you taste it, it's a lot easier after that.
So now looking at the horizon at the moment, Medina's with priority in the priority heat. Gabriel with a 6.17 and a 3.83. Starting to set things up now. And looks like we will see the head go down for Florence, heading towards backdoor. Arm bar to slow down, now speeding up and gets the exit. His ability in the cavern is unbelievable. You're talking about performing in closeouts. Well, John's one of the best in the world, if not the best. You've seen him do that at Baja da Tijuca and Rio, where it did look like closeouts for miles. And somehow he's getting stand-up pits and turning in miracle moments as we see Jake Marshall pick himself back up.
Yeah, I just like your arm bar. The arm bar in the barrel. Here we see John slowing down, grabbing the face of the wave there, and like finding his way through that. Yeah, John just has a special relationship. As he said, he's at home here. Jake Marshall finds himself a little nugget as well, but unable to come out of that one.
That's right, just a tough one there for Marshall, still chasing a score to catch up with Medina. Speaking of catching up, let's hear from Jack Robinson with Dimity.
Well, Jack Robinson, you're always one of the favorites to watch out in this lineup here at Pipeline. Always looks like you're having so much fun when you're out there. Talk to us about that heat and what you were thinking.
Yeah, it was cool. I haven't surfed out here in 1 year since the comp, so yeah, it's nice to feel everything, feel the nerves, feel all those things we feel, and yeah, just get in the rhythm, find a couple waves. It's always a tricky wave part. Like, even though it looks perfect, it's hard to kind of find them sometimes. So just happy to find a rhythm.
Yeah, you definitely looked in rhythm in that heat, and you've had a few days off in a row. What have you been getting up to in the downtime? I know you love focusing on your mental side of things, and yeah, moving forward, what's the plan?
Oh, I just been sleeping the last couple of days, just getting ready, saving my energy for this. So yeah, midday naps every day, just cruising. But Hawaiian time, yeah. But no, it's good. We're just enjoying it here. Got a good crew at the house, and yeah, looking forward to having some good waves during the event. So just stay on focus.
Well, I love it. Hawaiian time looks good on you, Jack. So good luck for the next rounds.
Jack Robinson's a great sleeper. He takes naps quite a bit. He can be in a noisy area, even the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I remember at Margaret River last year walking by him, and there's people around him, cameras, and he actually took 5 minutes and took a nap. Jake Marshall in a speedy cave at backdoor. He'll come out with a beautiful ride. He's just sticking to his own game plan against Medina. Going for backdoor pits. Medina heading that same direction. Wide open. This thing is a cave. How about that?
You said it, Joe, earlier. Medina's Houdini on his backside at backdoor.
Unbelievable. I think hands down the best in the world. Backhand at backdoor. He's proved that time and time again. And right when Jake's getting momentum, he steals all the limelight right back to himself. Unbelievable competitor, incredible athlete, one of the best we've ever seen, putting on a show for us today.
Yeah, he spoon feeds off other people's energies. When you think that you have Medina, that's what he does. And oh my gosh, I was wondering who that was that went over. That I believe it's John. That was as late as a takeoff can get.
As we take another look at Gabe here.
All right, look at that. Look how deep he is backside. I mean, I don't even think he grabbed his rail on that, Joe.
Throwing kisses to the panel, to the crowd, the fans on the beach. He is a showman, an entertainer, and he's in his happy place right here on tour, kicking off the year at Pipeline. Gabriel just ditched a 3.83 and is going to put some pressure on Jake. Good news for Marshall. He got his best wave as well at the 10-minute mark. Way before for Marshall, 6.33, which did get him the lead at the moment. And we'll wait for Medina's scores. And just a quick reminder, 110 for a 10 all season long, where you get a Yeti Tundra 110 for all those 10-point rides all the way through the end of the season. Numbers starting to roll in for Medina. What an effort he had. The risk there from just dropping in without a grab. Didn't have to hug that rail, and he makes it look so easy, Megan.
Yeah, look how late he was. So deep, and I can't explain how hard that is backside. And like you said, showman. I love that this generation of surfers is showmans. It used to all be about, humility and, like, I'm not going to raise my hands. I don't want to act like I got completely barreled and pitted. But Gabe, he deserved to do what he did on that wave after, and he is not scared to be a showman.
Strider Wazalewski, how are you enjoying the Gabriel Medina show?
I mean, it's insane to watch him drop in on that wave. He's coming down the line. You can see him pull up backside, then he disappears, and the crowd takes over, and you can hear the crowd just roar for Medina. Beautiful to see, and now he's paddling back out right by us. He's about to get the score. Gets a 9.33, little head shake for him. Pretty insane to watch and feel the vibes out here. He gave us a look back. He's all psyched. This is a great heat, but Jake's back on the ropes again. Medina, one of the best in the business, if not the best, on the backhand out here at backdoor.
That's right. Strider's a goofy foot. He knows the challenge of backdoor pipeline, and Medina looks like it's an advantage the way he approaches that unbelievably fast barreling right-hander. A 9.33, a 6.17, 15.5 combined total. Marshall now needs a 9.18. This man has a lot of heroes, a lot of inspiration. He hangs out with professional soccer players like Neymar. They're close friends. He kind of lives in different types of circles and prepares like the all-star athlete he is. So you think it'd be maybe distracting what he does in between events, but it's actually formulating one of the best athletes we've ever seen. He likes to find inspiration from different outlets outside of surfing.
Yeah, and he comes from a country that surfing, it's such a national sport. I mean, it's not as big as soccer, but you know, he's an absolute legend, a hero. You know, there's places in the world where, not, you know, the middle, if you're not on the ocean, then you're not even going to know who the world champion surfer is. But in a country like Brazil, I mean, they're so behind their surfers there. It's that support. I think he really rises to the occasion to be around amazing athletes like Neymar, like you said.
Megan, let's watch this again.
Yeah, I was just amazed at how late he took off on that, and how deep you couldn't see him at all, and then a little bit of disco shimmy right there at the end.
Oh, so great. That huge drive made the difference. Saw the spit first, but it was a cannon. Judges love critical waves, love when it's really heavy and chunky, and it had all of that and some. 617's his low score. Gabriel Medina picked that number 10 jersey because he said Pele did. You know, one of the most talked about incredible soccer players or football players of all time, winning multiple World Cups for Brazil. And when you hear about what made Pele so great was his improvisation. And I think Medina does that just the same in surfing a heat, where he can just freestyle, create moments for himself with or without priority. Never feels like he's just following a script and hard guidelines on how to win big heats.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. And he creates those moments, as you said. Even if he's losing a heat, he's searching, he's hunting, he's looking for that corner. He's looking for something to get out of the position of his back being up against the wall. He makes things happen.
Gabriel Medina with all the wins. He's also had quite a few heartbreaking moments, losing a world title race to Italo in the final of the last event of the season. As we see a nice fresh start for Maxime Husino, joining the World Tour as an exciting rookie, taking on Miguel Pupo, who finished 6th in the world last year. Maxime is definitely going to have his hands full.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a great heat, though. Maxime's not your typical rookie. It's going to be, he's been surfing out here. I saw him get a couple of good backdoor barrels the other day when we were just watching and assessing the conditions. I like this matchup. I can't wait to watch it.
5:25 till we get there for Maxime and Miguel. And same amount of time for Marshall to plan his comeback and head down through the inside. And Dino will open up his heat against John. Quickly up and out. Kolohe's dad, a rookie of the year in the past on the championship tour. He's actually here in Hawaii surfing quite a bit with Matt Biolis, Kolohe's longtime shaper. And I think over the years when Kolohe was young, Dino was kind of making most of the decisions with equipment. He was always so focused on it. As we go into the barrel with John Florence, spitting multiple times. He's got more time than anybody in the pit at backdoor. Well done for John.
Yeah, Joe. John's got to be happy with that one. He gave us a display there of your armbar barrel.
It's so cool what they can do with their hands, their arms, their technique. I always feel like barrel riding is just an extension of body surfing, where you use so much of your body to have speed management in the pit.
Yeah, look at where he is on the reef when he takes off on that thing. Perfect positioning. Trying to stay in there as long as he can. So much style, and he's so smooth. See, and John's the opposite of showman. He comes out, hands don't even get raised up. I mean, that's just John, you know? I mean, that's just so humble.
It's so true. I think there was only one moment when he was a Grom. He did a giant alley-oop. I think at the time it was maybe considered one of the best at Karamas. And it felt so good, he couldn't help it, and his hands went up. And he said how embarrassed he was, and he hoped that he would never do it again. For me, in that show of pure emotion, I love it. And I think there is this shame factor of like, oh gosh, keep your hands down and kick out. What do you think about Acclaim, Megan? And do you ever think it's a cool way to celebrate a moment?
I think it's a really individual thing to do. And it is got to be in that moment. I don't know if every single time you get a barrel, you need to claim it. But I think that with the emotion and the energy, and it's electrifying when you come out of the barrel like that. And if that's part of your personality, I also think these are like louder personalities too, people that really claim it. And John's just a pretty mellow cat. And I think that's why he surfs, you know, when he doesn't claim it too much.
So good, Megan. 3 minutes on the clock. Strider, we just saw the priority change to Jake Marshall. What'd you see there?
There's just a head fake from you know, Medina looking at it, Jake wanting it, and then they're having to flip the priority buoy, and then Jake's got priorities paddling out. He tries to get to position, and that last wave that we saw John on was actually, you know, Jake's wave, and he was just a nanosecond off, and then John had that nanosecond decision to go and actually whipped it, got it. It was a beautiful ride, as you saw, just how quickly things flip-flop and change out here at Mother Nature.
Thanks so much, Strider. Yeah, John really took advantage of that. I think maybe the best surfer to surf the overlapping format is John Florence, especially at pipe. He can go so many different places, make split-second decisions. But the jockeying for position, judges are watching closely if a surfer's trying to block or hold priority for a really long period of time. And if you kind of make a move and then don't go, the judges will end up flipping priority on you. So Marshall has it now, but he needs a big score, 9.18.
Yeah, I think that boils down to really want to see the surfing do the talking and not the hassling. We tried to get away from all that, you know, back in the day when sometimes it was more about the hassling than it was about the surfing.
So many great stories that come from this event, specifically with just the intimidation factor of big heats.
Yeah, imagine pulling up and you have 3 Hawaiians, you're the one, you know, California in your heat, and, you know, there's no priority.
Good luck. Yeah, it was definitely a lot of stories like that, playing defense, even some surfers saying, okay, maybe I'll be the guy that loses my spot in the main event so that their good friend could move on, and all that's changed over the years. Jake Marshall is down to the final minute, does have priority, and needs one of the best waves of the day to come through to turn in a 9.18 for a spot into the round of 16. He definitely is competing against one of the best ever at pipe.
Yeah, he, you know, backs up against the wall. The fact that he got a couple of good barrels, he's surfing pipe and backdoor with only 3 other guys out, really just 1 other guy. That's a dream come true for anyone. And, you know, just to make it a couple of heats, a couple of rounds, that's a lot of experience. Every heat, the more time you put in here, and then, you know, he can go into Surfing Sunset. I mean, it's not over, but he can go into Surfing Sunset with a little bit of confidence.
So true, and he had great success there last year, getting past John Florence. It turned into one of his best results on tour, running through the inside, ramping a big full rotation from Medina. That would have been one of the most aggressive versions of that move if he could have pulled it off. Well, the heat with Medina and Jake runs out of time, and Gabriel Medina flexes his ability at pipe and backdoor as he moves on into the round of 16. More action to come here in the round of 32. Pupo and Maxime start off their matchup coming up next. The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline, by Turtle Bay, official resort of the World Surf League, and by 805 Beer, properly chilled.
Billabong Pro Pipe, as we see, dropping into this wave, pulling in double arm bar. Miguel Pupo to start off his matchup against Maxime Rusno in the overlapping heat format. And we just saw Gabe Medina put on a monstro performance up against Jake Marshall. Some sportsmanship on the shore. And the view of the paddle out here at Pipeline. Thank you for joining us. We're in the round of 32 overlapping heat format. Non-priority heat just got underway. Miguel Pupo against the tour rookie Maxime Husno. Ross.
Yeah, interesting matchup here. Maxime, we haven't seen a whole lot of him here at Pipeline and Backdoor, regular footer. But he's sneaky good in the barrel, and then we all know about Miguel, how good he is at Pipeline. And the winds are so mint right now, Kaipo. It is southeast. There are some perfect waves out there.
Yeah, great conditions and room to perform for all of our surfers. As we saw in the last heat, Gabe Medina go excellent, near perfect at Backdoor. Once again, showing that he is absolutely one of the best goofy footers in history ever to surf Backdoor Pipeline.
You know, it's really fun to watch because we always talk about backside barrel riding with regular footers at Pipe or regular footers at Te Auhopu. But rarely do you talk about a backside barrel off a goofy footer at Backdoor. And that was one of the better barrels I've seen at Backdoor by a goofy footer. That was a late drop. He didn't grab his rail. It was so technical. It was a gnarly wave. Just amazing from Gabby.
Yeah, priority heat in the water. Two good friends going up against each other. John Florence and Kolohe and Dino. Been a tough one for Kolohe against John Florence. And Kolohe also under priority right now and just needs to get some type of meaningful score in the scoreline. Meanwhile, under priority, this is Miguel Pupo looking left. Low drag into a barrel, no problem for Miggy. And Pupo looking for more towards the sandbar section, throws a tail, combos it up. Back-to-back good waves for Miguel Pupo.
Beautiful little snap there to boot for Miguel.
Let's hear from Gabe Medina. He's fresh out the water with Dimity.
Well, Gabby, finding an absolute bomb in that last heat. The highest wave of the day so far, 9.33 on a beautiful backdoor barrel. Tell us about that heat and how did that one feel?
That felt really good. That was a bomb, and yeah, like it's kind of slow out there, you know. But I'm happy with the win and to find that really good wave. But it's tricky to compete in conditions like that, you know. But yeah, let's keep the ball rolling, and hopefully I can get a few more.
Well, you definitely look like you're in the zone. On to the next round. So would you like to say something to your fans at home in Brazil?
Obrigado a todos que estavam torcendo no Brasil. Feliz de ter passado. Agora vamos para a próxima bateria. O jogo continua. A bateria vai ser boa de novo. E é isso. Manter o foco e vir nas ondas certas.
Thank you.
Beleza. All right. Yeah, looking like he's the guy once again, but it will be interesting as we go through the field and watch the matchups, because I believe in the round of 16, we're going to see Jack Robinson against, I got to check my draw, Jack Robinson against Gabe Medina.
Yeah, that'd be a very crazy heat right there. Those are two gnarly guys out here, and you just can't count Gabriel out anywhere. I don't care if it's beach break, pipeline, backdoor. Put Gabriel Medina into Eddie, he'd probably win that thing too. He's just such a competitor.
Yeah, so that is going to be the case. It'll be Heat 7 in the round of 16, where we'll see Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina meet up. That's going to be potentially the heat of the round. On paper, it is to me right now.
Well, that's a no-brainer for sure, Kaipo. That's nuts, especially here at Backdoor and Pipe.
For more on the buttery conditions, I'm going to go out to the water.
Oh. Kipes, it's definitely butter out here. I mean, it's unbelievable how favorable the winds are right now. If you go up to Turtle Bay right now, the winds are just hucking at like 25 to 30 out there from the east-northeast. But here, we've got just beautiful, clean winds, and almost like a microclimate that we're being blessed with right now. And when the waves come, you've seen all the beautiful tube rides that we've been having, and that light offshore wind that just we dream about is what we are blessed with today. So, you know, it's been like that pretty much all day. We've had a little bit of a doldrum, kind of slack wind for a bit this morning, kind of morning sickness, but lucky to have these beautiful conditions. And, well, we saw the highest score of the day so far with Gabriel Medina at Backdoor. John's still in the water. Miguel Pupo coming in. He's ready. Maxime trying to prove something. Can't wait to see the rest of it.
Great reporting, Strider. Paddles all the way up to Turtle Bay, checks the wind for us, paddles back down to Pipeline. Hardest working man on the crew right there, Ross.
Yeah, he's pretty fit. He deserves a big lunch. Strider, you come in, get yourself a steak plate.
Oh, boy. Well, there's no jokes right now for Kolohe Andino. He needs a score up against John Florence with 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Andino, 28 years old, out of San Clemente, California. Did make the semis here in 2016. Would like to replicate that performance, but right now he's got to get through a big wall, and that wall is known as John Florence.
Yeah, the advantage for John is he can go left and right. His radar is up for right and left, where Kolohe is probably a little more psyched to look for a backdoor wave. So he's not out of it. It's not like there's big scores up against him. The 4.5 and a 7.83, this heat is not over.
Yep, and a seat in the round of 16, but sneakily looking to kind of maybe hide in the bushes a bit or just get off to that 8 section. Kolohe Andino needs to kind of shake John from priority, score a wave, and get back into this, because that 7.83 in John's scoreline is just glaring at me right now, Ross.
Interesting. He's looking for a wallet in the Napaka bush. A little free cash. And they're down there. Everyone knows that plan, but not everyone really commits to it. A lot of people kind of give it a glance and go maybe, and just don't go all the way down there, but under priority, it's kind of the call.
Meanwhile, in the non-priority heat, the goofy foot out of Brazil, 31-year-old Miguel Pupo, with a strong lead over the rookie Maxime Husno. Pupo opened up with a 4.33, followed up with a 4.6. Miggy is a tour veteran at this point. "11 seasons on the championship tour. Just came off of his, out of those 11 seasons, just came off of his best finish in 2022, finishing number 6 in the world and winning his first CT event over in Tahiti.
It's incredible because usually, Kaipo, if I hear you throw out those stats, you're looking at someone who's at the end of their career and maybe not as exciting. I feel different about Miguel. I feel excited to watch him surf more than ever. And that is very rare to have someone improve their game this late in their age.
Yeah, Maruru Yorana, let's check out that look back at 2022 at Taupo. Miguel Pupo with Samuel rooting him on and getting through some throaty ones, Ross.
Yeah, really nice conditions here. And Miguel is just we always talk about his style. He's very smooth. So good on the rail, though. This guy can read barrels. He can take late drops. And once he tips he likes to ride really small boards, too. Look how small that board is. And that allows him to dip a lot of rail in the water. I mean, this kid can turn and burn.
And had to come up against the wonder kid, Pauli Voss, in that final, but Miggy ended up on top after a long haul on the championship tour. It gets a big W.
Look at that skill right there. Those are huge pumps to make it through that barrel. That's high-level barrel surfing.
And the celebration happened in the water, but back to current action and the dynamic that you're pointing out, Ross. I think what happened with his younger brother, Sammy Pupo, coming onto tour, has actually motivated Miguel as well. Sammy, before Tahiti, made a final in Rio. And then that final, I think, really motivated and lifted Miggy up to perform even outside of what he expected of himself.
100%. We've been talking about that, right? It's no secret that Miguel was inspired by his younger brother. That happens, right, Kaipo? Like, for instance, I have and bear with me here, a 16-year-old Yorkie, this little dog, right? He's old. He's like 100 and something in dog years.
Yeah.
And we have a puppy. And as soon as we brought the puppy in the house, our little Yorkie is all frisky and jumping all over the place. So I think, for Miguel, he's got a little puppy on tour and he's psyched.
Brilliant. That analogy, that puppy analogy, I thought you were going to get lost right there. I was getting lost for a bit, but it makes all the sense in the world. It happens, and it's a natural elevation.
He's inspired.
New energy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
New energy into the family.
He's like, you know what? I'm not that old. I'm inspired. I'm excited, and he's ready to go.
And both, Miguel and Samuel sons of Wagner Pupo, who was a pro surfer back in the 80s. Here we go. Andino gets a couple of pumps into that barrel, but he gets a little pinchy at the end.
It's a good effort, though. He was really close to squeezing through that and eking out a good score. So still some good fight here in Kolohe.
7:24. Are you concerned with the clock right now for Kolohe Andino?
Yeah, it's getting pretty gritty for him. He's going to have to put a number on the board right away.
Maxime Husno finds a bubble. That one just goes long and out of play for the French surfer.
And for John, he's sitting with priority, really trying to get rid of that 4.5. He does that, you know, that's looking pretty tough for Kolohe.
Florence taking a look here. Going to go back door. John drops in, stalls, behind the curtain, still going, second section, and has to bust out. Did he just ditch that 4.5?
Yeah, I think so. And that was really well surfed. That was not really a doggy door. That was more like a straight out of the Star Wars movie trapdoor, the Death Star there. He kind of manufactured that exit. Not many people can do that. It's just crazy talent.
One more time.
Stalled as hard as he could. He stepped on the brakes to get really tucked in behind. The wave stretched out, and John just has a really good radar. He knows when, you know, he has to get out. There's no more room to go down the line. A lot of surfers would have kept pumping and stayed in a closeout, and he just found that exit. So really well read.
And what's the secret to kind of taking that force and being able to bust through that type of exit?
He's a big kid, you know, 6'2", 190 pounds plus, and so he just has a nice wide stance and breaks through it. Just straight bull stance.
And in the evolution of pro surfing, we've actually seen, I believe, the kind of the mean height and weight of professional surfers actually grow in modern times.
Absolutely. You know, Kelly Slater was kind of your typical pro surfer throughout the 90s. 5'8", 5'9", 155 pounds. Enables you to be nimble, surf really good at knee-high waves, head-high waves. But nowadays, with equipment so good, these big surfers can fly around in small waves too.
Yeah, big, powerful surfers like John Florence, like an Ezekiel Lau, like a Jordy Smith, you know, and the list goes on.
Gabby's a big kid too.
Miggy disappears, comes out, no problem. Slashes off the top with the sharp eye board. Miguel Pupo makes it two, little drift there. Cavitation of the fins, he has to drive through in the whitewater, no problem. Miguel Pupo has been very consistent on the lefts, and he's going to continue to add to his scoreline.
Yeah, you said it. He's been, I think his strike rate is really high, and he's been catching a lot of waves. And it seems to be the common denominator of people making heats and people not. If you're consistently catching waves and giving yourself chances, really nice drop wallet there. Another one right here. Watch his tail. Boom, he just stomps on it. Just beautiful to watch that style. Looking straight into the barrel. Is actually pretty deep there. High and dry. Stayed away from that floor. That floor really opens up. Layback snap right here. Let's see if we can get the vision on the second one from this angle. Watch the fins bust out. Boom, and they do. So big old power jam.
Little powder by out in the water, Strider.
Yeah, Miggy just talking about his wave and how it was like an angle of the wave was really west. And he got to go up high in the bowl and come through it and then have that turn off the end. You know, with that said, it looks like we're going to have a lot of that coming through this afternoon, right? On the buoy, it dropped down to about 14, 15 seconds, and then it popped back up at about 8.9 feet at 17 seconds. And that was, I think, at 6 this morning. So we're going to see those pre-runners coming in all afternoon. And we got some huge heats coming up. You got Jack Robinson coming up against Gabriel Medina. Are you kidding me? It's going to be a great afternoon.
Yeah, it is a great afternoon. Thank you for the reporting, Strider, and the conditions are still really good. John Florence looking strong against Kolohe Andino. He's pretty much closed that matchup out at this point, Ross, with just 3 minutes remaining in that heat. Kolohe, it's just impossible to come back from that combination that he's currently in.
Yeah, John did a really good job finding that backup score, getting rid of the 4.5. So Now he's pretty relaxed. He's just in chill mode. And it's a little surprising because Kolohe is a super good surfer out here at Backdoor. I would have thought that he'd find a couple scores, but we have seen kind of lopsided affairs all day today where one guy is kind of in rhythm.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. And I do want to acknowledge Hawaii Pacific Health and the help that they're giving us and all of our medical needs for the participants here at Pipeline and at stop number 2 at Sunset. We have an orthopedic specialist, Dr. Spencer Chang from Hawaii Pacific Health, and he's serving the event as the director of medical for both Pipeline and Sunset. And I can personally attest to Dr. Spencer Chang as he has operated on both my left knee and my right knee with success.
Nice. Did you buy him dinner or Christmas present?
Oh, more than that, yeah.
Okay. Indirectly or directly?
Yeah, it was a great call. And, you know, and it's great when you have doctors who are also surfers and their understanding of the mechanics of an injury in which to treat that injury and actually get you back in the water as soon as possible. I'm getting back in the water. I've been swimming. I'm getting back in the water next week.
I saw you, Kaipo. You've been swimming. You've been training and passed me the other day swimming by, and I could see it in your eyes. You need to do an off the lip pretty quick here.
I need, yeah, at least a cutback, anything. 1 minute, 20 seconds. John Florence is on his way to the round of 16. A reminder, we will get straight into that round of 16, and that overlapping heat format will continue as we play on through the day. So we still got a full day of surfing happening for all of you watching us at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Interesting note, too, from Strider about the buoys, because if that happens, those are pretty high numbers. We could see some classic lefts come in with those, with that swell bumping back up. Could see some 8-foot big old barrels on the left.
Well, John doesn't care. He can go right, he can go left. Just another day in the office for John Florence. 30 seconds remaining. Maybe a play by the non-priority heat at this moment with Miggy Pupo out in the lead. Just got a 6.33 with a 4.6. And he has the French surfer backed against the rope in a soft combination right now for Maxime Husno as we start winding down our priority heat with John Florence and Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, I like that 6.3 from Miguel. That was well surfed.
Horn blows. Official. John Florence onto the round of 16. Kolohe Andino takes a 17th, an equal 17th from Pipeline. There's the numbers. When we come back, we're going to finish off this round of 32 and start the round of 16 here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
I'm Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Billabong Pro Pipeline, Maxime Husno going left, grabbing rail, traveling through there, little side slip on the backhand, makes it through. Husno, best wave so far in his matchup. Can't hang on to the finish, but got some shade time in the barrel right behind him. Ian Gentile in heat 1 of the round of 16. Gentile barrel as well as a carve on the backhand. Miggy Pupo leading against Maxime Husno, and Pupo again in and out of the barrel at pipe. Great exchange between 3 surfers, and why not? Jordy Smith's going back door this time, foamy, and finds the exit. The big South African gets his start against Ian Gentile. What a rally, what an exchange to kick off our transition, our last half of the final heat of the round of 32, and in the first heat of the round of 16, I'm Kaipo along with Dimity Stoyle and Ross Williams. What a flurry.
How dreamy has it gotten out there? Just in the last hour, we've just seen the waves go better and better and better.
Yeah, this east wind right now is amazing. A lot of times with trade winds, you know, you get a little bit of chop up the face, but right now it's groomed really clean.
What's going on with Miggy right now? He's just camping out in the barrel. This is going to be Pupo's 5th tube in a row against Maxime Husno. He's got 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We got some scores to get caught up on by our judges for all 4 surfers in the water. Take a look at our new heat in the water, round of 16. Heat number 1, Ian Gentile, tour rookie, up against Jordy Smith. Your thoughts on that matchup, Tiffany?
Yeah, this is going to be great. You know, like Jordy had found the best wave this morning, and conditions were actually really tricky, and now it's kind of pumping. Can't wait to watch what he does next.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy heat right there. Ian has a knack for getting the best waves when he's in the water. He's got just that little bit of a magic to him. He's got a magnet on him. So that's going to be a tough heat there for Jordy.
Yeah, Ian Gentile, I mean, of course, this is the Billabong Pro Pipeline in loving memory of Andy Irons. Ian Gentile, when he was just 12, 13 years old, put out an edit at the time, and a quote from Andy Irons at that time called Ian the best 13-year-old in the world. So a lot was expected from Ian Gentile from a very young age, but took a break, but now he's back and on the big stage. Here we go. Gentile tucks under and gets caught up somehow. Something grabbed the fins, Ross, and took the board out from under him.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy in the water. This swell has a long period, and it's surprising a lot of these surfers.
Jordy Smith, smooth that back door, just ducks out the back there. Doing the free ride pull out there, right through the back of the wave to not lose any ground and get back to the peak ahead of Ian Gentile. Looks like he's going to do that.
Yeah, I love Ian Gentile's story because he was such an amazing junior that had so much expectation, and then he stopped competing, but he just spent so much time working on his surfing, and he came back just surfing so strong, and that's exactly why we see him on tour now. Wow.
Replay there. And
beautiful wave.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that score, actually, Ross.
Yeah, they're still dialing it in. So Ian has a right and a left. But this left well ridden, high and dry right there. Staying away from that little almond-shaped bottom section. And I like this snap, too. Really good-looking surfboard under his feet. Eric Arakawa, the best shapers on the North Shore. Ian Gentile, he's just warming up. These are his little backup scores, trying to get some rhythm.
Here's Jordy on an absolute bomb, but too far down the line, so he kicks out, and then Miggy. Look at that technique there, just stalling, comes out nice and clean. Yeah, that board looks so nice, and he's got so much control. And yeah, Maxime on a small inside one, dragging his tail in the water, and goes for the big finish and gets it. Oh, actually, doesn't ride out. My bad. But yeah, love the way Miguel's stalling, and look how short his board is. He's got so much control, and he's able to slow down and kicks out to regain priority. So smart move there.
Yeah, Miguel does a good job of getting right up in front of that Sharp Eye surfboard, really on the gas pedal, drives through barrels. We saw him do that here at Pipe. We've also seen him do that in Tahiti. But Sharp Eye on your part, Ross Williams, because Ian Gentile typically is riding for Sharp Eye surfboards, but looks like he did a little bit of a equipment change for Pipeline with that Eric Arakawa under his feet.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of surfers do that, right? They'll get Wade Tokoros, they'll get Eric Arakawas, and they just like those traditional smooth lines that a lot of the Hawaiian shapers have. that are very reliable and predictable here on the North Shore, where there's so much power, there's some wind, there's some chop, and you want a board that behaves kind of smooth and predictable.
Yeah. Hey, let's hear from John Florence. He was brilliant out there.
John, must feel good to get a heat win, obviously out there with good friend Chloe Andino, who didn't really get started. It's been a lot of lopsided heats today, but you must be happy to get the win.
Yeah, I was super happy to get it. I was just nervous against Chloe. We're such good friends, and he's such a good surfer. So, and especially in waves like this, it's kind of fun out there once you get going. And like you said, the heats have been really lopsided. So it's like you're going into heat kind of hoping you're on the right side of it. And so my whole goal is just to kind of get started and get moving. And I think it kind of worked out.
And we were just laughing about that one wipeout you had. You took off really late on one of your waves, and you thought you had it. You could make anything happen, but how was that feeling?
Yeah, it was just like the biggest wave of the heat, and I was just like, I have to try. But I was too late, too deep, just not in the spot.
Well, anything's feeling smaller after surfing in the eddy. I think you're obviously the only person in the draw, on tour, that surfed the eddy a week before this event. Oh, Zeke and Josh Moniz, but how does that feel? Prepping for this whole year and then surfing maxing Waimea the week before the event.
It's so funny. It's crazy. It's my second time doing the eddy now, and you're like leading up to the year and you're getting ready and you have all your small wave boards together and like you're so worried about like fins and the tiniest little things and little waves, and then all of a sudden like you get a text and you're like, the eddy's called on, and you're like, wait, it takes like a day to like readjust, and like, oh god, I haven't ridden a big board in like a year, and just the nerves and stuff building up to that event, and that swell was big and gnarly and scary, and the people, and it's an incredible event to be a part of.
A few massages between then and the event?
Yeah, definitely a few massages between then and the event. But I actually didn't get too worked at the eddy. I kind of lucked out. Unlike some of the other guys had some big wipeouts.
All right, we'll let you rest up. You're into the round of 16. Must feel pretty good to kick off the year that way.
Yeah, super stoked just to kind of get the ball moving, and it's always nervous. I'm always nervous kind of coming into the year in that first event and kind of just get your feet in the wax and start surfing, and but I'm stoked, and I don't know, I'm really excited.
Awesome, we'll see you later.
Yeah, John Florence, 2016 Eddy champ. He was a runner-up at the 2023 running of the Eddy, and I want to give a big congratulations to Luke Shepardson, our Eddy winner for 2023, who came through as a city and county lifeguard all the way to being legendary status. This all happened, Ross. A lot of waves ridden during that interview.
Yeah, again, this is no surprise. Ian has a super sharp radar at backdoor and pipeline. He knows how to find the good waves. But Jordy doing a good job finding that little side exit there, staying in the heat.
Very sneaky exit.
Fioravanti with the Christian Bradley board underneath his arm and making his way down the beach. He's going to be matched up against Callum Robson in the next heat.
The Italian stallion, he put on a great performance in that first round, just getting busy and finding the little gems.
Clean looking board there. Bradley looked really nice.
Yeah, something about round pins, man. They're just, like speed eggs right there.
Good call. That's what it looks like. Fast egg.
9 minutes and 10 seconds counting down, and still waiting for scores. 2 backdoor barrels. Judges going to shake the cage up there. We need some numbers from them in the matchup between Jordy Smith and Ian Gentile in the priority heat. Miguel Pupo continues to build on his score line, a 6.33 and a 6.67. Oh, here we go. Husno with the answer back, and a great job stalling in that backdoor barrel by the French surfer. Needs a 10-point ride if he wants to turn the heat, but he will reduce his deficit, Dimity, for sure. With
that was a beautiful backdoor wave, just super clean and offshore. Here he goes, he takes off under the lip, stalling with that back arm. Pumping through the barrel here, comes out, does a really nice carve to finish that one off. So it's going to feel good for him. It's definitely his best score, so it's a great start.
Ross, I guess the only thing that you could, if you picked apart this wave, is you could kind of see the nose the whole time from Maxine in that backdoor barrel.
Yeah, and it was, it's going to be a good score. He's going to lower his requirement, so that's good news for him. but it was pretty pedestrian. You know, it wasn't a very critical wave.
Not disappearing like that. Miggy reappears. Backhand barrel at backdoor, not to be denied. Miguel Pupo, why not finish it off there on the dry reef? We came back from replay into that, and talk about not seeing the nose. He was disappeared, Dimity. He was gone from sight.
Well, that was exactly the perfect example. The spit, and then we saw Miguel come out, so that just shows you how deep he actually was. Here he goes, takes off late. He's dragging his bum in the water there, but then gets a pump in on the backhand, comes out after the spit, so that's the ultimate. Finishes it off really nice as well.
Well, any kind of ground that Maxime Husno was going to gain on Miguel Pupo, he may have just lost it in that last exchange. Pupo with the run up the beach, Ross.
Yeah, interesting. You don't see this often doing a runaround. So he's going towards Ehukai Beach Park. And he doesn't really need to. So that's kind of interesting. You know, it's pretty calm right now looking at backdoor, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, interesting decision as well, because he's in the lead and he's actually in a good rhythm. And normally, you know, if you come in the beach, it almost can reset that, you know. So hopefully, hopefully that doesn't happen.
The only explanation that I have for that, sometimes the surfers tell me, is you've been using your arms so much in the paddle. You've been using your arms over and over again. Sometimes you want to shift the attention, use your legs a little bit to help you out.
Yeah, definitely.
Husno under the hook, offshore wind, holding it up. Second section of the barrel, Maxime busts through. Back and forth between Maxime Husno and Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, he was happy with that one. He came out. I think it was definitely a lot better than his previous wave.
That's a momentum changer right there. That was pretty throaty. The wave before, let's see, Maxime got a 5.37, and it was a real friendly looking barrel, beautiful but friendly. That one was a little uglier. You know, it had a heavier shape to it, and the judges will like that. So he's back in this heat, Kaipo.
He sure is. One more look at it, Ross.
There, see the bottom dropped out. There was like a secondary tube ride, even a third, and he broke through. So I think this is going to be better than a 5.37, and he's going to give Miguel something to think about.
Back to live action, and another backdoor barn burner there.
Is it Jordy or Ian? Jordy.
Jordy Smith against Ian Gentile, so unable to come through there. But just hold up, wait a minute. That backdoor barrel, by the way, from Miguel Pupo did not increase his scoreline, did not help the cause. So Maxime Husno needs a 7.63 to turn this heat. And we're waiting for the score for Maxime on that last backdoor barrel, Dimity.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that score. Personally, I don't think it's going to be better than Miguel's 6.2, because I just loved how deep Miggy was and came out after the spit. But what do you think, Ross?
I'm going to go on the other side of it. I think they're going to give him, I'm guessing like a high 6. That'll be my guess. Oh, look at that.
So right now the Red Bull jet ski coming through here with Hawaiian Water Patrol, bringing Jordy Smith to the beach. There's no ski assist, so his trip to the beach would have to be something to do with his equipment. So let's see what's happening here. Jordy doesn't like the feeling of that board. He's going to do a board change here.
There was
on
a
the
little
beach.
buckle on the center. Did you see that?
Yeah. Like a little extra rocker than normal. I think it's buckling.
Yeah.
So there you go. The pit squad there. Now, again, with our rules, no jet ski assist. Jordy will have to paddle back out on his own account. While all that was happening, the score did come in for Maxime Husno. But first, let's watch Jordy Smith and the replay. What happened? Do we see the board break at any point?
Just a touch deep. That would have been a big score. Perfect little backdoor barrel there. And there we go. Put me on the judging panel.
Yeah,
a high
Ross,
6.
you're on the money.
Yeah, so what Ross is, as we come out of this replay, what Ross is talking about is last score for Maxime Husno in his matchup against Miguel Pupo. So 6.77, a 6.77 dropped for Maxime Husno. You can see it on your score graphic in the corner, and you can see the need for Maxime right now, a 6.23. He has 3 minutes, 15 seconds. He does have priority. So Husno with priority and a chance to flip this heat, a bit of a buzzer beater potential, Dimity.
Yeah, and that was the right call by the judges, because the wave was bigger than Miguel's one, so it definitely was a little more critical, and this has just made it a lot more exciting for everyone.
Yeah, a lot of sixes in this heat. Sometimes the judges can get lost if all the scores are very similar. But that barrel through the mid section of it was pretty throaty, and I think that's where the bulk of the points were awarded. It is just barely the best score of the heat, so it is a little bit of a statement from Maxime. And now this is cool for us. We got a heat on our hands here.
Yeah, nice. It tightened up. I'm still surprised, but of the score for Miguel Pupo at backdoor. But that's how it goes. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown. Maxime Husno with an opportunity to turn this heat. And he's got plenty of time in context, Ross, because I see some lines coming right now.
Yeah, priority is huge right now. I mean, he's definitely got destiny in his own hands. And, there, like you said, there's 3 or 4 lines coming in that should reach the lineup in time.
Yeah, and also another factor that I'd like to add is just being backhand on such tight barrels like that. It takes so much technique, and that's also a lot harder to do than being on your forehand. You have so much more control and able to pump through faster barrels. I know it's easier to slow down on your backhand, but to gain speed is a lot more technical.
Yeah, a lot of similar scores in this heat, and sometimes it's tough to really decipher. So judges got their work cut out here. It's all going to come down to this.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing. 6 waves ridden by Miguel Pupo, 5 waves ridden by Maxime Husno. We had some slow heats at the beginning of the day. It's really good to see the consistency starting to tick up with this swell. The wind has doing a little, as we expected, the wind will kind of spin today. We're going to see a little rotation of wind because the wind direction has changed just a little bit, Ross.
Yeah, it's, I think the direction is still good. But it looks like it kicked up an extra 5 miles an hour right there. Those white caps is definitely a clear sign that it's stronger. But as long as this direction stays put, we're going to be okay. They're just going to have to paddle a little harder to get in.
So Maxime has priority, so he's got the opportunity if a wave comes. And he's having a little look here.
Here he goes. This is going to be the chance for the French surfer. Ducks on the hood. In and out, so the completion's there. Needs a little bit more. 6.23. Not an easy number to come by. He's going to milk it all the way to the beach. Oh, I posed the question first to Ross Williams. Oh, wait, let's catch up with Miggy. He's still got some time on the clock. And that's not going to factor into the outcome of the heat, but Maxime Husno's wave will. Oh, wait a minute. Jordy Smith. Waves keep on coming. Jordy in. Out of the barrel, no problem for the big man. So Jordy's still going to have 20 minutes on the clock against Ian Gentile as he finishes off his ride. The clock has stopped for Miguel Pupo, Maxime Husno. Maxime needs a 6.23. That left, Ross, was that enough?
I think it was a priority error. He needed to wait for a bigger wave. That never looked like a 6 to me, the wave he stood up on. And the wave on the back behind him was a little bigger. So I think Miguel's scooting through here.
All right, and you know what? As the scores start to trickle in, you are right. We'll take another look at it.
It's just beautiful technique, but like Ross said, the size of that wave was just not enough to get that score. And yeah, I think he did have enough time to wait for the ones after it, as we saw Miguel
even Jordy's. He had just enough time, So he just, you don't blame him. He got a little anxious there.
Yeah, you're right. A 3.33 was not enough for Maxime Husno. So Miguel Pupo moves on. We'll move on to a quick break, but we'll be back with more action from the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
right there.
Racetrack section clear for takeoff. Full rotation.
Miggy Pupo coming in, and he had a big challenge in his heat against Maxime Husso, but Miguel prevailed, and he will be in the round of 16. Last heat of the day. We are in the round of 16 right now with the overlapping format, with a new heat in the water. Heat number 2 in the round of 16, Leonardo Fioravanti versus Callum Robson.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun to watch. Conditions that you know, that the end of that last heat had a flurry, so let's see how the next 20 goes for the back half of this one.
Priority heat in the water, Jordy Smith, Ian Gentile. Gentile with priority over the entire field. He's in the red jersey. But first, we'll get back here, too. This is Jordy's last wave. It was a 7.33, Ross.
I really like the drop. You know, Jordy had a perfect technique there, stayed really committed, stayed over his nose, and that's not easy to do. But Jordy made it look easy, and I think the judges acknowledged that was a critical drop and a perfectly ridden barrel there, Dimity.
Yeah, and look, he's a first wave on that new board, and he's just doing a nice little finish turn, get the feel of that. It was looking really nice.
Yeah, Jordy Smith riding Smith Shapes, shaped by his dad, Graham Smith. They got together, made their own surfboard company, and he's been trusting those Smith Shapes, as a number of other up-and-coming South Africans have also been on that same program. So a great collaboration between Jordy and his dad. You know, Jordy's just one of those surfers. He's 16 seasons on tour, Ross. Runner-up for a world title a couple times, but always somebody that's been in that world title conversation.
Did you say 16?
16.
That is crazy. Yeah, I mean, he's as long as he. I mean, he's got a good head on his shoulders. I don't see Jordy ever being bitter. But as long as he doesn't get bitter, you know, and just start thinking, like, kind of feel jaded, like, hey, I haven't won a world title yet, he's going to be relevant because he's not surfing any worse now than he did 10 years ago. He's surfing great, so he just needs to stay there.
And remember, you make the final 5 Rip Curl WSL Finals. That day will determine a world title. So if Jordy can make his way into that final 5, Dimity, and just wake up on the right side of the bed, get it going, he can win that world title.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We've all seen he's had some amazing highlight performances at lower trestles. So if he makes that final 5, he's got every chance to win that world title.
Surf's good here, obviously. Surf's great at Sunset, J-Bay, forget about it, Bells. It's a really good schedule for Jordy.
Ian Gentile using priority. Slides into this one, travels through their spit, and spits again with no exit for Ian Gentile.
Almost, yeah, just that one clamping, but almost saw a little flash of his surfboard. You never know with these guys. They're so strong that sometimes you just expect them to bust out of, yeah, a miracle tube.
Well, a lot of times that's where the, you know, excellent scores come when, when it's a barrel.
Look
here we go, open priority between Leonardo Fioravanti and Callum Robson.
Wow. 2
surfers throwing elbows right there on the paddle, Ross.
So scrappy. Leo is classic, dude. He is just relentless out there.
Feisty Italian stallion.
So feisty. Look at Callum's like, all right, fine, go, pal.
I love it. Yeah, he wants it.
I had to let that breathe for a while, Ross.
Jordy was on the side, like, look at these 2 guys. Put the gloves on.
I always loved Mick Fanning's techniques. At the start of the heat, he was sometimes he wouldn't worry about priority for that first wave because he goes, I know I'm going to beat you anyway,
right.
even if you get the first wave.
Just going to out-surf you. You go ahead and take the first one on me.
Here we go. And more paddle there. Ian Gentile on the corner. Has to duck through.
Love the way these guys pull out of waves like that and just are able to not go over the falls in such critical moments in the back door there.
Yeah. Thanks to Sean Thompson, 77 world champ, for really developing that technique in an era where leashes were just coming into play. And Sean was able to get on that front foot, poke the nose, and get out the back.
I remember that. He made that famous during a movie. See Callum having a little look there. By the way, these surfers, Leo and Callum, don't have priority still. So we're still in for a treat here. Maybe they'll scrap around a little more. Neither of them have stood up on a wave, so no priority for them.
Yeah, open priority between the two. But, you know, I think there's more to that as well. I think someone like Callum, you don't want to get ruffled, you know. And then on the flip side, Leo Fioravanti coming out very aggressive. Maybe the plan is to ruffle him a little bit. You know, you get between someone's ears, and then they start making mistakes.
Right, so you're saying you think that would be effective on Callum? Like if he's...
I think Leo could be just, you know, using all his cards to play right now.
I see Callum being pretty stoic. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if it'll work. In fact, I wouldn't want to really mess with him.
Callum's definitely one of the smarter heat surfers that I've ever watched compete. And I'd love to see him go back into that, you know, when he was first on tour, he just had that very steely mindset where he wasn't too worried about other competitors. He was just doing his thing and he was getting great results.
And he overcame people, right? A runner-up at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in his rookie year. And we're going to watch Leo Fioravanti. He's going to kick off that heat. So Leo does get the wave, does not complete the wave. And so in the non-priority heat, now we start the priority rotation, priority going to Callum Robson.
I'm kind of bummed he caught a wave because that was fun to watch.
Yeah, the tussle continues.
Like two just ornery rams bucking each other on a cliffside. Who was going to fall first?
Yeah, well, now we have order in the non-priority heat because priority has been established. More lines coming up, and conversation turns to our priority heat between Jordy Smith and Ian Gentile. Jordy with the lead, Jordy with priority, Gentile needing a 7.57 at the moment with sets on the way.
Yeah, Jordy's got priority as well, so Ian's just going to be moving around the lineup and just going to try and find something, get away from the big guy.
Ross, what's the best tactic? I mean, you're under priority. It looks like the takeoff spot is tightening up right now as well.
I just think he needs to be a little more open-minded with, like what John was doing in his heat, be open-minded to some waves that seemingly are closing out those rights and find an escape door. He can't look for just a classic set wave right now with the time ticking down. And keep in mind, Jordy doesn't have an incredible two-wave combo. You know, he can get back in it with one score.
Yeah, that's it. And the good news is for Ian is that those sets have had probably 2, if not 3, sometimes good opportunities. Not all of them, but yeah, we have seen a few sets come through with multiple high scores.
Right.
More waves on the way as we can see it ruffling on some of the outer reefs as these swells continue to reach the reef here at Pipeline. Powerful waves with undeterred by anything in the Pacific Ocean. Nothing in front of them, no continental shelf. So this is the first time that any of these swells hit anything to even slow them down and make them break.
Yeah, you know, isn't it the dreamiest place on earth when you combine constant swell mixed with trade winds that are mostly offshore, and then you find yourself with Hawaii. Best waves on the planet.
Here we go, on the move, surprise, surprise. Jordy Smith with priority, and the corner going to Leo Fioravanti. Opportunity here, and that thing just closed out a little off the reef, Ross.
Yeah, he was just on the side and almost had scored a wave there, but that wave laid down.
Jordy Smith, hard off the bottom, long delayed bottom turn, traveling. The cavern opens up again. And that was a grower down the line. Ian Gentile, opportunity to come back right now. Gentile high lines it into one more pump. Traveling in the back door, traveling through, gets caught up in the foam and is unable to find the exit.
I literally thought he was going to find an exit on that one. He managed to get a really nice first pump in and just disappearing, not coming out.
take a look at Jordy Smith one more time at the back door, Ross.
Tell he had a good look at it, was almost going to not go, and then maybe a double decision, like I'll play defense and try and grab a score. That was a cave right there. I mean, we're talking inches away from an excellent score.
Yeah, and it was a good move because if you saw where Ian was on that takeoff spot, so Jordy doing the right thing by blocking him, because I definitely think Ian would have made it out of that barrel from where he was sitting.
And that's competing at backdoor and pipeline. It's a game of inches. You know, you could have a couple of 9s or a couple of 1s.
Yeah, just small scores, not affecting the situation in the priority heat from that last exchange. Jordy Smith in the lead. Ian Gentile needing a 7.57. Gentile, however, does have priority right now over the entire group in the water.
Yeah, so he's got plenty of time. Still 6:40 on the clock, and he's got priority now. So I'd love to see him just wait for another one of those really nice backdoor waves.
Leo Fioravanti, pipeline left, tucks in, no problem for the Italian. Goes to turns, slaps it off the top on the backhand. Second sandbar section barrel, fights for an exit there. So pretty nice surfing under priority, Ross.
Yeah, you know, Leo's switched gears. He's no longer thinking about paddle battles. He's trying to find his own scores now, and he's a very busy surfer. He likes to catch a lot of waves.
So we'll be waiting for that score. We'll take another look at it, Dimity.
Here goes Leo. Pulls in, gets a nice little cover up, comes out with the spit, big snap, just to get a bit of rhythm, and goes for the bonus section. Muscles his way out of that little section, but good start for him. Get the ball rolling, get into his rhythm.
What do you like about this wave, Dimity?
Yeah, well, I love how he just has the time to come straight out and hammers that snap. This bonus section here, he was just, you know, trying to add maybe a half a point or so. But yeah, it's a good start.
So that will be the first meaningful wave in the matchup between Leo Fioravanti and Callum Robson. They got 25 minutes on the clock. Ian Gentile, Jordy Smith with just a little over 5 minutes in the priority heat. Movement in the ocean here by our competitors. Ian Gentile with priority. Taking a look at this one. Let's see, and he's going to commit to it. Gentile activates. Pulls up under the lip, travels through this first section, and the board makes it, but Gentile does not.
Wow. Yeah, again, we've been talking about it a little bit, but with this longer period, even the 4-foot waves are pretty throaty, and the bottom of the barrel will fill up with whitewash, or the floor will just sort of drop out from under you. And he was fine. He was coming out, but he was pretty deep right there. And that floor lifted him up into the ceiling of the barrel. He got clipped, Dimity.
Oh, look at the crowd. They're just heartbroken. You know, when you manage to see their board, that's how you know they're just inches away from making that barrel. And that was a really nice 30 barrel on the back door, so he would have got a good score.
Back to live action. Callum Robinson through the back door, traveled for a bit, and again could not find the exit. 1.43 checks in for the Australian. Here's the wave again.
It's an adjustment because of these waves stretching down the reef, as we see Callum here. This wave also stretching. You know, a lot of these lines are really long. So traditionally, when you're paddling in, you have a line in your mind as a pro surfer. You're like, oh, cool, I think I got this. I'm going to size it up this way, and here's my tempo, and I'm going to stay barreled. But a lot of these surfers are caught off guard just a little bit. They're surprised at how fast these barrels are right now.
Pada bends, Miggy. Let's hear about the heat winner, Miguel Pupo.
Easier heats we've seen in this round, so you know, a lot of back and forth. You know, you got some high sixes, but how exciting but stressful was that for you?
It was, you know, pretty hard work. You know, caught a lot of waves, and even at the end I caught a right and ended up having to run around, which took a lot of energy out of me. But you know, I was ready. I've been training for that, so I was just hoping no more sets come his way at the end, and I think we had a lot of waves through the heat, so I knew kind of the end was the waves are going to go slow down a little bit, so that's it, yeah.
You started your year with a 5th place here last year, so how are you going into this event? You know, you got that win in Tahiti, that first win of your career. How's your off-season been, and how's your approach coming into this year?
I've been training a lot, you know. I went to the gym 90 days in a row, and I think I'm ready, you know. I know I have the toughest draw over here, and yeah, I'm ready, you know. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, so it's going to be a fun one against John.
Yeah, speaking of beating the best, you're heading up against John next heat, and you actually just said that you knew that if you made it through. So how's your approach going to be?
I've been preparing for this the whole year, you know. Even last year I had tough battles against those big guys, and just good to see John and Gabriel back. And I know the heat before it's going to be Gabe and Jack, which is a pretty gnarly heat too. So yeah, bring it on, and I hope I can get some backdoors too and see what's going to happen.
Would you like to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Valeu, família, and vocês.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he said hi to his family and friends. And just to clarify that, Miguel Pupo run semifinal finish here last year. Went down to Kelly Slater in that semifinal.
I loved his performances at Pipe and Tahiti. You know, he really stepped it up and just became one of those names which were like now becoming one of the favorites at these kind of waves.
Yeah, he's really impressive, and he had a very serious, it sounds like, approach to his off-season.
Oh, yeah.
Really training hard, 90 days in a row in a gym. That's pretty impressive.
That's insane. And yeah, I mean, he did that run around, so maybe he was testing out all that training he's been doing.
Wanted to get on the treadmill.
Akawi Belly preparing for his heat nice and early. 1 minute remaining for Jordy Smith and Ian Gentile. Gentile still needs that 7.57. A little bit more difficult, however, because Jordy is running the show with the lead, Ross, as well as priority.
And basically probably has a foot on his tail pad right there. He's just stuck to him. So Jordy is a vet. He's not going to let him have any kind of breathing room. Just too many falls from Ian Gentile. He had a lot of chances, but it was just a touch too far back on a few of those barrels, and paid the price.
Yeah, so this is going to close it out. We're down to just 30 seconds here. And we can just watch the clock tick down and know that Jordy Smith will be our first quarter finalist on the men's side here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. So Jordy already with some momentum starting the road here on the championship tour in 2023.
That must be intimidating, having the big man like Jordy follow you around the lineup.
There's the numbers. Jordy Smith on to the quarterfinals. Ian Gentile put up a fight but couldn't overcome him. We'll be back with more after this.
The Billabong Pro Pipeline is brought to you by Billabong, the official apparel brand of the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Round of 16 is on and continues to overlap for the rest of the day to set up the quarterfinals. Jordy Smith just got there, our first quarterfinalist here of the Billabong Pro Pipeline in loving memory of Andy Irons. Leonardo Fioravanti, Callum Robson are the priority heat as an all Billabong matchup just got started. Liam O'Brien fresh off the Billabong Bloodlines camp into the big leagues, qualified last year, hurt himself. This is the moment we've all been waiting for Liam to be 100% healthy and ready to compete. And his fellow Billabong teammate, Seth Moniz, trying to go back to the final here in 2023. That was a dream scenario, finishing runner-up to Kelly Slater in pumping conditions at Pipe, which made the whole Moniz family so proud of young Seth. Watching this one here, no takers as things are getting excited in the lineup. Joe Turpel with Megan Abubo and Shane Dorian here for the call. Two great competitors that were on tour at the same period of time back in the day. As Shane's just joining us here. Hang on just a second. Let's watch this wave. Falling into the pit, stalling. Fioravanti has been spot on today, especially with those crazy backside hammers. Putting a lot into those end section turns and really been unstoppable so far today, Shane.
Yeah, Leo Fioravanti, first of all, thanks for having me back in the booth.
Thanks for coming, Shane.
Stoked to be here, calling the action. Yeah, Leo, he's crazy, just super impressive. His determination and resilience and self-belief above all is amazing. His technique is really good, super high level here at Pipe, but just what gets me is he just wants it. You can see it, you can feel it when you see him, even his face, like right there, like if you're sitting in the water and he's paddling past you, like his determination level's like through the roof.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy that people don't want to draw. You feel his energy right behind you. When he's gone to the Challenger Series, he feels like a giant in those locker rooms. He has more confidence than anybody on tour.
He does. He has so much confidence, and that came even his rookie year on tour. He's always, didn't matter who he was going up against, he knew he could beat you, or he told himself he was going to beat you.
It's been quite a journey, though, when you think about it. He's had a lot of ups and downs, falling off tour, then injuries that have been just so challenging, from his back injury at Pipe in the heat of competition, which was really scary, really dangerous, and took a long road to recovery. There was a road after that where it took him an hour just to prepare to surf, to make sure his back felt okay, then dislocated shoulders, and the list just went on and on. Fioravanti has something to prove this year, as we'll hear from our quarterfinalist, Jordy Smith with Laura.
Jordy Smith, first quarterfinalist. That is a good day in the office, isn't it?
It is. I'm pretty happy. A few ups and downs in that heat, but just super stoked to make the quarters.
And, you know, there's a lot of things that weren't going on. Broken board. That sucks. But tell us about what you're riding.
Yeah, I'm riding my dad's board, Smith Shapes. I ended up breaking a board in my heat. It was a 6.5, but fortunately he's been on such a heater, so I'm just stoked. I went back down to the 6.4. It felt really good. It kind of actually felt even better, fit in those waves a little better. The wave I actually broke it on, I wish I had my 6.4 on that wave. It was really hollow, cupped out wave. I got greedy on the paddling, and just all around, I'm just really stoked the conditions turned around for us. This morning was a tough one with the winds, and then right now it's just kind of glassed off and got a lot of offshore, so I'm stoked.
Amazing. And how important is it? We've got a bug in the eye. How important to start the year like this? You know, I know after last year you had so many glimpses of amazingness, but what your eyes are on the prize this year?
Thank you. It's great to start well, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish, as everyone always says. But it just gives you that confidence. I've been working pretty hard on the off season, like I said, on my equipment. It's taken me 4 months to dial in every single board for every condition, and so showing up to events, there's just no question. I've ridden the boards 1,000 times, and it's just no second guessing myself. So I think that all adds to the confidence.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. You're looking deadly.
Thank you, Laura. He certainly is. And what a treat it's been. Just hats off to Jordy Smith. What an incredible career, and he still has so much left in the tank. We've got a couple guys on tour like Jordy and Kelly that got to surf with guys like Andy, even Mark Occhilupo, and in certain events on tour. He's got a lot of stories to tell. There's been a lot of growth. And lately, he's been able to share the story of how much he really loves talking about surfboards, how he loves preparing for his job, and how he's never given up that dream of becoming a world champion.
Yeah, Oh, as we see live action here, looks like Liam O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien starting things off. There's a nice clean read off the lip, and he will try to control that long enough so the judges give him credit. They always want to see you come off the top on sections like that right away with control to show the completion. As he's trying to get the first wave off Seth Moniz. Shane, being a Billabong teammate with Liam, seems like a pretty cool cat, pretty quiet, kind of lets his surfing do the talking, or is there more we should know that happens at the Billabong house?
Yeah, he's got quite the personality. Once he loosens up and relaxes, he's a really funny dude, and all of his friends absolutely love the guy. He's actually super social, but he is really quiet and reserved at the same time. But he's also super cool and chill and very even-keeled and level-headed, and you see that in his competitive approach. Like, he doesn't get rattled very easily. He tends to be super resilient when his back's against the wall. We've seen him in some heats where he really needed to dig deep, and he was really tested. And so, hats off to Liam. It's so refreshing and fun to see him at 100% after having such a horrible wipeout at the start of last year. That was super heartbreaking, seeing the kid go through that after spending, a lot of time trying to qualify.
Just to note, too, Liam earned his spot back just on pure motivation on the Challenger Series. Big results. He's not like an injury wildcard recipient, even though he has a great case. He just sealed the deal himself, got healthy, put together some incredible results, and finished 6th on the Challenger Series to have a fresh start. Not technically his rookie year since he qualified last season, but his real first honest debut on the championship tour.
Yeah, you could say he was almost a little robbed of his rookie year, right? And hats off to him in the Challenger Series. I think maybe that's part of the way that you heal, because although he didn't get to surf the entire CT, he was injured for, the year. It's like you get to put that time on the Challenger Series, and you're surfing against some of the same guys, and getting those reps in. So the more time you spend in the jersey, that's all part of it, trying to get ready for this year's tour.
And he's the pride of Burley Head's board riders. And Megan, that's where it all started, right? Kind of before Snapper came into the light. A lot of events back at Burley back in the day.
Yeah, we used to, even when Shane was on tour too, I remember we used to all stay in this double green twin tower building, the Gemini courts. All the Hawaiians loved to stay there. And yeah, we had all the events at Burley, right, Shane, before we went to Snapper.
Pretty fun. Crazy right-hand point break. Gets incredibly perfect and sets himself up well to be a world-class athlete. And he's got that calm demeanor to it as well. That's going to help his cause. These two have met in the past. Liam and Seth had a heat at Rottnest Island, also known as Wajamup, where O'Brien was a wild card call-up and instant success. Turned into a semifinal as Seth Moniz wears the number 7 really well. It was a really cool story there. He actually asked permission to get that number, originally worn by 3-time world champ, one of the greatest ever, Mick Fanning. And Mick was happy to pass it on to Seth Moniz. He had so much respect for Mick. He definitely wanted to ask him first, and he's been wearing number 7 ever since.
That's pretty cool. It's cool to have 4 regular footers in the water at one time. I was watching a few heats earlier, and there was a few really, gem rights that went through unridden, down by Ains, and some that were a little deeper, and some that was like a big set where there was a good left and the right went unridden. And I have a feeling that, for this block of time, we're not going to see a whole lot of rights going on.
As far as options right now, Shane, that you're seeing with a lot of guys that might be looking for backdoor, mentioned Ains, different parts of the reef. Do you have a little bit of room, especially if you're in that non-priority heat, to explore this reef a bit?
For sure. I mean, I think strategy-wise, like the call is to, the first 20 minutes when your heat is a non-priority heat, the call is to go out there, really hunt around and try and get I think the goal is, and your priority heat starts after 20 minutes, you have a rock solid backup. That's really the call is, hopefully you have a 4 or a 5 or even a 6 in your scoreline. That way you can sit with priority and really, pick off a gem.
So cool too when you see a lot of great surfers like Ryan Callanan using the non-priority side of his heat incredibly well. Our Cal's coming up next against Coyote Belly. That's going to be a classic. They haven't really met each other since 2016. They had 3 matchups in that same season as Kyle leads 2-1 over Ryan, but Ryan did get the one victory that happened to be a pipeline.
Do you have Neuralink, Joe?
What's that?
You know, it's like the chip in your brain that has like a supercomputer. It's like artificial intelligence. It's like giving you data.
Let me tell you,
it sure seems like it.
This
We haven't
morning,
seen each other since 2016, March 27th. Like, are you serious? It's incredible.
No, I wish. I'll take the surgery if I could get that. That would be actually really helpful. There's so many great stories that I'd love to know from your guys. Your eras were so awesome. The stories I get to hear from just sitting next and talking to you, but there was no heat analyzer back then. And so you really got to dig deep. That's why I feel so honored to sit next to you both right now.
I want to tell a cool story that I have with Shane. I was lucky to be able to stay with him. We used to both be sponsored by Dragon back in the day, the year he won Bells. And that was so special to see like a fellow Hawaiian win at Bells. And, you know, that's a tradition. A lot of Hawaiians just have a real special connection with Bells Beach. So that was awesome to watch. I'll never forget that, Shane. That was a cool experience.
Neither will I. That was an unforgettable moment. Like, to ring that bell and be on stage at, you know, one of the most prestigious events in the world. That was a dream of mine. So, yeah, that was amazing, Megan, to be there with you. And yeah, it's fun to reminisce about those days, about being on tour and seeing these guys. Like, you know, these. I'm still such a huge surf fan, so it's fun to be here in the booth with you guys calling the action.
Well, what a great balance as well of the tour, because Bells is one of the longest running surf events on the calendar, along with Pipe. And so with those experiences, you get to see how the new guard takes on what was felt to be like an old school type of wave, like the Bells Bowl, but seeing how relevant it still is with the modern day approach.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. It's incredible. Like, I love watching Bells because it is sort of a throwback, because a lot of that fundamental surfing kind of comes straight back into focus. And even like in 2023, like when we go to Bells, it's going to be amazing to see Steph Gilmore and some of the new girls like Gabriella Bryant, who has an amazing rail game, and guys like Liam O'Brien and Ethan Ewing. So fun to see people shine when it goes back to that fundamental rail surfing, and just the contrast between heavy barrels here at Pipeline and incredible fundamental surfing at a place like Bells, and then that dynamic above the lip aerial surfing in a lot of the breaks as well. It's never been this exciting, so it's a lot of fun.
So exciting. Top 4 in the world in the past, Shane. 18 appearances for yourself here at Pipeline, which is incredible. Is there one that stands out the most as far as special memories, or is it way too hard to pick one with all those years, almost spanning 2 decades?
Oh, man. Yes, I think probably the one that stands out the most. I was in a final here at Pipe, and the waves weren't very good. It was not as good as today, and it was really windy. I remember that clearly. It was before Apple Watches, because I didn't know my situation. And the person who was doing the beach announcing was kind of yelling the situation, and I knew there was only about a minute left, and it was just like, Shane Dorian, blah, 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 in the wind. I couldn't hear. But I was in the lead. I didn't know I was in the lead. And I had Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, and I think Kelly. And Andy needed a score, and there was no priority, and he was trying to get on my inside. We were paddling from sort of the shoulder of backdoor back to the peak, and he was trying to get on my inside, and I was blocking him. I wouldn't let him in. And a wave was coming, and I didn't know if I needed a score, if Andy needed a score, but I knew that I think it was Mick and Kelly, and those guys weren't doing very good in the heat. And I wasn't going to let Andy in, and so he was trying to catch the wave, and so I blocked him and went on the wave, and there was only a handful of seconds left. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but he must know something. And anyway, long story short, my wave was terrible, and I came up, and Andy was just threading his way through like a filthy barrel, came out, huge roundhouse into the barrel, made it. It was a 10, and he needed a score, and he got the score. And that was the last wave of the heat. So I would have had a Pipe Masters trophy at the time.
That's unbelievable.
But it wasn't to be.
Wow.
AI got me,
wow.
Which is really special. Even though it was a little bit bittersweet, it was one of those moments I'll never forget. Just that image of coming up with all that excitement of being in the final and seeing Andy just do his thing. That was at the absolute peak of Andy's superpowers when he was like, you know, it seemed like he was willing the ocean to bend in his direction.
Gosh, that is way better than any heat analyzer. That's a moment. You brought us there. I really appreciate that story. And also leading into what we see today with the collaboration with Apple Watch, that situation could have been a lot different. And now using that technology to benefit the best surfers in the world here in 2023. Those pipe moments are incredible. And it's really cool that young surfers like Liam O'Brien are really getting their feet wet for the first time, knowing all of that history, getting to be teammates with legends who have a lot of experience out here. The thing that's interesting about a guy like Liam is he seems so comfortable so quick with understanding the pressure that comes with backdoor and pipeline.
Yeah, and just being able to spend the time around guys like Seth and then Shane, you know, surfing for Billabong, it must be such a treat for him to be able to kind of take the energy and the knowledge that they have, and even just to have surfs with all the guys that have been surfing out here for so long. And we all know that he's a charger himself, and just to be able to kind of feel that energy, you know, and bring it to you. And look at him, he's already started out with a couple of good scores. I mean, you know, just in a day like today's, to get a 4, you know, you might count a 4. That could be your backup score, like Shane was alluding on earlier.
Minute 40 in the priority heat. Callum Robson, Leonardo Fioravanti, 6'5", 4'33" for the Italian. And Caltex, as a lot of his friends call him back home, and Evan said, is chasing a 9.4. This one's definitely running away from Callum. A working man's hero story. Love those in pro surfing. He actually was doing some hard work, had some apprenticeships before he realized he was going to put his head down and really join the best in the world. Now he's going all out, working with Glenn Micro Hall for this event at Pipeline. But now he's down to the final minute and needs one of the best scores of the day so far. And sometimes it's just that insane energy from Leo. He knows how to take over a competitor. He's one of the most aggressive guys to start a heat. That's one of my favorite things to watch with Leonardo. He does not give up an inside, always wants to get the best wave to kick off a matchup, Shane.
Yeah, and that can be really powerful, Joe, because if you have Leo in your heat and you know he is just super crazy aggressive right off the bat, he's not going to give the inside, a lot of people just yield to him right away. And more often than not, that becomes a huge advantage for Leo. And in a heat like this with conditions like we have today, sometimes it goes a little sleepy out there. And I mean, Callum is super good out here. He's been really, really, really impressive. So he just had a little bit of an off heat with the rhythm of the ocean. And Leo is just incredibly, I don't know, he's super impressive and going to be really cool to see him in the course.
Leo Fioravanti has done that as we close this one out. He eliminates Callum Robson in a pretty convincing fashion. 6'5" and a 4.33 as he'll take on Jordy Smith in quarterfinal number 1 of the Billabong Pro Pipeline in loving memory of Andy Irons. We'll be right back.
Tons of people come to surf the North Shore every winter, and I think we have a kuleana, a responsibility as ocean people to make sure that our aina and land stays healthy and clean.
We're really grateful to WSL for providing a donation
to North Shore Community Land Trust, and the impact of those funds will be continuing to restore lo'i kalo, like the one we see right here, traditional Hawaiian taro patches.
Kalo is a very important plant for our people.
It's our food source. You can eat it from the flower to the stem to the root. Pretty much like identifies Hawaiian culture. So it's awesome to see them building a big lo'i patch back here.
Tell us what you're doing by posting on social media with the hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tagging WSL and WSL Pure in your posts.
We are one ocean!
We love how surfers take care of their environment and the ocean and try to make this world a better place. Let's go in the pit quickly with Ryan Callanan. Nice little barrel, finds the pocket on the wrap, and he's already getting a jump start on Kaiwi Belly. And heat number 4, the round of 16. More room to move in the pit. Off the bottom and throwing down a little arc is Seth Moniz. Quick reaction time, but he goes down. And looks like we're going to stay on a roll here for a moment. Kaio is going to hold his position as he's kicking off the heat with Ryan Callanan. Getting close to Toledo versus Dora, which is coming up at heat number 5, and getting some early quarterfinal matchups. Joe Turpel with Megan Abubo and Shane Dorian once again for the call. All roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but what are you seeing right now on the screen, Megan?
Oh man, that Kaio's board was tombstoning. Even though he was above the surface and breathing, his board just wouldn't stop tombstoning. So when you see that, you can't help but wonder, oh, maybe the leash got caught with the reef. Good thing that he was actually above the surface.
It's an interesting feeling, isn't it, Shane, when that tombstoning fashion, your board's kind of going tail first, the nose is pointed in the air, and sometimes you're even sitting up and you still can't get your board back. The ocean's still hanging onto it for a little bit longer.
I feel like that always happens to me at backdoor after a wave when the sets are coming and you're trying to get back out and you're like, come on, board, come back to me, come back to me. And you're like trying to pull your leash to you and your board's just stuck. And yeah, it's, you know, here at Pipeline, you know, sometimes it's a race to get out before, you know, those next waves kind of close out on your head. So I know the tombstoning thing really well.
It's a pretty wild thing when you just see a set wave land on top of a competitor's head. You never know what they're going through until you see him come back up. This was Ryan's opening wave, Megan.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, he was kind of driving down the line there and then pulls in, tucks in, and then going for a nice cut back here. Not a lot to offer on that way, but early stages in the heat.
And this was Kaio pulling back at the last second, and that board was like, I wanted to go with you on this wave. But he probably saw something down the line where he's like, nah, not taking that. I'm going to try to hold my position. There's that tombstoning that you're talking about, Megan.
Yeah, Joe, it's like super quick reflexes, and then you see his board just keeps going like that for a few seconds.
Then it's really easy to be in the way of the next wave. If your board's tombstoning, you have very little control over where your board ends up for the guy on the next wave, if there is one. So
it's like an anchor at times. Shane, Kaio got through his heat before with that priority interference.
That was wild. I actually missed most of that heat because I was somewhere else. I had to do something, but I came back just in time to see the final minutes, and that was such a crazy nail biter. It was kind of amazing.
And he was so emotional in that moment and his response. So he definitely needed some time to probably reset and refocus for Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, I actually just spoke to him a few heats ago, and he was saying, I didn't realize that I was only going to count one wave. For some reason in his mind, he thought, oh, they're just going to take half the score. And so when it came out, he said he was really unprepared for that. And, you know, he was waiting for that other score to come through because he got a good ride right after that was called.
It's interesting how some people channel their emotions in different ways to find their best in them. I feel like Kaio likes to feel everything. He likes to feel pain. He likes to feel little moments of adversity to bring out his best surfing.
Yeah, I feel like Kaio can't hold his emotions in. Like if he's frustrated about a score that the judges just gave him, you're going to know about it. If he's, you know, elated and is so excited to make it through a heat, or when he gets an incredible wave out here at Pipe, you're gonna see that emotion. You're gonna see that excitement, which is it's cool. I mean, you know, like it brings so much excitement, and I feel like, you know, we as surf fans have seen so many highs and lows for Kaio. I feel like they're like burned in my brain after all these years.
Oh, there's been so many. Cool. Let's just flash back to
Look
the
at him.
reaction.
That's very dramatic.
Almost had a
I love it.
wipeout on the sand because
These
his
guys
leash
have-
was still on.
These guys have so much on the line. Like there's so much pressure, like such a pressure cooker for these guys. You know, and they know it, and you can see it and feel it. It's so cool.
And to win with one wave, a 7, and especially when you're taking a guy out like Zeke Lau, that was very impressive. Even getting called for that block, that was insane. Now he's in the water again. He made the semifinals last year. As you can see, this famous beach, this stretch of sand, a lot of people come out here for this event to watch the world title race get started. Megan, do you have a favorite house on this stretch of beach, or would you want to stay in any of them?
I do actually have I'd say my favorite house is, it's no longer here, but it is this property. I have a lot of memories when Brian Beelman used to live here. And
Oh, where we're sitting right now.
Yep, where we're sitting right now, but it was one older house, and he lived with like a wine distributor, and he just, yeah, it was a great spot to watch the waves, and you know, it wasn't just a typical surf house because he would have a lot of the photographers and just kind of good crew of people around. So I loved watching and hanging out at Brian's old house when he lived here.
How does it work, Shane, at the Billabong house? Does it come down to rankings on tour? Who gets to pick the room that they want first?
Yeah, it does. So there's some kind of pole position rooms in the higher part of the Billabong house. And so like a guy like Italo, who's really high in the rankings, number 2 in the world last year, right? And so that's Italo's room up there to the right. He's got the one that's kind of like unattached. So it's nice and quiet. He's got his own space. He's got his place to stretch out there. He's got his own barbecue. He's got all that stuff going on. He can you know, relax and listen to music before his heat. Check the surf. Got a great like bird's eye view of the whole situation happening out there. See who's winning heats. See how they're winning them. It's a great place to coach. Yeah, and then as you go down, there's like the other really good guys in the house that are like CT heavy hitters. And as you go down at the bottom, for most of the year, you get the little grommets and stuff down in the basement and like the bunk beds.
I love it.
And they work their way up.
Liam definitely is working his way up. A CT threat already, just the way he composes himself in big competition. Picked the number 47 for his jersey. Asked him why. He said, I'd have no reason for it. Just no one else had it. Just what a classic answer from O'Brien. He's trying to better a 2.83 with that last look at Pipeline.
Liam and Seth are you know, like, while I'm still on that subject of the Billabong house, it's really cool because like Liam and Seth have really benefited from all those years spending time in the Billabong house in those bunk beds as little grommets. You know, surfing with guys like Joel Parkinson, guys like Aki, myself, you know, a lot of the older crew that had a ton of experience, and they both went through the Billabong Bloodlines development camps year after year. So a guy like, you know, Liam O'Brien, who was just kind of a really rad ripper Australian kid who, you know, really wouldn't have a lot of that exposure naturally, he was able to just get super comfortable out of Pipeline surfing with Seth every single day.
Love it. What a great advantage when you've got a sponsor that's got a spot right on the beach with a lot of great surfers to ask questions to. Let's hear from Leo Fioravanti hanging out with Laura.
Our second quarterfinalist of the day. That must feel damn good. You were saying it was pretty slow out there, but you got the job done.
Feels really good. I mean, the waves are good. It's just a little slow, and I was really happy that I picked the right waves. I was actually expecting to go a little bit more on rights than lefts. As the heat before mine, there was a lot of really good rights. But, you know, seems like the lefts today have been doing the job for me, so I'm pretty stoked.
I mean, you have a house here. You spend a lot of time in Hawaii. Your girlfriend's from here. So, you know, how does this, like, just make you feel, you know, like a glimpse of home, I guess, because you spend such a big amount of time here?
Of course, you know, I told myself the last few days when it was off that I'm just grateful to be here. You know, I get to sleep in my own bed. I'm, you know, grateful to have a place here. My girlfriend, all her family. One of my really good friends and filmer, Tommy, it's his birthday today, so we've just been happy birthday. So we've just been having a really good time and playing Mario Kart as well on the off days, but just enjoying the time here and not too worried about, you know, how I start the year or what points I get or whatever, just loving my time over here.
And is that a different approach that you're taking this year, you know, after not making the cut, how to just change your mindset?
For sure, I think last year we had a lot of expectations on the cut and what results we needed and putting pressure on ourselves. Whereas this year, you know, I want to kind of take the mindset that I had in the Challenger Series, of course, which worked, and see if you know, I can keep on pushing on the World Tour. And as long as I, you know, work on myself, focus on myself, and catch the right waves, you know, I think I can get some pretty good scores. So I'm happy where I'm at.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Leonardo Fioravanti. He has been tack sharp throughout the early rounds into the quarters to take on Jordy Smith as this event continues. As Kaiwa Belly's paddling back out, trying to get involved in the heat with Ryan Callanan. And the priority heat, Liam O'Brien out front of Seth Moniz. Seth's chasing a 4.03. Couple of paddles here and riding on the right of back door. Liam O'Brien just nice, steady in the pit. He's done that kind of stuff for a very long time at Burley Heads. Just trying to build on that 3.53. When you look at those numbers, Megan, that's still wide open in the priority heat.
Wide open. These two scores, I'm sure at the end of this, come the end of this heat, neither of these surfers want to say, oh, I'm going to count a 4 or a 3 or a 0.4. So I think they're both eyeing up some good waves to put in their score line. And it seems like there's a lot of opportunity. It's just a matter of getting the one that stays open.
Seth Moniz patient with priority. All roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and Seth had a position in that Final 5 talk for the first few events of the season. Let's flash back and play what would have happened if we had this format back in the year 2000 with Megan Abubo. First title match would have been Lisa Anderson and Maria Tita Tavares. Who would have won that and moved on into the next title match?
Out here?
At lowers.
Or at lowers? Lisa Anderson.
So then Lisa takes on Serena Brooke. Who gets the win there?
Probably Lisa Anderson.
Lisa and yourself going head to head.
Probably Lisa Anderson.
Well, you want to? Okay, so breezing through it, Lisa versus Lane Beachley, best of 3 series.
Probably Lane Beachley on that one.
And Lane ended up winning the world title that year. Love this game. Another great year. Shane Dorian on the hot seat. Jake Patterson and Shane Dorian, first match of the day.
Wow.
When we flash back.
At lowers.
At lowers.
I'm going to have to back myself on that.
There we go, Shane. Yeah. So takes out Jake the Snake.
Jake's a hammer, though.
He's about to text us any second now.
Right.
Now you've got a heat with Rob Machado. How's that one going to play?
Yeah, I'd probably get comboed.
So
he's such a weapon. He's such a weapon at lowers. He's really hard to beat. He's so speedy. And his backhand is like, yeah.
This is great. All right.
10 backside smashes to 9.5, pretty much every wave, that guy.
So you just missed out on that one.
Yeah.
Rob moves on to take on Luke Egan. All goofy foot matchup.
Probably, depending on the swell size, but I'd probably have to go with Rob.
There we go. Rob's on a roll and takes on Sonny Garcia. Shane's going to have a second to think about that because on the back end of backdoor, Callanan gets the exit, backhand float, creates some space, and kicks out. We talk about goofy footers at backdoor. I feel like Medina's proven himself quite a bit, but maybe just under him would be Arkel on that approach in the non-priority heat. Okay, we've got Rob Machado, Sonny Garcia.
I'm going to have to go with Sonny.
Sonny taking it out. So it's best of 3 in the title match. Does Sonny take the first 2?
I think he takes the first 2. Just when you compare his size comparison, Sonny was always so, he was really imposing. His size and his power, and he would throw just this crazy amount of spray. Yeah, I'd have to go with Sonny.
That was fun, you guys.
G.
Classic. Yeah, and that's the format that we're looking forward to once again this year. As Ryan Callanan wants to represent. He still has yet to win a championship tour event, but he's come incredibly close. Made a final in France as a wild card. Was runner-up to Julian Wilson back in 2018. And that was a serious comeback year. Ryan had recently fallen off the tour, started just blitzing through the qualification events. I remember he made a final in Japan, won Ericeira in Portugal, right at the same time got the call up and got that final appearance. It was an emotional one for a lot of people close to Ryan with all he'd been through. And just like that, He's really become a man overnight. That last score for Ryan, 3.3. As he's got a quiet lead at the moment over Kai Wabeli.
I was just going to say that, Joe. We went from a flurry of waves those last couple heats to the ocean's been kind of quiet. You know what that means, Joe? That usually means the next heats will have a lot more waves. At least I remember preparing for heats and going, wow, there's no waves out there. There's going to be waves in my heat. Or opposite way around. Like,
rhythm's such an interesting thing on how you can plan for it, or can you, Shane?
It's difficult to plan for. I mean, Mother Nature kind of does what she wants, and that's the beauty of surfing, you know. And that's what's so cool when you see someone in rhythm, or when you are in rhythm, like when you're a competitor, you're out of pipe, and you can't do anything wrong. You get blown out of a sick barrel on the right, and you paddle back out, and there's an insane left, and you have priority, and things just click like that. It's really neat, and that's why like the magic of pipe is so cool. It's so memorable when you see those people who are on a heater.
As we look at 225, no takers there. There's often talked about this relationship surfers have with Mother Nature and the ocean because it is unpredictable, but some of the best in the world, like yourself, Megan, when you find a rhythm that you're connecting with the ocean, you can be unstoppable. And that relationship for you really started a long time ago.
yeah, and it's that relationship with the ocean, but we call it, as pro surfers, you would call it being in that zone, or as any athlete. And when you're in the zone, you come out of the water if you've won an event, you almost don't know what happened because you're so focused, so in the zone. I'm sure Shane can attest to that. When you come in from an event and you win it, you surf really well, you're like, I was seriously in the zone that entire time, and I don't recall much of what actually happened. You have to rewatch it after and play it back.
Yeah, there's no feeling quite like it. And it feels like when you are in the zone and things start clicking and you make a heat and then you do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again, and you start building that momentum. And like anybody who wins an event, they have that experience, and it's really cool to see. And it's really easy to get out of the zone too, as we've seen Seth. He only needs a 4, to turn the heat, and he's struggling out there. And Seth knows this reef just as good as anybody. You know what I mean? He could get a 4 on any wave, but he's just sitting there, just waiting for his turn.
And he's so brave. He just goes.
Yeah.
He attacks the lineup, no matter if it's pipe and back door, but any venue on tour. And I felt he's been searching for a rhythm, since last season, since an injury he had in Bali, where he's just trying to get back in that kind of form where he's making more podiums. Because last year, he entered the world title race right here at Pipeline, quarterfinal at Sunset. It was looking to be his best year to date, but his best results, you still go back to his finish when he won Rookie of the Year, where he finished 12th in the world. So he's learned a lot. At the moment, he's gone to 25 seconds with priority, and he's left chasing just a 4.03 as he's just staring at the horizon. His entire family on the beach, trying to will another opportunity to come through for Seth. And not much happening for him. Liam O'Brien is counting this one down, and he will enjoy this victory and move on into the quarterfinals in what really feels like his true debut to the championship tour. Helmet on and all, this man is cool, calm, and collected, and will be dangerous through the later rounds of this contest. We'll take a quick break. Right back for more at the Billabong Pro Pipeline right after this. racetrack section, clear for takeoff, full rotation. You're watching the round of 16 for the Billabong Pro Pipeline. A couple of nice paddles. Here we go. Caio Ibelli, a backdoor. A lot of speed for Caio. He makes it. Points to the sky. His best wave so far against Ryan Callanan, as they have turned into the priority heat. Such an amazing barrel rider. And Caio thriving off the emotion of making his heat earlier today. And now traveling through a nice inside section. Iago Dora getting started against Felipe Toledo. Iago already with 2 waves in the first couple of minutes. So had a wave previous. And we'll catch up on in just a moment. But what a danger factor with Iago Dora in any matchup on tour, especially recently in the last couple seasons. He did take out the GOAT Kelly earlier today. Now he's got world number 1. This was on the split with Caio. Ryan went towards pipe and got squished. This is what happened at backdoor, Shane.
Yeah, nice wave there for Caio. It's been so tricky to find those things. He really did well to identify that wave was going to have a lot of scoring potential, and he kind of threaded it perfectly. At the end of that wave, it kind of kinked, and he took the low road as he should. And I think the judges are going to like it. How was that? There was like, we've seen that today a lot, where there's no doggy door and the guys just bust right through.
They make it look pretty easy, but incredibly challenging to perfect. Just trying to max out the tube time just enough where you get a keeper score or a decent score for momentum. And just basically performing in closeouts at times, Megan.
Yeah, performing in closeouts, as you said. And I think that's where a lot of the fitness comes into play. So you not only with your ability, you know when you have to sneak out of that non-existent doggy door, but have the actual strength to get kind of lipped almost just to get out of it.
Paddling in now, we've got a little bit of activity in the lineup. After the barrel of backdoor, Caio's going to have to straighten out. And looking sharp on those surfboards from Rusty. Shapes them all in San Diego, California. How's this one setting up for Ryan Callanan? So much room to enjoy the pitted pipeline. And just slams on a little grab rail carve. Shuts down the end section, number 57. Is enjoying pipeline today. Just love how much room he had in the barrel. Just a goofy foot dream for Ryan. Trying to catch up to Caio as well, because Ibelli locked in a serious number at backdoor, a 7.5. Here's more from Iago. A little skitsy on the takeoff, controls it. But a bit of foam on the face will take him down. A lot to talk about in the last couple of minutes, Shane. With Caio really getting a big jump at backdoor with a 7.5, but Ryan with a very quick answer back.
Yeah, the judges loved that 7.5, that cool backdoor wave that Caio got. I love this wave of Arcal. I mean, he's not going to make many mistakes. If you give him a couple waves out here, he's, I was speaking to him this morning when he was having breakfast, watching the first couple heats when he was getting ready for his first heat, and just his mindset, his approach is so relaxed and just chill. He's hanging out with everybody, very social, just kind of like, he's really just kind of like happy-go-lucky. Seems like he's in a really good spot in his life where things are good. He's really, really happy to be here and super grateful to be on tour, and I think he's dangerous when he's like that. He didn't seem stressed out at all. He didn't seem like he was worried about anything. He just was just trying to pick the right board and head out there and be stoked to get pipeline to himself.
I love that. What do you have for breakfast?
I think our buddy Cedric from Tahiti made him toast. It looked like there was tomatoes, a little bit of salt and pepper, and some weird little French sauce that Cedric put on there.
I actually love it.
Yeah.
It's like all these little secrets to success.
Tahitian style.
Shane posted how he makes his eggs in the morning the other day, and I've been doing that ever since with a lid on top, and a little bit of water. And
yeah, it works, huh?
It works out great.
It's like fried/poached.
I think I'm surfing better.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Ryan's a cool cat. It's interesting. You see some competitors, they'll actually have headphones on. I'm like, oh, what's your hype music? No, it wasn't even on. I just didn't want anyone to bug me, you know? And there's certain approaches like that. They're trying to find their lane, and some people enjoy more talk, more chatter. Felipe's like that. He wants to be around a lot of people. He doesn't like being alone, and that puts him in his best headspace to compete, Megan.
Yeah, everyone's so individual when it comes to preparation for your heat. To add to what Shane was saying, I saw Ryan walking around earlier, and he looks super happy, super at ease, and sometimes that's the best state of mind to be in. Just be happy. How could you not be staying here on the beach? I mean, it's amazing. He has all this great support behind him, and surfing pipeline.
Always got to remember how amazing your job is. Iago Dora's had fun right at the start. Not gigantic numbers. Let's watch these back-to-back, a 2 and then a 3.5, Shane.
Yeah, Iago's looking deadly. He just has a couple little tiny scores right now, but he's in form. He looks super strong, super focused. I think he's just, I think the strategy is just get something on the board and start building. And you can see that's probably goes right along with his dad, who's an amazing coach, is probably giving that advice. Hey, don't go to sleep out there. Stay mentally engaged. Stay activated. Start right off the bat, and then just start building. That's a great strategy out here, especially today. It's tricky out there.
Leandro Dora, famous for coaching a world title for Adriano de Souza, world junior title for Lucas Silveira, coaching surfers like Jack Robinson as well, who gave Felipe a bit of a hard time last year, especially in the last couple of seconds at G-Land. But Toledo's now proud to be a world champion, featuring in 5 finals out of 10 in the regular season to have the #1 seed in September. But the job's not done yet. There's still a lot of room for error, especially when Itilo's heading your way. But we were speaking about this before with certain types of surfers that are momentum surfers, like Toledo. Oftentimes starts building from quarterfinals on, and he's got one of the best closing percentages in a final of anyone on tour. He often finishes off what he started. Now, with his world championship behind him, it'll be interesting to see if he can go back-to-back this season. A little bit more world title talk on that in a moment. First, let's catch up with Liam O'Brien with Laura.
Liam O'Brien, Lobby, you got your rookie year ripped away from you last year when you broke your foot the morning of the event. Today, you're into the quarterfinals. It must feel pretty surreal.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird turnaround. I was just happy to surf a heat this year, so it's been cool to get through a few, and just to get a session out there with no one out, it's a big incentive to make your heat. That heat was pretty slow. It was a bit of a bummer because Seth's obviously one of the best out there, so it worked well for me, but yeah, it's a shame there was not more good waves, and I was kind of lucky to get by him, but I'll take it, and hopefully there's some more fun ones tomorrow.
And Seth, you said one of your good friends, teammates, housemates. How's that vibe going into today? You guys are obviously great friends, but like you said, a bummer to match up so soon.
Yeah, he's such a legend. I mean, it's always going to be cool to go and surf with your friend out in some barreling waves. But yeah, as I said, it was a shame it was a bit slow, but that's just how it goes sometimes, and just happy to kind of sneak a few little backdoor ones before the heat ended.
How does it feel to be a quarterfinalist here at the Pipe Pro?
Yeah, it's cool. I didn't expect that. As I said, I was just pretty stoked to be a part of it. So yeah, I'm really happy to get through a few heats.
Amazing. Well, we'll let you get back to the Billabong house and rest up for finals day tomorrow.
Sweet. Thank you.
Liam O'Brien getting the job done, and what a way to do it in just a cool fashion. Challenging conditions, not huge numbers, but he knows what Seth Moniz can do in a moment's notice, and he'll take that into the quarterfinals, where he'll take on the winner of the Caio Ryan Callanan heat. And catching up on those numbers, Caio 7.5 at backdoor, Ryan 6.13 at pipeline. Megan, how do you like that separation between the two best scores in this heat?
Yeah, I think it's actually, I really like what I'm seeing from the judges. I think Caio was maybe a tad deeper. And yeah, I think that's a good first wave, matchup, or not first wave, but top scoring wave. And then just both of them basically looking for a better second wave to end this heat out.
Very exciting in the priority heat, with Felipe Toledo still waiting to get started. Looked very quick earlier today against Carlos Munoz at backdoor. Shane, do you think he's going to be able to go back-to-back, knowing that Gabriel Medina and John Florence are heavily involved this year in 2023?
It's a great question, and it's going to be awesome to see that test. I would love to see Felipe back in the top 5, and going to Trestles, you would have to say he's kind of the favorite, and he's he's just suited to the wave, I would say, more so than anywhere else on tour, and more so than anyone else on tour. His size even is just a weapon. Like, he's light and super strong. His aerial antics are incredible, and last year his rail game really came into play. It was cool to see him make that choice of kind of staying on the face. And even though he's not a very big guy, his surfing is the opposite. He surfs huge. So I'm excited to see him go back-to-back. I'm a huge Felipe fan, have been forever. But yeah, I would love to see him.
So exciting. It all starts now, and all starts now for the CT Shaper rankings as well. You'd call Felipe Toledo the team captain of Sharp Ice Surfboards, and what domination they threw down last year in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Shapers are going to start receiving points once we get into the quarterfinals. So winners of these heats getting into the quarters are helping the Shapers that they ride for. And we're going to count men and women's results and crown a champion.
That's pretty
at
cool.
the end of the regular season.
Yeah.
It's a really fun thing to honor the Shapers that work hard, building so much equipment. A lot of surfboards for best in the world don't last too long. So they're constantly refining, getting feedback all the time. I talked to Matt Violas earlier today, and he's like, I get emails from Kolohe all day about insight, what he might want in the future, just feedback on how a board feels, and they're just constantly chasing what's going to work well for him to try to win a lot of heats.
Yeah, it's all about fine-tuning your equipment, and the waves on tour each year, they've been changing up a little bit, and not only that, but sometimes you change, you gain weight, maybe you put on more muscle, you realize you want a little more foam, and then of course wave shape or board shapes too. They have evolved a lot in the last few years.
Yeah, it's cool how you see even a competitor change a little bit. I think Kolohe wrote a couple of newer outlines at the start of the year, and he's like, hang on, let's build a new quiver, which even inspired his dad Dino to write some new outlines, which has taken a few years because he knows what he loves. And it's a really cool how you can be rejuvenated with riding waves just on a fresh start with equipment. And I think we saw that a lot with these new team riders for Sharp Eye. We saw just so many levels lift by jumping on that program, Shane.
We sure did. I mean, it was sort of undeniable. Like normally you could say like a guy like Felipe or any of these guys, you could say they could do that on any board. They're that good. But really, like, the equipment is such a huge component to their performance, especially in like those event-winning performances, especially like, say like the finals from last year with Felipe. You could just see like he is on a magic carpet when he's doing that kind of surfing. It's just 100% confidence knowing that his board's going to do exactly what he wants to do. And that is so cool.
Rio Waida, we just saw him with a Sharp Eye. I guess he prepares for Joao Chianca, who will be on a Channel Island surfboard. Megan, as a competitor, even though you have a strong relationship with maybe, say, Eric Arakawa, whoever it might be, if there is one kind of shaper who's on a roll as one of the world's best, wanting to know what's out there, do you kind of want to take a free surf and feel what everyone else might be feeling and bring it back to your shaper as well?
Oh, yeah. Oh, as we see some live surfing right here.
There's a little snap off the top, looking loose. Iago Dora, not much for a number there, as he's taken 4 rides and falling out of the sky. Callanan is able to pull up and under. It gets ultra speedy towards the end, and man, he really traveled far in that one. Ryan only needs a 4.41. An exit there would have saw him into first place. Tough one for Ryan, but he'll look to regroup. But thinking about testing other shapers boards and maybe bringing some intel back to your camp, Megan.
Yeah, it's really important because there's so many different types of waves around the world and different waves on tour. And it's always important to not be stagnant and, maybe try new things, get different foam under your feet so you can see if maybe you could refine something that you're doing, or maybe it's the relationship you have with your shaper. See some live surfing here.
Iago Dora once again, and he'll kick out on the end section. Didn't have enough speed, didn't have a big enough ramp to go above the lip, so he'll just keep going as Toledo is just sitting patiently. Yeah, it's always looking for equipment and trying to see what works the best. Right,
yeah,
Shane?
For sure. And, it's interesting when, a lot of these ladies and men are always traveling all year. They go to a place like the Gold Coast, and like their equipment probably already works good, right? But they go to a place like that and they're like, maybe they'll get like 1 or 2 or 3 boards from local shapers who shape really well for that specific area, and they'll get a couple boards on down low and go down the coast and have little secret sessions so nobody sees them. But it's always fun to try something new, and sometimes you just need to feel that inspiration, that like new, just that new feeling, even if it doesn't work better than what you're already using. Sometimes it's just cool to feel something different, it's a lot of fun, and I think that's what surfing is all about. I mean, at this competition level, of course, just 100% performance based, but for the majority of us that are either off tour or aren't competitive surfers, it's about the feeling. It doesn't really even matter what it looks like when you ride the wave. It's how good do you feel doing it? How much fun are you having?
She deserved that post-tour. How good does that feel?
Yeah. It's kind of like getting a new pair of shoes. Wow, these feel more cushiony, or these, at least that's what I feel like it's like, because as you said, if you're off tour or you're just your average surfer, it's just trying something new under your feet,
The Toledo family watching on. That's a nice little backup board from Sharp Eye for the world champ, just in case Felipe needs it. Still scoreless at the moment. Which reminded me of Felipe's best result out here. He's made 1 quarterfinal in the past, and it was an awkward one. Medina had just clinched the world title. He got out of the water to do his post-heat interview celebrations for the world title, and Felipe was out there by himself, just kind of got caught up in the moment. The beach was going crazy. There's Brazilian flags everywhere. It was a full party atmosphere, and you're like, time's ticking away. They haven't stopped this heat, and Toledo just froze. And then Medina's like, okay, last interview, guys. My heat's in the water. I'll be right back. And he went out and won. And
So
Felipe
crazy.
just was like, what did I just do? I was watching a movie on the beach.
That must have been a very surreal experience for Philippe. Like, how's the confidence of Gabriel doing like interviews and stuff during like quarterfinal or semifinal?
Clock's ticking.
Wild.
Oh, and next thing you know, he just had that much confidence. Didn't need much time. Won the heat. And I remember the debrief from Felipe's dad. It was a tough one. There was a few broken boards that day. That didn't happen in the water. It was just frustration. And his dad was like, hey, let out some steam. This will be really healthy. This will feel good to let this go.
You needed the behind the scenes
Behind the
make or break
scenes.
for that.
Yeah, fully. Yeah. Make or Break 2 coming out February 17th on Apple TV+. It's going to be really fun to watch.
Felipe is pretty patient right now too. You can see he's sitting, he has priority, just waiting for his good to open up his campaign.
As we see, Ryan just right next to Kaio, doesn't have priority, needs a 4.41. Stressful moments here for Ryan, and Kaio happy to have first priority in a situation this close. And maybe it's going to come down to Ryan just not making that last wave at pipe. I mean, it was a challenging one. It really stretched out on him, but only left chasing a 4.41. Ryan will be preparing for Sunset Beach, and Kaio Ibelli will be setting himself up in the quarterfinals. Back-to-back incredible results in the last 2 years for Kaio Ibelli. As the round of 16 continues, Rio Waida takes on Joao Chianca coming up next.
I'm Rio Waida. I'm from Bali and I'm 23 years old. I got into surfing, I think from my parents. I'm really grateful for my mom and my dad. When I make to the tour, they just cry and they're just happy and they just say congrats and you did amazing. I'm proud of myself that I work hard and then reaching my goals. I hope I inspire more kids and then I hope just more Indonesians make to the tour. When I put the jersey, I'll be like, wow, it's happening. Probably I will get humble a little bit, but you know, I will slap myself and Rio, I'm here to win, so I'm gonna give everything to beat these guys.
Check out our rookies at worldsurfleague.com. First CT performance out here, representing Indonesia. Rio Waida's in the new heat against Joao Chianca, overlapping heat format. We're in the round of 16 right now, and the clock is on for Rio Waida and Joao Chianca. Priority heat, Iago Dora up against Felipe Toledo. This happened during the break. Replay of Rio Waida. Opening ride incomplete. Just going to be a half a point ride opener for the Indonesian surfer. Setting the heat there. Again, Rio Waida against Joao Chumbinho Chianca. So Indonesia versus Brazil in heat number 6, round of 16. Winner goes to finals day and the quarterfinals for the men. Wave coming in through here. And no takers there. Beautiful offshore winds gracing us this afternoon, increasing in velocity throughout the afternoon out of the southeast. First wave for Felipe Toledo. Toledo drops in, yellow leader jersey, glides into a backdoor barrel, travels through that first section. Second section for Toledo, looks for the exit and is denied that exit. So Felipe Toledo getting started late on his challenge against Iago Dora. 24 minutes have elapsed in their matchup there before Felipe Toledo taking his first wave. Again, thank you for joining us here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. I'm Kaipo along with North Shore stalwart
Kaipo.
Ross Williams, as well as a woman who may have just paddled the largest wave of the winter for women, Laura Enever. Thank you for joining us, Laura.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Well, what do you think about this matchup right now? First of all, let's get to Felipe Toledo in the priority heat, Laura. Late to start, he's got to come back now against Iago Dora.
Yeah, I mean, he's waited a long time for this wave, and it looked like an absolute bomb from the get-go. It looked like he had the perfect line here, driving through the second section. What happened? He just got clipped. I thought we were going to see him fly out of that tube. It had that really nice line when it didn't, Russ.
Yeah, I mean, some of the surfers today have been caught by surprise by the power. There is sort of a longer period in this swell, so they're stretching out. A lot of the bottoms of the barrels are opening up more than normal. Maybe that caught Felipe's board.
Yeah, that was a long time waited for that wave, so bummer for Felipe, because even if he'd not gotten tried for that second section, he could have had a score on the board.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo, that yellow leader's jersey with 77 on his back. Toledo said he wanted number 7, but Mick Fanning had that, so he doubled up, getting 77. And 77 actually, in the Bible, a blessed number. So some good luck with the numerics for Felipe Toledo. Speaking of numerics for Felipe Toledo, let's take a look at some of his career results at this location. Ross, let's dig into this.
Okay, you can see right there, he did get 5th back in 2014, but definitely lackluster results there here at Backdoor and Pipe for Felipe, and it's been no secret. You know, his weapon is, lowers, J-Bay, places like that where he can really flare up, but he has gotten better.
Here he is, going left this time, gets through that section, and a completion for Toledo. And it feels like he is on the comeback against Iago Dora with that second ride. A little bit more meaningful, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think he just realizes with 13 to go, he needs to put something on the board, something that'll be a backup so he can at least sit and wait and try to, climb back. Not needing a lot, he only needs a 4.83, and so Iago's leaving the door open as well, 2 3 5s. 3.5 and a 3, sorry.
Ross, talk us through this.
That was a really nice bottom turn there. There's a small, tricky barrel, and he did the right thing by gaining as much speed as possible to make it through that tricky little section. And, you know, he tried to be patient in his heat and just wait for a perfect wave. He kind of got what he wanted. He just didn't make it out of the barrel. Had he made it out of that barrel, he would have been looking at a 7 or maybe even an 8-point ride. But now it's he's got to change the plan. He's got to get on the board.
And you can tell a little bit more urgency with the paddle of Felipe Toledo, saying busier. Maybe that's what he needed to get rid of that priority, Laura, and allow himself to roam the lineup.
Yeah, sometimes having priority can be a curse on a day like today. We've seen so many of the heats be really lopsided. You know, someone just getting in that rhythm. I know rhythm has been the word of the day, but, you know, we've seen so many heats. Either one person's getting all the scores and the other person is getting a total of 2. And then some heats just really mid-range scores from both people. But, yeah, 3.53 there for Felipe. So, you know, he's back in this.
Clawing back into it. Just needs a 3-point in this Heat 5 of the round of 16 low-scoring affair. Here we go with Felipe Toledo freed up again. What's he got for us in air? Stomps it on the roof. A little bit too far behind. Had to deal with that offshore wind, Ross.
Yeah, but like you guys said, he doesn't have priority, so he doesn't have to sit there and wait for a perfect wave. And that does match his personality. Now he can just start searching for scores, little waves down at backdoor and 8s, go for an air on the left. This is where Felipe is most dangerous.
And when it gets flat like this, you know, you can tell when the sets are coming. There's the big lines, and you know, you've got about a minute and a half to get out there. So Felipe would, you know, obviously not take one of those small waves if he saw the lines coming through. So just that quick paddle back out today from the left-hander. There's a bit of a current just ripping through. So, yeah, I think it's pretty solid that he's staying busy.
Yeah, 2022, Kyle Belly made it to finals day. He's done it again. He's in the quarterfinals. He's with Dimity.
Well, Kyle Bailey, into the finals day, you know, you found the rhythm and you found the energy. Talk to us about that heat, because you managed to find the best wave in what was very slow.
Yeah, it's like right before the heat, I saw a lot of waves and I was super psyched to surf. Like over here, you kind of forget about competing. You just want to get pipeline to yourself and have as many waves as you can get. And like in my heat, I couldn't really find a lot of waves. Got lucky at the end. Like the previous set, I went on the first one that kind of had the same look as Ryan wave, and the wave was kind of bad. The next one was good, so I let Ryan go on the first one, and I was hoping for the next one to be good, and it never came. So I was super lucky. I think Ryan never came out of that barrel, and yeah, I'm psyched. Like finals day, first event of the year. Like I have a little deja vu going on.
Definitely, you know, you started so strong last year with an equal third place finish here. What's it going to take this year to go one better and maybe finals or even get the win?
Yeah, it's just you got to get the rhythm with pipeline, and you never choose when you want to be in the rhythm. Pipeline chooses you, so I'm going to just feed myself really nice, stay calm, take my cold shower in the morning, have my coffee, and come for the finals day like with the same hunger than ever.
Sounds like an amazing plan. Good luck, Kaio. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Kyle Belly again on to finals day, getting caught up here with Chumbinho, João Chianca. Look how shallow it is after his backdoor ride. And we'll get caught up with that. But, you know, if you want to participate, play with us. You know, join in. Download the TrueSurf app now on the App Store, the Apple App Store, or Google Play. TrueSurf. You can compete in a virtual Billabong Pro pipeline, battle against your mates in the new challenge system that's all on the TrueSurf app. And you can let your fingers doing the walking on the screen, get barrels, do airs, do all of that stuff at TrueSurf. You play TrueSurf, Ross?
Every day. Well, Kaio takes a cold shower in the morning. I wake up and play TrueSurf. I just work on my rotations. And here we go. João finding a little backdoor nug, extended all the way through Aints, and this guy knows how to squeeze out of those side doors. That's a good start for him.
And Yagodor disappearing into the barrel there. Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up to João Chianca. I mean, he's a bouncer's nightmare. He can just squeeze into any side door before you know it. He's in the club and executes on the ride. So a 4.5 opener for Chumbinho. Joao Chianca, and back to live action here. Here we go. Putting up a battle. That was Rio Waida taking a look at that wave. Chianca still riding his trusty Channel Islands. It's a 6.0, 18 3/4, 2 3/8, Laura. And it's a little new model that he's developing with Britt Merrick. Hang on, here goes Toledo. First section comes through, and there you go. He is going to flip the heat right now on Yago Dora. Just need a 3-point ride, Laura. Got more than that.
That would have felt really good. And with 7.5 minutes to go, you know, Felipe coming in, he's going to have to do the runaround, but hopefully get back out there for one more. That was exactly what he needed to do. He disappeared for a long enough time for that to get up into the good range, I would say. So we see Gabby Medina heading out. He has a cracker of a heat coming up.
Tell your friends. So Heat 7, round of 16 here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Jack Robinson against Gabriel Medina, Ross Williams. That's going to be one to watch.
I don't even want to sit next to you. You're going to explode.
Here we go. Oh, Rio Waida. A little bit of misstep there, and something happened to the board. He's signaling for an equipment change to the beach, so he's going to get a new sharp eye under his foot.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there. He told me when I was lurking around the competitors area, he's riding a 6-1 sharp eye and round tail, 3 fins, nothing too out of the ordinary. Looks like he's working with Chris Gallagher. They have a nice game plan today, trying to accumulate scores, and he just seems really calm.
He really does. I mean, rookie on tour, and, you know, he's been on the road for about 4 months, but you know, he's living the dream. He's living his dream, and this is really cool to see how he's taking it to the CT guys.
Yeah, as a surf population of an entire country following him and rooting for him. First Indonesian surfer to make the championship tour. Here is the board exchange on the beach. And you can see Chris Gallagher working on the leg ropes.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer on Rio as he goes back out for volley.
He's just letting him know that Joao got a backdoor runner. And Gally has been kind of early to the coaching game. You know, coaching was not normal, certainly back when I was on tour back in the day. And then early 2000s, I think CJ and Damian Hobgood had Gally actually travel with them on the road, which was very unique back then. Not many coaches, so Gally's been around for a long time.
Looked like there was a start of a buckle on that wave, and it creased to a crease. This is a 5.5 for Felipe Toledo, Laura. This turned the heat for Toledo.
Yeah, it was a frothy wave, but, you know, he just got the job done. You could tell that he just pulled in. He knew that if he just held on, he had the opportunity to get a good range score. So didn't do anything too crazy, didn't want to stay in there too long, just put a solid number on the board.
Well, he did push up Yago Dora, now with priority, 5 minutes, 20 seconds in the priority heat. Yago needing a 5.53. Quiet moment for Gabe Medina as he gathers himself on the beach. Medina has the discipline. He has a routine. He has, I've seen, Ross, his support squad, which is quite a few people around him, and he almost has this bubble as he enters competition to get into that warrior mind frame.
Yeah, he's pretty consistent with that pre-heat, pre-comp routine. You see someone like Felipe, he's a little more bubbly, social. Gabriel's not as much. He likes to stay in his little silo, then he'll show up to the event, headphones on, real serious, all business.
Yeah, and he's obviously staying up the road at his sponsor house, but just taking that back road down, then coming through the competitors area and just showing up, you know, right before his heat, just ready to go, not really talking to anyone, just has that laser focus on. But, you know, outside of the event, Gaby seems really calm and relaxed. He's been, you know, seen playing soccer the Brazilian soccer game up the beach with all of his teammates and just surfing the last few days. And he didn't come to Hawaii too early. He just sort of rolled in a couple weeks ago.
Strider, what do you got?
Well, I'm just sitting in the lineup here and, you know, catching the vibes. You guys were talking about Medina on the beach. Well, we got Jack in the water, ready to go, opening up. You know, he's getting some flair. He was feeling it. He's just stretching himself out and really just focusing on what he needs to do. He's got a really kind of winning formula as far as the head space goes. So, you know, I'm not exactly sure what Medina's got going on in his head, but I feel like there's similar things happening because they both have a sense of confidence in the water. there's a little bit more of a smirk out of Jack, but to be honest, he's laser beaming, and he really is super hyper focused on winning. And I love what is happening, and I think our job is to get into their heads actually at some point during this event or after and really find out what it is, if they'll tell us.
Oh, they'll tell us. Jack Robinson is going to be focused, and as soon as he can get outside of that bubble, and if he does win the event, then the celebration. Of course, Jack last year, 2022, took out 2 big wins on the championship tour. In just his second year on tour, making the final 5, Ross, giving you just a glimpse of the future, and a guy you'd have to pencil in as a future world champ.
Yeah, he's, you know, it's funny because everyone has to get into their own mindset and headspace to find the winning potion. And Gabriel's really serious. He kind of has his regimen routine. Jack's a little more earthy, a little more floaty. He likes to almost meditate, you know, before, after. You know, he's got that hippie vibe that works for him.
Toledo, and not much going on over there. It was a split peak, so we'll catch up with what happened on the right. So that will not change the situation. Iago Dora still hanging on to priority in the priority heat. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Rio Waida, backdoor, fights to get out of that one.
That was a good effort from Rio there. You know, I turned around, looked over my shoulder for that wave, and it looked like it was going to run off down, but he just punched through that. So, you know, wanting to get something on the board, just a minute and a half to go until he's got the full priority with Joao.
Yeah, so a little repositioning on that split peak. The first wave, Rio up and out, and then that second wave is where Rio Waida is going to get the score. Let's take a look here at the second wave where Rio goes in and out, Ross.
Really well done for Rio to surf that far down the reef. I mean, he was changing boards with Galley just a few minutes ago, and he found that wave.
Yeah, he was way further down the reef.
Iago Dora, there's a really important wave for Iago. Slams that oncoming section. The convergence of water just eats him up. Dora looking for a 5.53 if he wants to make his way to finals day ahead of Felipe Toledo.
That seemed like a bit of a mistake there for Iago, turning around. It looks like there's some lines coming through, and I'm sure Felipe's going to get really close to him at the moment, but just trying to throw everything at that last turn to squeeze out any points. But when you're looking at today, a 5.53, I just don't think there could have been that on with 2 turns.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing the beginning of that wave. Maybe he was looking for an air section, but you're right, Laura. That was a pretty small wave. I think he was just looking for a ramp.
Toledo going here. Little defense. Now going down the line, looking to boost. Gets it up in the air, lands on the roof. Iago Dora with one more chance, 20 seconds. Dora out in the lineup, needs a 5.53, 18 seconds on the countdown. One more wave for Iago Dora. This would be a buzzer beater for the Goofy Foot if he can execute here.
Just give him a ramp. He'll try to do a backflip.
5 seconds. Hands need to leave the rail. 3. Gets it. Now it's time to perform. Nice reverse. Foam climb, fights for that. We'll see if that's the number, 5.53, Ross.
He's telling the story right there. I'm sure he wanted a big section so he could go for a crazy air. It was still a smooth reverse. I mean, this would make any of us, you know, so happy. But for him, that's stock standard, believe it or not.
Yeah, we know that he can go to the air and do some crazy stuff. And, yeah, obviously Iago just knowing there. This wave had a nice big bowl to it, but just no lip that he could really hit. He just went off the side of the shoulder there. So more a blowtail reverse, but he's going to be really disappointed with that.
It's pretty amazing he couldn't find a score in the last 15, 20 minutes. He really got stifled in that heat.
Yeah.
Well, he went down swinging, Iago Dora. The score is not going to be enough, needing the 5.53. It's going to come under a 2.73. We can take a look at the numbers and see that Felipe Toledo is on to the quarterfinals. We're stepping out, but we'll be right back for more from Pipeline. Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina. That's going to be potentially the heat of the round.
Well, that's a no-brainer for sure, Kuiper. That's nuts.
Going for backdoor pitch. Medina heading that same direction. Wide open. This thing is a cave. Next wave setting up for Jack Robinson. Pipeline's coming to life.
That felt really good. That was a bomb. But yeah, let's keep the ball rolling and hopefully I can get a few more.
It's on here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline and the new heat out in the water. Jack Robinson versus Gabe Medina battling for a spot in the quarterfinals. It's Kaipo along with Ross Williams and Laura Enevers to talk you through all of this. And let's see how it starts off right here with the priority heat continuing with Rio Waida getting another ride there with his challenge against Joao Chianca. Laura, what do you think about this new heat in the water? Jack Robinson, Gabe Medina.
Oh, cue the dramatic music. This is going to be
it's cute.
Sizzling. I know. Well, cue it again.
And for those of you who play fantasy surf, hopefully some of you guys are taking a little bit of hurt that I am, because that's friendly fire for me on my team between Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina. That hurts, Ross.
Let's zoom in on those two freaks. These guys are paddling over each other right now. Jack and Gabriel. I guess the meditation period is over for Jack Robbo.
Here they go. Open priority. Got to be careful here.
Oh.
So the gamesmanship has begun, and both of these surfers know the weight of this challenge. Look at earlier. Just over each other.
Oh. They got to be careful. I mean, there's a line you can draw.
Here we go. Gabe in the barrel. Way deep on this one, and even Medina can't come out of that.
Drawing first blood, but yeah, that was a wild paddle battle there. Joao looking like late into this.
Trombino slides into it, and just all his forward momentum getting stifled with that fin drift, Ross.
That's exactly it. He just unexpectedly lost traction there and slid. And that kid is so gnarly. He'll always give himself a shot at making the barrel.
Gabe Medina on the back of the Red Bull jet ski, manned by Hawaiian Water Patrol. Broken board for Gabe Medina. He's going to have to hit the pit stop as he hits the beach. And another interesting note, we'll get back to that because Jack Robinson finds a cave and fights for an exit, unable to do so.
We've seen a lot of that today. These surfers are all so good, and they typically come out of these barrels, but really tricky today with this stronger period. A lot of these barrels are catching everyone off guard. They're just kind of slipping through the trapdoor in the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, there's just a lot of bump and wobble down the bottom. It just seems like it's gobbling everyone up. So, I mean, it'd be cool to see the angle from the water to see what happened there. But, yeah, Jack just had so much speed at the start of that wave.
We saw the gamesmanship at the beginning of this heat between Gabe Medina and Jack Robinson. What'd you see, Strider?
Well, you could feel the intensity. Right after I was talking about Jack getting ready and Gabe on the beach, Gabe entered the lineup, and Jack was just staring over at him with a smirk on his face, and Gabriel never looked up. It was really interesting to watch the dynamic in the water. Obviously, before the heats even started, there's a heat happening between the two in their minds, and then you get out in the water, you can see them in the lineup just, toe-to-toe, basically, just like, everything but throwing punches, which is what we love to see, is that, that intensity and that rivalry in the water before the establishment of priority has been given. So intense right there, but then watching Gabby take that wave, break his board, he's going to the beach to reset, and now he's going to come back out. And just a quick note, I know this is a little off topic, but looking over right now from the water, looking at Jack Robinson, he turned and went for that last wave. It looked so much like Bruce Irons, it was crazy. The Volcom on his board, the head shape, everything. So it was pretty wild, harnessing that probably energy himself to try and go for him Pipe Pro out here. It's pretty amazing.
Thank you, Strider. We got a couple of rides happening during that, and we'll be catching up with some replays between Rio Waida and Joao Chianca in the priority heat. Both surfers with an exchange there. We'll see how that affects the situation in that heat. Looks like Medina's back up in the lineup with Jack Robinson.
You know what, we haven't seen Gabby, be that scrappy at the start of heat in a while, which is, it's cool to see that he's back and he's very into it.
There we go. Rio has been in good rhythm in this heat. Ever since he had that little board problem and went back out there, he's just caught 3 great waves in a row. This was another wave way down at the end of the reef towards Aints, and he's building scores now. So Joao is a beast out here, arguably the favorite in this event. Right now, Rio's putting up some numbers against him.
Yeah, he's staying busy and he's just finding little moments out here to just put the pressure on Joao.
Coming out of these replays, I will give you the situation in the water right now in the black heat. Rio Waida is in the lead with a 2-wave score of 8.2. Joao Chianca in second, trailing him. Joao needs a 3.71 to take the lead off of Rio Waida. Joao Chianca does have priority right now. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Red heat. 31 minutes, 25 seconds left in the challenge between Gabe Medina and Jack Robinson. No meaningful scores as of yet between the two. Just a 1-point ride for Medina and a 1.43 for Jack Robinson. Medina with the board change. And I was going to bring up something to you, Ross. In earlier rounds, Gabe Medina was riding his Cabianca designs. I know he's got a bunch of Tocoros. He showed up for this heat with a Tocoro, so he did do some equipment change, but that board's already gone.
Yeah.
Dunzo.
Well, he's the kind of guy that has 60 boards probably at his house. And a lot of them are just 3D printed, like basically they're just identical. So he's can press, play, and repeat pretty often.
Yeah, CNC shaping and computer assisted drafting can definitely help duplication of boards so that you can make them in batches. They may all be a little bit slightly different depending on the sander, sometimes the density of the foam, and even within the same blank, foam densities are not super straightforward, Or
if the sander gets a little frisky, puts more edge.
Type of wood on the stringer, it's just like there's so many things, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, most barrel riders would get a board that's like very heavy glassed, but I think these guys on tour, they want it to still be as light as possible. That's why they've just got 80 of them.
Well, things have calmed down a little bit in the water, and in our priority heat right now, Rio Waida with a late charge against Joao Chianca, John Florence. He's coming up next against Miguel Pupo. That should be a great heat and a great way to end our day here. Well, I'm going to take another look at that board with Gabe Medina, because that may be, we talked about the difference between shapers. That may be a Cabianca under his feet. Well, I know at Channel Islands is under Chumbino's feet right here, and he comes in and out of the puka. Bangs the oncoming section, just 3.71, and he is going to flip the heat, Ross.
Yeah, that was solid, and a good finish there over at Aints. A little closeout snap there. And, now Joao's going to catch that rhythm back. This has been going back and forth between him and Rio, and I feel like he just stole the thunder right there.
He really did. This was a really good wave, good fight back here from Joao, and right here he could have kicked out and got back out the back, but just wanted to maximise that points and the score that he could get there. He liked it. Probably the smallest claim to do for this wave, but with 8 minutes to go, it means a lot.
Well, backdoor is not a very rippable wave. It's tough to do a good maneuver, but there is that closeout section. A little left comes at you from off the wall. And you can add some points to the score. And, that was definitely a pretty critical section, and the judges will add to it.
Yeah, Chumbino on the paddle back out while he's resetting. Let's catch up with Felipe Toledo. He's a winner. He's with Dimity.
Well, Felipe, close heat up against Iago. You said yourself you might have been a little greedy on that one nice backdoor barrel that you just didn't come out of. But against a guy like Iago, he's always dangerous. So talk to us about that heat.
I knew it was going to be hard. Iago always put really good results out here at Pipe, and he's really good going to Pipeline. And with this win, too, and, the lows that we have in between sets, I knew he was going to go for the air, and I knew I had to wait for a good wave, and backdoor wave came, and first action I made it, and then I was trying to get a little bit deep and, make the barrel all the way, but foam ball caught me. Normally foam ball, kind of pushes you a little bit, but this one was sliding, you know, like sideways in the barrel, couldn't make it. But I was happy enough to get that little pipeline wave, and then another like kind of hard, tricky backdoor. You know, I barely made the barrel, and yeah, I was just happy. You know, Iago is such a good surfer. Always, you know, impressive in the water, and super happy to move on and be in the quarter, start the year with the fifth. It's really good.
Amazing start, you know, coming up. You're in the yellow jersey, you're the one to beat, and now you're into finals day. What's going to be the plan for tomorrow?
Well, try not to salt too much in the barrel. But yeah, you know, it's just same as I've been doing, just cruising and getting barreled and try to find the best waves and, you know, not leave many opportunity for the other guys.
We can't wait to watch you. Good luck in the next round.
Yeah, there you go, Felipe Toledo. So when we look at his matchups with Iago Dora, he's just increased that. So 7 wins against Dora's 1 in that matchup. So Felipe Toledo feeling confident in going into finals day. Strider?
Yeah, just checking in on kind of an interesting point of difference for John Florence. Every time he comes out for his heat, he's out here before anybody. He's out 7 minutes before his heat, 10 minutes before his heat. He's in the water longer than anybody before their heats, and I just wanted to know why. And he just said, I love being out here. I just love pipeline. It's the most time I can spend out here. I wanted to spend that time. So it's just an interesting little side note on John Florence, loving pipeline.
Hey, that's no mystery there, Strider. We know that John Florence loves pipeline. You know, brought up Ross right on the sands here, spent his entire childhood and adult life watching and surfing this wave.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone's a little different, right? But for John, he likes to get it going. So if he can jump in the water, it allows him to relax and go, okay, the pressure's off. I'm in my bubble. I'm in my home. Like the water is his cocoon. So he can just chill out and start to take a close look at the conditions.
Yeah, there's so much energy going on the beach, you know, with the crowd, with everything going on down here. It's sometimes you just want to remove yourself from that and just try to really get inside your own body and your mind and just, yeah, not have anyone's projections just going onto you.
They're the boards for Gabe Medina, so it is a mix between the Cabiancas, you can see with the dark airbrushed bottoms, and the white Tocoros. So, you know, he's switching equipment. He has his main shaper, Johnny Cabianca, but coming for some specialized Hawaii equipment with Wade Tokoro as well. So that's also going to weigh into, once we get to the quarterfinals, CT Shaper rankings.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see what he chooses last. And
look at Joao just...
what is he doing?
He's just sharking around Rio right now. He's
you know, this is Art of War stuff right here. This is Sun Tzu at work. He got a 5.53. Joao Chianca does have the lead. And right here, there's a lot of times, you know, this is, I mean, have you read the Art of War, Laura? It's really interesting.
It's a great book.
In that there's a mental game happening right now between these two. And Joao's really trying to utilize that against the rookie. But never mind the rookie talk. Let's talk 3-time world champ. Gabe Medina just up, out, throws it away.
So this is the round as well that Joao went out to John in last year. So, you know, he started that year, he started 22 with a 9th. And you could just tell how much he wants to not repeat that.
Yeah, well, it was a high-scoring affair for that loss to John Florence for that equal 9th. He got a 9.87 and a 6.87 in that, and a 16.74 was not enough for Joao to advance because John Florence came out with an 8 and a 9.77. So that was an unfortunate, that was an unfortunate circumstance because Joao in that round would have made it out of any other heat in that round.
For sure.
This is interesting. I know that this is, kind of common. Some people do it. Zeke famously did it to John at Bell's, even so much so that there's like a Zeke roll because he like paddled across his board and was like actually physical about it. So there's a fine line between just kind of getting in someone's head and actually making contact, but this is a little extreme.
Hey, I like it. I like the gamesmanship. Take it to the rookie. Show them you're in the big leagues.
To be honest, if I'm Rio, I would be laughing. I'd be like, hey, this just means that you're trying to get in my head. I obviously see what you're doing. You got your underwear on. I can see right through you. Like if I'm Rio, I'm going to flip it on him. I don't know what that means, by the way.
Okay, 235.
But you think back to Joel's start of his year, he had so many amazing moments throughout, you know, until Margaret River where he didn't make the cut. And you can imagine that going into this year, he's like, I just want to start here so strong. I want to make the quarters. I just want to not be in any of that same position as last year.
Yeah.
Pressure off.
No, he's not satisfied for his results given the ability that he knows he has. So he
Especially
knows he has that ability. But, you know, this year on the championship tour, we're going for a world title, that Final Five, but there's also Olympic qualification scenarios for the WSL. So we are going to, the WSL is a first-tier qualifier for the Olympics. So 8 women, 10 men will provisionally qualify for the Paris Summer 2024 Olympics through the World Surf League rankings. Each country can qualify 2 men and 2 women, and all of that's going to happen at the end of the road, Ross. Taupo, Tahiti.
That's big. I mean, other than winning a world title, all these surfers, they want to win a medal. They want to win a gold medal. It is a big, big deal. And all of a sudden, here we are, right at, you know, on the dawn of 2024. It's about to happen.
I'd love to see Joel's Apple Watch just to, you know, track his paddling in the last 8 minutes.
Yeah, he does not want to give Rio White a chance. Rio with priority, 4.77, needs to keep his wits about him, Ross, and looks like Rio's going to have an opportunity.
Yeah, and he's been cruising. He's got priority. He's just been staying right there. You never know. I mean, this could backfire. It could be adding to his energy right now with Rio. Just like, all right, I'm going to throw it right in your face.
4.77 is the number for Waida. It looks like under priority, Joao is going to take a dig in this one. Goes pipeline, pulls up in the bubble, tries to fight and wins the exit.
Trying to get rid of a 4.5. I don't see that. Rio is really far over towards backdoor, and this is a bigger set. He might be out of position.
Looks like it's pretty west as well. It's quite deep, but it's going to be a pipe wave.
There we go.
Rio on the hunt.
Too deep.
Knifes it in too deep. You called it, Ross, and that's going to send him to the beach. And an equal 9th finish here at his debut on the championship tour.
That's being a rookie right there and not having enough time in the water at pipe, realizing he needed to scoot over towards Gums and misread that set.
Well, that's it. Joao Chianca on to finals day. We'll be back with more from the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Turning the clock back to 2021, John Florence at backdoor here at the Billabong Pipe Pro, where John showed mastery of his backyard and finally got the pipe title that he has deserved for years. Everyone knew him as a best free surfer out here. He made it count in the jersey in 2021. John Florence, when he defeated Gabe Medina in a spectacular battle here at Pipeline. And we are back to live action with John Florence in the black heat, the non-priority heat versus Miguel Hupo. This should be a great matchup, Laura and Ever.
And look at just the 4 men in the water at the moment. You know, John taking off here, first blood in his heat. But between Jack, Gabby, John, Miguel, all incredible barrel riders. Miggy just coming off his win in Tahiti, and it looks like Jack Robinson.
Jack Robinson, high, tight, keeps that three-point stance going, gets the completion, little fancy there, flicks air reverse, and that's going to be a nice score for Jack Robinson up against Gabe Medina. Medina going to answer back deep on this one, real deep as a matter of fact, and puts himself behind the foam ball, incomplete for Gabe Medina.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Gabby, but Jack, it's going to be his best score so far. So both of these guys with nothing too big so far. This was, on paper, going to be an absolute cracker, and it has been dramatic so far, but just not too many scores.
Yeah, I can start off with a battle for position and open priority between these two. But now Jack Robinson is going to have an early advantage against Gabe Medina as we wait for that score to populate.
Looks like a bit of a paddle battle out here. Let's see. I think Jack Robinson will probably get priority here, but you can see the energy.
Waiting for the priority judge decision. While we do that, let's look at a replay, Laura.
Yeah, love this. Jack just slid in. It was a mid-sized wave, but just doing what he knew he needed to do to make that, and then finishing it off with a little blow tail reverse there. So Jack just wanting to get a score on the board.
Water angle.
Amazing technique. He's one of the best to do it. He grew up surfing waves like this in WA, and I think he could pig dog and get tubed on his backside when he was about 6 years old. So it's amazing to see him out here looking for his best pipe result.
Yeah, he's won a QS event out here, the Pipe Pro, in the past, and which was really a turning for Jack Robinson. Since then, onto the championship tour, where he has won 3 championship tour titles, tour events in just 2 years on tour. When we look at the matchup between Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina, it is 2 for Medina, 1 for Jack Robinson. But the one that Jack took off of Medina was an important one. Jack beat Medina last year at the 2022 G-Land Pro in the semifinals on the way to his victory there in G-Land, Laura.
Yeah, that was a special one, and they were fired up, both of these guys. I think Jack got the turned the heat at the very last minute. He was just in the zone, and like Strider mentioned before, you know, Jack seems to have this spiritual connection to the ocean that he wants to play on, and you know, that whole event at G-Land, he was somehow just turning the heat in the last 30 seconds. It was just like he would dial a wave and boom, it showed up, and he would just do what he needed to do to get the score. And you could just tell everything was, the rhythm was there, and the energy and the flow was there. And that's what he kept saying. His word last year was flow.
Yeah, it's interesting the early rivalry between Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina, because Medina immediately paid Jack Robinson back, beating him in the quarterfinals over in El Salvador. So these two have been push and pull already, you know, when they come to a clash together.
You know what? I'm just so excited for this year. We've got John back, we've got Gabe back, and
it feels like a real year, right?
It's going to feel like a real year, but it's going to be amazing because they haven't really had, you know, Gabby and John haven't really had the chance to go head-to-head with Jack, who's just, you know, rebirthed himself as one of the top best surfers in the world.
Medina, smooth as always, in and out. Wants to add a little bit of something to it, and just, again, has to kick it away, Gabe Medina. Last score for Jack Robinson, a 5.33. Robinson in the lead. Here he goes, backdoor. Jack pulls in, dragging the arm, disappears. Spit comes out, so does Jack. Big snap off the top for Robinson. And what an answer back. Jack Robinson gaining momentum right now in this heat.
Yes, that was momentum. 13 minutes to go already. This heat has gone so fast, but Jack powering back out. He will be stoked with that. You just knew when he took off on that wave, that was a smaller but great little backdoor TP. He knew it was going to open up. He just had to ride it correctly. Looking forward to seeing that replay there, and slammed it with a huge blowtail at the end.
First, Medina, Laura.
Yep, smaller wave here for Gabby. Just threading it nicely. It's not going to be anything too big, but it'll you know, add to his scoreline at least. But here's the wave from Jack Robinson. You know, overhead, but just there, knew how to get deep enough so he could come out behind the spit, and loved that turn from him. Just blowing his tail, fan through the air with the spray, and yeah, it's going to feel good.
Yeah, hard surfing by Jack Robinson. We'll wait for those numbers to set the situation in the priority heat. Priority heat with 12 minutes, 40 seconds, counting down more sets on the way. Dropping in, Medina hangs on the bottom, in the barrel, looks for the air, launches it, and tries to stomp it, but is unable again to ride out in front of the white water.
That was unbelievable.
Pupo up and down.
Wow, Capo. If Gabby had made that, that was a statement right there. And that is just, you know, the signs of him when he won his world title. You're out here just doing these huge airs, but look at this, so deep. This just kept giving him more that wave, and then into that wafting full rotation. Just unfortunately his back foot slipped off, but love this here for Gabby. Incredible technique, just staying nice and deep, but just wanting to make sure he was still making it. Racing there when he saw that section and goes straight to the air.
Parabéns, Chumbinho. What's he got to say, Dimity?
Oh, Joao, I feel like every other heat this event, you've started with a big score straight off the bat, but that one was very close and it was stressful moments right up until the end. Tell us about that.
It's good to have that, right? Coming from behind, I knew it would be hard against Rio. I knew the conditions would get tricky. So like when the conditions are tricky, it can go like either your way or either like the other guy way. So just really stoked to put together two waves at backdoor, and I mean like, yeah, pretty close call, but super stoked.
And it's an amazing start. You're into the finals day. You got a huge matchup tomorrow against Felipe Toledo. What's it going to take to beat a guy like that with the yellow jersey?
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a pleasure to be competing against Felipe. I think it's going to be my first medal man against him. So definitely I'm going to take all. I'm going to like bring it all to the water, and I'm going to try to beat him. It means the world to me to be on the finals day at Pipe. Such a special moment.
Well, very special, and we look forward to watching you. So good luck and have a good night's rest tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Oh, man. Soft-spoken on the sand, Laura, but a tiger in the water when he's got the jersey on and the clock is running.
I love the confidence. He is very competitive. He's been here for a long time as well. He was over here in December surfing, went home for Christmas, New Year's, and then, you know, been back here for, you know, all of the swells all through January, and, you know, putting up highlights and big barrels, being one of the standout surfers on the North Shore. So, yeah, stoked to see Joao, you know, get to that quarterfinal. He didn't get through. This is the furthest he's been on tour so far.
Yeah, let's take a look at some numbers. We got the scores that have checked in for Jack Robinson. Backdoor wave, a 6.17. That pipe wave for Gabe Medina, a 6.73. Medina now just needing a 4.77 to take that lead off of Jack Robinson. 9.5 minutes. Let's take another look at the wave.
Wow, yeah, so the nod to Gabby on this wave. He wasn't super deep, but it was super long. So just reading it to a T, and this would have gone near to perfect if he'd made that air. So, I mean, I think just that the fact that this was a set and the way Gabby read this, it was quite chunky, thick, but, you know, nothing too deep on, you know, Gabby's terms, but 6.73, he will be happy with that, the highest score of the heat so far. Could you just imagine what happened here? Just unfortunately that back foot coming unstuck.
Medina on the power back out, number 10 on his back on his jersey, as a tip of the hat to football legend, soccer legend Pele. Strider, what do you got for us now?
Well, we were watching Miguel Pupo drop out of the sky, and it was a heavy drop. It was a commitment, but it was a little lackadaisical, and he got pounded. We saw him. He was getting ghosted by, or, you know, shadowed by the Water Patrol, the Hawaiian Water Patrol, make sure he was okay, because he was paddling really slowly. As he came to me, I said, you know, what happened? Did you hit the bottom? He said, yeah, I got smashed on the bottom, hit my foot. I'm okay, but it was a good wake-up call for me, because, you know what? It's pipeline. I got to go. And he, you know, a little tap of the high five, and he's back out there.
Oh, I love it. Thank you, Strider. Get out of the way. Always great with the water reporting from Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, love Strider. He puts in the hard yards out there, and, I mean, someone's got to get wrinkles on the team.
7 minutes, 45 seconds. And look, Laura, sets are flaring up right now, so it looks like we're going to have a multiple wave set on the way to hit the reef here at the Bonsai.
Yeah, those picturesque, classic pipeline lines coming through and a big whale at the back as well jumping. It's all happening here, but
even the whales are getting excited right
They
now
are.
for this next exchange.
I know, I feel like something crazy is about to go down, and yeah, some sets coming through.
So in the priority heat, Jack Robinson, red jersey, you can see him in the middle there. He has first priority over the rest of the field. Right behind him is Gabe Medina. Positioning happening in the lineup, and it is a tight takeoff spot here. Who's going to go? Medina chooses to go. Wave number 1. And what was this decision? Well,
That was an under priority. Yeah, just save your energy, really. I think he might have thought.
yeah, but he's tricky because he knows he's going to go back and get second priority in the priority heat anyway over the other 2 surfers.
Yeah.
So Medina, he's just got
playing
like
some games.
he's got a high heat IQ. I mean, you combine that with just the raw talent that he has, but the fact that he knows how to play the game.
Well, you can tell he's got 8 waves in this heat so far. So I mean, I think his game plan underneath priority was just go to the air. So I think just looking for a ramp, probably seeing in that last heat, Iago needed a 5. He just wants to try better that 3.67, and that could be done with, a mediocre air or, a huge air.
Which he is capable of. Again, Medina just needed that 4.77. With the 6 minutes on the countdown, Jack Robinson, Laura, just seems very, very calm at this moment.
I mean, he's in the lead, but yeah, I think he's just going to wait, drop anchor, and just wait for something that he sees as potential to beat that 5.33. 5.5 minutes to go. He's going to start sticking close to Gabby right now.
That set that I saw out the back really did not hit the reef right here at all. I was getting excited with those lines. 4.77 is the need for Medina. Medina is in second priority, so he's going to have to watch Jack Robinson and yield to Jack Robinson if Jack wants one.
Crazy to think that Gabby, ended up 13 on the rankings last year with those 3 events.
And I think that's the great takeaway, but also I think since he didn't do the full year, it's interesting to see, Gabe meet up with Jack Robinson already in this round of 16.
And then look, the winner of this heat's going to be going up against the winner of the next heat. So either John or Miguel, Jack and Gabby. I'm just loving these matchups.
It's going to be a great finals day. It's going to be an outstanding finals day the way this is playing out right now.
Going to be crazy. We just need Huey to just send some more Opunalu.
Opunalu, the belly of a wave, Nalu, yeah. Last time you talked Hawaiian to me, I thought you said Opunui, which is like big, like a big stomach. Why would you tell you that? Here we go. Miggy, nothing happening there for Miguel Pupo in the non-priority heat.
Well, with all the yummy food we've got, maybe we do have a big stomach.
It's Ono. Delicious. So still flying by, and things are tight between Gabe Medina and Jack Robinson in this final 4 minutes. Robinson just cool as can be.
How annoying is it when the ocean just doesn't want to cooperate?
Yeah, because I want to see more from these two.
I know.
They have been putting on a show, and I would like to see it. Well, this is how the show started. A little hassle at the beginning as we check out the heat recap, Laura.
Love to see it. We haven't seen Gabby get that close to anyone in the start of the heat for a while. He loved to do that back in the day, but he's, trying not to as much. But here, Jack Robinson starting the heat off with a nice tube. This was his 5.33 blowtail there, and then kicking out. And then his 6.17 here for Jack.
Yeah, Jack in command here, and this is when he took the lead, took control of the heat, but Gabe fires back 6.73 for this effort. Would have gone excellent if he was able to land that air reverse. Back to live action in 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, looking over my shoulder, it looks like there could be some lines way out the back. Sometimes there can just be these lulls in the afternoon.
It's tough. I mean, we had a slow day yesterday, but then, right about 5:30 hour, I want to say, 5 o'clock, 5:30, I started firing out here.
Firing.
Crazy. Hopefully we're going to see that again and a little bit earlier in the day while we're still running competition. 2 minutes, 30 seconds counting down for Robinson and Medina.
And then looking at John Miggy, you know, nothing on either of their scoreboards. So there's really been no opportunity out there in the last 20 minutes.
Gabe searching, looking for anything. More waves coming. Maybe he shouldn't have taken that one. John, backdoor, long wall, but even John will not find the exit door there.
Wait.
No, he does.
What?
What just happened? What just happened?
Literally.
He skipped an entire section.
That was a magic trick. That was unbelievable. I don't even know if the filmers kept filming that, I'll be baffled. I hope they do because I really want to see that.
Thank you, cameraman, for staying on the wave, actually. We got to get another view of that because
he entered a vortex and it just put him into another area of the beach.
It was time transport. Time transport just occurred with John Florence. I have no idea how he made that much progress down the line and more time, Laura.
Well, let's see this. You know, he pulled in here, but look at this clamping section here. We completely wrote him off. Not many people could punch through that. We were thinking that maybe he might try to find a doggy door. And then as soon as he didn't come through the doggy door, we're thinking, you know what? He's done for. He's toast. But look at this. That is honestly does not make any sense at all. Even he is just a bit baffled.
Oh my goodness. John Florence and the judges rob him of a Tundra 110. You need a 10 to get that Tundra 110. And pesky judge 3 and 4 with those 9.8s. John's going to have to settle for a 9.93.
That's the most confusing 9.93 I've ever seen because it's, you know, it wasn't a big, round, crazy thing, but who else on this entire planet could have just made that?
Sometimes you wish you had a challenge flag in this sport. So, yeah, 3 10s, 2 9.8s for John Florence. Again, now to the priority heat. We're down to just 15 seconds. Jack Robinson, Gabe Medina. Robinson in the lead. Medina needs to get busy right now. Here we go with Gabe. Needs a 4.77. Jack's going to say no. And Jack's going to ride his way into the quarterfinals.
Wow. That was exciting. It would have been amazing to see a few more waves ridden. But Jack Robinson, look at him. He is psyched.
Oh, well, if that wasn't exciting for you, we got more on the way. So stick around. We'll be back at the Billabong Pipe Pro right after this.
You gotta express yourself, especially when you're getting spat out of a pit at backdoor. Point to the sky, wave your fingers around, put your hands up, question the judges, what more do you want to see from me? Gosh, you gotta love the celebration after a big barrel at pipe and backdoor. It's up to the individual how they're feeling. Hands to the sky, that's pretty common. What about just that real authentic emotion and a classic old fist pump coming off of a wave that gave you a good reason to celebrate? This might top the charts. Gabriel Medina's 9+ ride in the round of 32. And that was Zhao Jiang on his way in, knowing that he was in the quarterfinals in back-to-back seasons here at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel alongside a Triple Crown champ, former runner-up in the world, Megan Abubo, coming off a lot of excitement. Did you think we were about to see a 10-point ride?
I did. I'm not a judge, but I gave it one.
There was a few judges that threw 10, 2 9/8s that got the 9.93 for John Florence. That just changed everything in the ocean. One more look here.
Gosh, look how deep he is. I mean, you can't see him at all. He's just, and right about there where you think, oh, he doesn't make it, he makes it. And that's a John claim. No claim at all.
As we take a look from the sky, the places he goes when nobody can see him, the stories he tells at Pipe and Backdoor, the way he rides the tube is unbelievable and hard to compare to anybody else on the planet. So it makes him so special.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. His connection with the ocean, that clip we saw earlier, you know, Pipeline is home. I got chicken skin when I watched that clip, and I really, you can see his connection just in every wave he catches out here. And I love how he still checks the wave from the treehouse from when he was a kid, you know, and his mom, his biggest inspiration out here.
It's so cool. Those stories and things that just haven't changed for John in his life as he is leading the heat with Miguel Pupo. Let's talk to a happy Jack Robinson. Just eliminated Gabriel Medina. He's with Dimity Stoyle.
Thanks, Joe. Well, Jack, that was one of the most exciting matchups on paper up against Gabby Medina out at Pipeline. Talk to us about your mindset going into that heat, and you guys went blow for blow and made it so exciting.
Yeah, I felt good going into that one. I know that we got many more heats to come, I'm sure, and yeah, it was cool. But I also wish we came up against each other later in the contest. But yeah, I'm sure we'll do it another time.
Oh, definitely. And you're into finals day now, quarterfinals. What are you going to do to take it to the next level, get a win?
I haven't even been thinking about that. Just enjoying what today is, and yeah, I think yeah, hopefully we go tomorrow, and yeah, I'm just kind of surfing, huh? Just loving it right now. Just surfing, staying focused. That's it. Just doing my job.
Well, you look like
Not giving you much, but yeah, that's about it.
I was going to say, you look like you got the eye of the tiger. You must have been staring at that G-Land trophy coming into this and getting fired up.
Yeah, I was the G-Land trophy. I turned into that. No. Just trying to compete and do the right thing out there, because yeah, it's Pipeline and there's so many things going on, so many variables. So yeah, just one at a time.
Well, we love it, Jack. Good luck tomorrow. Can't wait to watch you.
Thank you, Dimity. There's so much you can take out of Jack's interviews, even when he doesn't give you much. Remember that role he had in Mexico when he won the event to qualify? It was hard to even get in his space. He was so focused. He didn't want to break anything or let anybody in. And he's balanced that out a bit. You know, last year we saw that focus that Jack gets, but he's really solid at staying present. That was definitely one of the biggest heats of the contest, as we see John enjoying his time once again. Now he's got a backup for the 9.93.
Yeah, great way to back up the 9.93. I mean, we've been watching guys today get, you know, win heats with 9.93. So John surfing phenomenally here at home. He's going to be tough to beat out here. It seems like the common theme right now, first event of the year, everyone is having fun. I can't speak for everyone, but as an outside perspective, I'd say it appears like the first event of the year is really set up to, there's the least amount of pressure on you. Although it's Pipeline, you know, you don't have that pressure of, oh, am I going to qualify? Am I going to make the mid-year cut this event? You know, you still have a few more events to go. So it seems like people can let loose a little, have a little fun, kind of open up.
It's all fresh, isn't it? It seems like last year there was more pressure than ever because no one knew what to expect. They had nothing to model before. Last year we had the mid-season cut, which was just crazy how quickly that showed up. And then starting at Pipeline, people are still trying to get ready for that whole concept. As we take another look at what John just did.
Yeah, he just threads through that beginning of that barrel, and he didn't realize it. I guess he saw it was just going to kind of clamp on him, but smart decision to get kind of bust through that little doggy door there.
John Florence turns in a 6-point ride, 9.93 before that, and has completely switched things on Pupo. John Florence qualified with Miguel as rookies. With an old mid-season rotation where the first event was lower trestles, John ended up becoming Rookie of the Year in their first complete season back in 2012. And John still has Pupo's number, 5-0, undefeated over Miguel. But Miguel's a new man. He's got a new number. He's 91 to start off his career. Now he's 14. And the number change is really about feeling a fresh start. He feels different now. He's in that 30-plus club on tour. And he finished number 6 in the world. So I kind of like this jersey number change. He's feeling the change in his approach as an athlete. So a much different type of competitor in 2023.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Joe. I like how he switched his number up. He looks really good. I was sitting in the competitors area, and he looks really calm this year. And he surfs well out here. But coming into the new year, as you said, number 6 in the world, just feeling that confidence,
17 boards delivered for Pupo. How do you go through those and decide what you want to ride?
17. I don't know, actually. Can you even ride them all?
Are you someone, Megan, who can pick up a board and know it's magic before you ride it?
Yeah, honestly, any stage of my life, I can always do that. You pick it up. But oh, here we see live action.
Pupo on the backhand, head down, wave spitting, and what an effort for Miguel. His best so far. He's hanging in there just to kick out, but well read. And we've got a bigger one behind him. Mr. Florence, he is enjoying his backyard. The playground he grew up in, called Pipeline, throws down a reverse. And there's celebrations with your hands up. When John's having fun, he'll kind of look around and make sure everyone's paying attention.
Yep, that's the John claim right there. I just love it. Just so humble. He's having fun. He's at home. Look at it. He's got a little pep in his step. Paddling back out too. He wants more.
Can we discuss high excellence scores? 993 on the one before. This one had a huge punt to follow. Did he give the judges enough to max the scale?
He might have, and he's probably thinking, what? I mean, we can see it here. Look how deep he is. Gosh, I love the way he came out of that with just all that whitewash and beautiful reverse, like super high reverse there. He was happy with that, the way he stared at the beach. Oh, I love this camera angle right here. See how he comes out with all that whitewash too?
And most human beings go down when the thing clamps on you, but John, his stance is so proven.
And with style. The way he comes out right here on the foam. But I love this projection right here. Look how, he's up high.
That is a radical tail high reverse. Stance moving forward and just flowing. That is just a classic right away. As we are waiting for numbers from John Florence. Barrel to air combinations at backdoor. Absolutely loving it and screaming at the top of his lungs is Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. How about that one, Waz?
Wow, it's been a long day, and I knew it was going to be that long day, but to finish off with waves like that, it just makes me want another heat to come back out and keep surfing. I'm pretty psyched on it. I hate to say it, but I'm throwing this one in the fridge. This thing's over. John, he's taking it home.
There you go. It's Strider calling out famous words from the late Chick Hearn, who called several Laker games, and he was famous for closing out games relatively early, and he was always successful in that call. And Strider putting his neck out there because John has a 19.33 combined total, the best combined total of the season so far. Another look here in the pit, Megan.
Yeah, so beautiful. Look how deep he is. I just think the criticalness of this exit here, and then to stay so intact on his board on that foam, but right here he's setting up to just go launch above the lip here. As you said, tail high reverse. Textbook perfect. As close to a 10 as you can get. Both of his rides,
And now just my favorite part of the ride, maybe. That's just John in motion. We miss him severely when he's not in the jersey. When he hurt himself at G-Land, it hurt our feelings. Just what he's been through for so many years for both knees. When he's in the middle of a title showdown, he's got 2 world titles. But you're always wondering, what if? What if he can maintain his physical authority in heats. And right now, 993, 94 for John Florence. Big combo for Pupo as we anticipate the final bracket for the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Jordy Smith takes on Leonardo Fioravanti in the first quarter. Then it's Lobby, Liam O'Brien, and Kiowa Belli in quarter two. Defending world champ has matched his personal best result at Pipeline as he takes on Saquarema's own Joao Chianca in an all-Brazilian battle. It'll be Jack Robinson against Florence or Pupo. It's looking like Florence. Some of these look like finals already. The Jack Robinson-Medina clash we just saw in round of 16, you're anticipating that to be a final, not just at Pipe or Teahupo'o, but potentially for the world title showdown as well. Really exciting start to the season, Megan.
Yeah, really exciting. And my biggest takeaway from seeing that draw is Felipe Toledo at Pipeline is in the quarterfinals. And we know that, you know, he's got a lot of events on tour that showcase and suit his style. So he's got to be feeling pretty good about himself right now.
100%. Oftentimes this might be a throwaway for Felipe's campaign. Now he's turning it into a keeper result, then into Sunset, where he's brilliant on that open wall. So a different type of surfer now, wearing a yellow jersey, but feeling confident, not feeling like he's about to drop something. And it's totally changed his demeanor on tour. With 6:10 to go in this one, Miguel Pupo is just going to try to take on Pipeline in an empty lineup and try to get some great waves before we end the day.
Yeah, and I mean, he has a 7.17, and you know, he's surfing against, in the current moment, the guy who's writing the textbook on how to surf backdoor. So this is a tough heat for Miguel. He's got to be stoked. He's surfing against John out here, and I just hope in the last 5 minutes of this heat we're going to see some great action. We see a replay of Miguel's wave here. Beautiful style. I love the way he surfs. I love the way that he sits in the barrel, and you know, he seems, like we said earlier, touched upon, he seems really happy. In this aerial view here, you can see him just park it there, backside in the barrel, stays in there for a nice amount of time, and then just kicks out nice and casually there. Just, you know, he's got to be pretty happy. He's got a 7.17 to open up his campaign.
And in this 40-minute heat, it was all about the back half. Things were really interesting in their first 20, and you always expect John just to get on a roll early, and things just started exploding as far as numbers are concerned. In the back 20, 993 for Florence, 310s delivered from the panel. The 9-4 barrel to air combo. There was a 9-8 there that got tossed out. That was the high. He's had several of these big totals, and he's gunning for a third world title, a second pipe title, in front of a lot of friends and family and a lot of new faces that would like to call John their friend as well.
Yeah, and one thing when you're surfing against someone who's as on fire as John and has, like, you know, 2 9-somethings, you're proud of yourself when you come out of the water, you know. And I mean, Miguel's surfing a great heat. You're actually stoked to be part of that, because you're like, you know what, I lost to somebody who got 2 9s. Like, what can you do? They're so in rhythm. You know, just to share that space in the ocean is really special, and you know, the waves are firing.
So true. It's firing for Miguel. He can't believe 717's not even counting right now for the combination that he needs to break down to move on to the quarters. As we have so much to talk about on a big day for the event. The 805 post show is coming up right after this heat to go through all the major moments and all the upsets that we had. A lot of pipe champions from the past went down today. And last year it was sort of like fresh faces stood up in the quarterfinals. So many great rookie stories last season. A lot different this year. No rookies left in the draw. And John making it clear that he is feeling fantastic. Felt a lot of great energy this Hawaiian season on the North Shore. There's been so much surf, including the Eddy, that he got to be a part of. And the hero around town is definitely lifeguard Luke Shepardson, but John Florence finished runner-up in that event. Won in 2016, second, almost got a second win there.
Yeah, it was really cool to hear his recap of it in his interview earlier, going from preparing for the World Tour, having his boards a line, and then all of a sudden there's a 30-foot swell. And he hasn't ridden his gun in a year. So it just goes to show the versatility of John Florence. And it's a real honor to grow up in Hawaii and live out here and to be able to, represent Hawaii and surf the eddy. Because, I mean, that's one of the highest honors that you can be involved in, and to share that space with all your friends and your heroes and everyone out there, to come into this season, although it's big wave surfing, come into the season with that momentum and that energy, it must feel good, and you must feel pretty special to be a part of, history that was made.
Oh, so true. John Florence has been super active in giving back as well. Surf Night came back to his elementary school, Sunset Beach Elementary School, which is right across the street from where we're sitting right now. The grand prize raffle was one of his Paizel surfboards, signed, bunch of gear from his brands and sponsors. There was a lot of happy people leaving the elementary school after Surf Night because of John.
Yeah, you remember his first world title? I think the entire school played hooky and ran across. Shh, we're not supposed to tell anyone. It was so cool. I actually watched that from the beach, and although we could be up here and whatnot, I actually sat on the beach. I just wanted to see the energy of the kids, and that's something that John did when he was a kid. So it was cool to see the next generation. He's passing the torch, and they're on the beach watching him.
Oh, it's so cool. It's rad when you see surfers like Mason Ho go back for Surf Night, meet all the young kids, and say how important it was for him when he was their age to meet his favorite pro. Mason said when his favorite pro wasn't there, he would just wait till next year. Couldn't wait to get autographs. So John is a pretty amazing human. Always balances his time as a world-class athlete, and also giving back to his community here on the North Shore of Oahu. Quarterfinals are now set up. Miguel Pupo will give a congratulations to John Florence. Part of the same rookie class back in the day. We've seen these two grow up and both turning in brilliant performances over the years. And now they just want to try to get a taste of uncrowded pipe for a moment here. Even though John gets a lot of waves on a crowded day, he'd be reveling in this moment. You're going to have to really drag him out of the water for a post-heat interview when he knows he's got his spot uncrowded.
Right, I would think so. I mean, they're both smiling. Even Miguel's just smiling. He's so happy. I hope he gets here we see aerial shot here.
Miguel Pupo, last wave for his campaign at the Billabong Pro Pipeline. It's just a flyaway kick out, and he will exit this event with a round of 16 loss. John's wife loved that performance, and there's John's mom there, Alex, who always pushed him to charge, even when he didn't want to as a little kid. Now he's always thanking his mom for all the support for many, many years of pushing him at Pipeline. The quarterfinals are now set here for the Billabong Pro Pipeline. And we're going to get to see a lot of highlights. And remember the top 5 as well on the 805 post show. I have a feeling this man right now is probably going to steal the show. We'll find out in just a moment. 805 post show coming up next. We'll bring in Ross Williams to join us. racetrack section, clear for takeoff, full rotation. Aloha, everybody, and welcome to the 8:05 post show. Wow, what a day. Overlapping 2 rounds just like that to set up the quarterfinals, and we have so much to talk about. Upsets galore, big waves, big wipeouts, interferences. I think we had a little bit of everything. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel with former CT standout runner-up in the world, Megan Abubo. An influencer and a local boy. Well, he influences me a lot in surfing and his knowledge for what he brings to the table, and a great coach as well, Ross Williams. Ross, starting with you wave-wise, this is the day that we were waiting for. There were some challenges present, but definitely pushed the scale and almost getting some 10s today as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny day because there was some grindy heats, some weird little backup score situations sprinkled in with near 10s. A little bit of everything. I think this swell surprised us by kind of grazing the islands. We didn't get hit in full force, but it's still enough.
And always reminded, you always got to watch John at all times, because waves that look like they've shut down, he's doing something in there, and almost got a 10 when a lot of people on the beach thought he had fallen about 20 yards deeper.
Yeah, he has like this number where he just calls and says, okay, just stay open. I'm going to make it. No, he's just got this amazing connection. He's at home. He looks unreal. And I just love watching the energy that he brings to Pipeline.
It's such a special connection, and we just got to witness that show. John is on the sand with Dimity.
Wow, John Florence, I think Pipe Gods saved the best till last. They knew you were out in the lineup. A 9.93. What have you got to say to Judge 3 and 4 that were a bit stingy on the 10?
I don't know. I got to see what it looked like. But it was exciting. I don't know. I had fun. That wave was interesting. It looked like it really stretched out, and then I just kind of kept getting clean wall to pump on in there. And then I made it, and I was stoked. And yeah.
You definitely look stoked, and you managed to back it up with a 9.4. Talk to us about how both of those barrels felt and what they looked like from the inside.
Well, one, it's really not that good out there right now. It's really tricky. And that first one, I kind of just, like I said, it just ran and was really, I kept giving me clean face inside to keep pumping in it. And then the second one, I got into it, and you could kind of see the kink in it. It looked like it was going to pinch or something. And so I kind of just leaned back and rode over the pinch, I guess. And then I, busted through it, and I came out and did a little air thing, and I was stoked.
Yeah, perfect ramp, obviously. Not quite a little air. I think it was quite large. But what are you going to do to back up a performance like that tomorrow moving into finals day?
I don't know. Just keep surfing. I think it'll be a little bit smaller, but still hopefully fun. Little backdoor waves, and back end of a swell. It should be nice and clean. Just keep having fun. Keep looking for little barrels. I love it when it's like this. I grew up surfing it like this, so I enjoy it.
And a really exciting matchup against Jack Robinson. He's been one of the best to watch out here as well. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it'll be a super fun battle against Jack. I've just enjoyed surfing with Jack over the years, and have him on tour now, and just see him really come into his own on tour has been really fun. And so it'll be fun to compete. And out here, he got me a Margaret, so I'd love to get him back.
Well, thanks so much, and we're so excited to watch that matchup. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dimity. And John Florence. Gosh, he's smooth. He's casual. Just doesn't really make you want to hype up anything you do in your life. Maybe I've over-celebrated forever. He's just calm. Just did a little air thing. That was almost a 10.
I mean, out of the criteria, I thought maybe if we give one of these to each of the judges, if they give a 10, they'll bust him out a little easier. But, I mean, and he's such a savant, like the way he just kind of figured out how to get over that barrel, over the foam ball in that barrel. That wasn't a game plan. He just, on the fly, figured it out.
Just relying on his instincts. John Florence was amazing. Let's watch it again against Miguel Pupo in the last heat of the day. Things were definitely slow, and like he did say, it was tricky, but then everything changed on this wave. A 9.93, 3/10 thrown, but the average came just under the perfect score. How about that, Megan?
Yeah, I mean, look how deep he is. And look, Ross was talking about the way he just can make it out of any barrel.
I like that.
And then Miguel Pupo, 7.17. This was a great read of backdoor, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, he was always in this heat. He was always going to be dangerous. But the X factor is when you start dropping nines, you know, then it just puts out any fire that your opponent might have. That's the barrel that was really crazy. There's no book on that. Like the fact that he had the reflexes to ride over that foam ball, that barrel shut down and he just kind of floated through it. And the air, that is not an air section. He just made that happen by, you know, the wind was downwind, blowing the board away from his feet. He grabbed the rail and picked the nose. That was psycho. That was, I mean, a 10 in my book.
There's no such thing as a closeout for John Florence. And when a section is bearing on his shoulders, the man doesn't fall.
Yeah, and like as Ross noted earlier, just the wind was going with him, so that's very hard to do. And John said it was a little air, but I agree with Dimity. And little barrels, I believe he said. So what can you say?
Showtime for the kid.
Showtime. He's got Jack Robinson coming up in the quarterfinals. Big news as well today. Kelly Slater was defending his pipe title until he ran into Iago Dora. Some tough conditions. Even at this opening round, he said he's just been trying to find his rhythm. He looked great surfing the sandbar the other day, and he's also been getting some tubes out here, but for his standards, said he's felt a little bit off. Iago took advantage of the left and some reverses to get the job done, Megan.
Yeah, he's Mr. Style Master out here at pipe. We see Kelly here setting himself up for a nice barrel. I mean, just look at how effortless it is for him. Unable to come out of that one, though.
Yeah, big win for Iago. For Kelly, not making that tube was huge for Iago to stay in the lead. Definitely kept swinging, Ross.
Yeah, he was pretty surprised. I had a quick chat with him after that heat, and he loves these tricky conditions. That's where Kelly finds those backup scores, and he was a little out of rhythm. There were some good waves in that heat. He just couldn't get in the lineup during that time when those waves came in, and sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
The intensity just lifts at any event with the Kelly factor, but especially at Pipeline for his incredible relationship with the place, calling his win last year the greatest of his career. And that says a lot because he's won 56 times at the CT level. And that was a bit emotional. You're almost waiting. Is he going to make an announcement after a big moment like that? He didn't because he's still competitive and ready to hunt for the world title race. If I could find a positive out of Kelly getting knocked out early, maybe that means we'll get to see him a lot longer as he chases another big moment this year.
Yeah, it's a great way to look at it because he's so hungry. Kelly's not going to go out. You know, he doesn't want to go out that way. He's the GOAT. And, yeah, I love that everyone's keeping him on his toes right now.
Another exciting heat that I feel like will be a final for many years in the future. Gabriel Medina, Jack Robinson head-to-head today. Medina was in beast mode as he got a crazy one at backdoor in the round of 32. How'd you see this heat play out, Ross?
I mean, it was always going to be a crazy heat. These guys were on top of each other at the beginning. We saw a couple feisty moments this afternoon. Joao was kind of sharking around Rio as well. But as soon as they got the ball rolling, Jack has that X factor where he tends to find the most magical wave of the heat, where Gabriel likes to shark around the lineup. He likes to get 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and then he'll just pull all the cards out and get a big score. But somehow the magic didn't quite get there for Gabriel, and Jack just kind of slid into the advancement.
And we saw Gabriel Medina get puffed out of Pipeline, went for a punt here. Maybe this could have been a difference if he would have greased that landing. But Jack has found some clear space to win against Medina in these last couple of seasons on tour. Robinson gets the matchup with John in quarter 4. Toledo will have Joao Chianca in quarter 3. Liam O'Brien, Caio Ubeli quarter 2, and Jordy Smith faces off with Leonardo Fioravanti. Checking out finals day for the women, competed yesterday in their quarterfinals. It's Lakey versus Tyler. They're in the semis last year as well. Carissa was in the semis last year. She's got Betty Lou Sakura Johnson all fighting for a pipe title potentially tomorrow morning. We'll see if it's finals day.
Yeah, we have some big matchups in those women's semifinals. I can't wait.
You want to make a pick for the win?
I have to go with one of the local girls. I'm real proud of them. They're both surfing super well. It's a bummer they're up against each other, but definitely I'd like to see a Hawaiian take it out.
Seeing on that side of the draw for the men's side, is there a clear favorite in your mind outside of John, or who might give him the best run for his money tomorrow?
Both the men's and women's, that bottom side of the draw is really crazy. Some big names down there, but John obviously put on a crazy show. He's definitely the guy to beat, but you just can't count anyone out. And Jack's got a lot of magic too, so can't look past him.
Looking forward to that. Let's see what the waves might look like for finals day. Will it be tomorrow or later on in the waiting period? Thank you, Surfline, for giving us the update to see what we might have for tomorrow. Northwest swell delivers overhead surf for today and into tomorrow. And John's predicting clean conditions, Megan.
Yeah, look at that. The swell still hangs on, and I think we're going to see some nice waves, perfect east winds. This is what we dream of, and maybe the sand will settle even more. I mean, I love what I saw today, and I can't wait to see a repeat.
Next 3 days, Ross, you kind of baking on tomorrow at the moment.
I think so. I think everyone is, to be honest. But there is a swell the last day of the waiting period that they could wait for, but it's kind of straight. That swell direction is 335, which is not that ideal for pipe. So, I mean, unless we wake up and it's flat, you'd think tomorrow's on.
There we go. Getting very close to crowning our champions on finals day. This is a fun part of the 805 post show. Our top 5 moments of the day. This is going to be fun to see a rookie making that top 5 here on the 805 post show. It was Ian Gentile who eliminated Italo Ferreira, world champ, a pipe champ. How did he get it done, Megan?
Yeah, Ian just picked some great waves. He really surfed a smart heat, and he stayed busy.
Gentile 6.5 was the difference to slow down the hyperactive Italo Ferreira with that ramping section on the sandbar. I thought he was going to do a lot more airs. He actually was very patient, kind of oddly patient at the start of the matchup for us.
Yeah, that's true, Joe. That's a good pickup, and that might have irritated him a little bit, but every heat has that magic, like who's going to connect the best wave, and it was Ian that time.
Now, number 4, it's Joao Chianca. His reputation is clear. It wasn't just a rookie moment where he found some love at pipe. He's got a true connection with the place.
Yeah, he does. He packed a huge barrel here, really showing that he has a great connection, and he's just one to watch.
He certainly is. He took out last year's world number 5 and former runner-up of this event, Kanoa Garashi, and the tactics played off when he took care of Rio Waida as well. Well done to Joao Chianca moving forward as he has Felipe Toledo in the quarterfinals. There's that celebration that we love. Number 3, Jordy Smith making it look easy, Ross.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about the Johns and the Gabriels and the Italos at pipe, but Jordy is the guy. You know, remember last year he had one of the prettiest waves I've ever seen at pipe with a jersey on. And he really has, along with Felipe, improved in hollow waves. Jordy is so good. He's good at that knifing backside drop, finds good waves. He lives here a little bit out of the year, which you think, Joe, has helped him kind of figure out this lineup and all the magic out here at pipe and backdoor, kind of unlock the secret.
Number 2 on the list. Everyone thought he was kind of a villain, but Medina's a lover. Watch this claim and this ride at backdoor.
Yeah, I mean, look at this ride at backdoor. And then this beautiful claim, dance claim. I want to learn to do that. I mean, look how deep he is on his backhand. You know, everyone says one of the best out here, and just celebrating with everyone.
I couldn't believe how critical that thing was. No hand grab, backhand, you kidding me? And this is not a surprise, winning the number 1 spot on the top 5. John Florence, a couple of big 9s to his name that close out the day, Ross.
Yeah, I told him to go out there and get 2 10s, so he kind of farmed it, to be honest. But we'll let him go this time. No dessert for you tonight, John.
There we go. You always got to push him, right? Magic man. There we go. That's how we all felt.
That's worth a 10.
That's worth a 10 for sure. As we look at him just on a roll, throwing down airs and just responding to what was in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, he just made it happen. You know, look at that. Just John's little air at the end of the wave. I mean, he just was in so much sync out there, and he looks like he was having a blast.
Gosh, that was so much fun. There's that pure joy of watching surfing in the live arena when someone's just reacting. And it's such a pleasure to watch.
It really is, and I also want to pay tribute to Pipeline and Backdoor. This is the best venue. You know, it produces big airs, it obviously produces huge barrels, and it always somehow produces drama, and we love that here, don't we?
Oh, we certainly do. Megan, anticipation for finals day tomorrow morning, how you feeling?
I'm so excited, and I'm excited for all the drama, as Ross said. I mean, we're literally like on the 50-yard line. Watching the big show, and this is it. I'm so psyched for tomorrow.
So exciting. Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright might be first heat, or Jordy Smith, Leonardo Fioravanti. Join us on WorldSurfLeague.com for the updates. See you tomorrow morning.
Horn check right here. This is only testing the horns. This is a test for the horn check. Stand by.
Don't think you're the first you knock upon my door. I've seen boys like
Jordy Smith, the South African smasher, in the barrel at backdoor. And Jordy Smith is able to come out.
If you bring trouble on my friend, I'm gonna take my revenge. If you don't show me
Under the lip like that, that was pretty crazy.
if you don't wanna play nice, you better run for your life.
From Coolio O's, Seth Moniz. You can see the nose of the board. You can see him disappear, and he comes out again.
Big drop at backdoor for Kyle Wibelli, sneaking out the low road and punching free. He just got news of an interference.
Kyle's not happy.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
A long walk.
Yes. At least her legs are warmed up.
The world champ at backdoor.
Oh, that was nice.
You don't wanna play nice, you better run for your life.
Go up and riding in black white. Joao. Oh wow, Gianna and Pipeline coming out. Oh my goodness. Pipeline is coming alive.
Definitely today was my best session at Pipe. This is what I was dreaming about.
Going for backdoor pitch. Medina heading that same direction. Wide open. This thing is a cave. How about that?
John, backdoor, long wall, but even John will not find the exit door there.
Wait.
No, he does.
What?
What just happened?
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.